Chapter 282. Wind and Cloud Surge. In fact, Wang Haiwang had long wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had spoiled his plans multiple times and killed his subordinates. They weren't even on the same side, but he was troubled because he couldn't find a suitable excuse to make a move. This time, he found an excuse, and that was Lin Ling colluding with the enemy. Therefore, he killed Lin Ling to restore peace to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This way, others wouldn't think that he was bullying the weak and would think that he was patriotic. Ocean Surge. Ocean Surge. Wang Haiwang reached out his right hand and enveloped it with countless water-type spirit aura, forming a huge river above his head. This strength was so terrifying. Wang Haiwang, is it appropriate for you to interfere with the matters of the younger generation? Aren't you afraid of losing your old face? Ocean Surge. Right at this moment, a sharp voice echoed from the horizon. A red spear pierced through the clouds and shot straight at Wang Haiwang. Rumble. That spear seemed to have stirred up the thunderbolts in the sky, causing a huge commotion. Another Heaven Spirit Realm expert. Ocean Surge. Sensing that world-shaking aura, many people in the inner city gasped. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, a Heaven Spirit Realm expert was someone who could shake the entire land with a single move. It was known that the higher the realm, the harder it was for a martial artist to cultivate. Many people were only at the Earth Spirit Realm in their entire lives. There were very few people like Lin Ling, who had the assistance of the blazing flame art and was able to kill the enemy and seize the enemy's spirit chi seeds to increase their strength. As for the four kings, their strength was definitely at the pinnacle of the Heaven Spirit Realm experts. Lord Duan. The thunderbolt spear in the sky caused Wang Haiwang's expression to change as he called out in a deep voice. There weren't many people in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom that could move his heart, so he quickly guessed who the other party was. It was one of the four kings. Lord Duan. Boom! In the sky, the thunderbolt spear clashed with the ocean surge. There was a powerful explosion that shook the entire inner city. A large number of people fell to the ground, but they still lifted their heads and looked at the sky. A giant whirlpool appeared in the sky, which was caused by the clash of powerful martial strength. Was that the strength of the four kings? Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames as he blocked the boundless shockwave. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the sky. He was also shocked by the strength of a Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. When would he be able to possess such strength? At that time, no one would be able to bully him or the Fire Ancient clan. Duke Duan, what do you mean by this? Did you collude with the enemy like Lin Ling? Wang Haiwang glared at Duke Duan and said coldly. Lin Ling is one of my men. It's not up to you to decide whether or not he colluded with the enemy. In any case, I won't allow you to touch him today. Duke Duan's thunder spear remained in a straight thrust position. Enough. Right at this moment, an extremely icy cold voice resounded, and it intimidated everyone to the point their ears buzzed. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out with a large number of people. It was the third prince. At this moment, Yun Yifan's expression was indifferent, but his heart was filled with endless fury. Everyone in the inner city knew that Mo Qianji was one of his men. However, Mo Qianji was ordered to kill Lin Ling but failed. Instead, Lin Ling killed his way into the inner city and forced him to kill Mo Qianji. This action was equivalent to slapping Yun Yifan's face in front of countless people. This Lin Ling had humiliated him time and time again, causing Yun Yifan's reputation in the inner city to plummet. Even his throne was affected. Greetings, third prince. Looking at Yun Yifan, the two dukes in the sky also stopped their attacks and began to exchange pleasantries. As the third prince, Yun Yifan should have the proper etiquette. As the four dukes, they would not neglect it. Otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule. Yun Yifan did not look at Duan and Yun Yifan. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. The entire Cloud Sea City was in turmoil because of Lin Ling alone. He knew very well that Lin Ling's sword was pointed at him from afar. He was simply too audacious. Lin Ling, how should you be punished? Yun Yifan shouted with an overbearing aura. Today, no matter who protected Lin Ling, he would kill them all. Second brother, it's not good to make such a big fuss. Right at this moment, the second prince, Yunixuan, appeared. Obviously, at this critical moment, as Lin Ling's superior, how could he not appear? Looking at the appearance of so many experts, the four dukes, the various princes, and the various forces in the inner city sighed inwardly. This Lin Ling stirred up such a terrifying storm. Making such a big fuss? It's Lin Ling who's making such a big fuss. As soon as he returned, he killed Du Nan and led an army into the inner city. He's ignoring the inner city's laws. Also, second brother, Lin Ling is one of your men, right? He colluded with the Snake Swamp country and caused Sky Fragrant City's army of 300,000 to be defeated. Now that Sky Fragrant City has been breached, the South Sea is like an uninhabited land. Can you bear such a crime? Or did Lin Ling act according to your orders? Yun Yifan's voice shook the surroundings, and at the same time, he put a huge label on the second prince. "Huh, third brother, your imagination is always so rich." The second prince, Yunixuan, laughed loudly. Currently, everyone thought that Lin Ling had colluded with the enemy. However, Lin Ling had just returned from Sky Fragrant City, and the news he brought was the real news. So, he knew that not only did Sky Fragrant City not lose, it had won a great victory, and Lin Ling was the greatest aggressor. Laugh? You can still laugh? It seems like you, Yunixuan, have colluded with the Snake Swamp country in order to obtain the Cloud Sea King's position. I, Yun Yifan, am here to tell you that even if you obtain the Cloud Sea King's position, I will never submit to you. Yun Yifan's voice was even louder. He wanted to use Lin Ling to collude with the enemy to establish his own kingly demeanor and gain the respect of everyone. The surrounding people had a slight change in expression. As members of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they naturally knew about the battle in Sky Fragrant City. However, they didn't expect that Lin Ling actually colluded with the enemy and caused Sky Fragrant City to lose. If such a grave crime was confirmed, then Lin Ling would definitely die, and no one would be able to save him. Coupled with the fact that the army had breached the inner city today, it was a crime on top of a crime. Even the second prince, Yunixuan, wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. For a moment, the entire Cloud Sea City was in a heated discussion. Lin Ling, you unyielding phosphorescence. You committed such a grave crime and even killed your way into the inner city, forcing this king to hand you over. You have guts, but what else do you have to say now? Sensing the silence in the surroundings, Yun Yifan spoke coldly again. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and wanted to know what else Lin Ling had to say. If everything was like what the third prince said, then Lin Ling's entire clan had to be executed. Third prince, you said that I colluded with the enemy. I wonder where you got the information. In the silence, Lin Ling let out a cold laugh and spoke slowly. Chapter 283. Questioning Mo Qianji walked out. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered, Lin Ling, since things have come to this, why are you still so stubborn? I was ordered to go to Sky Fragrance to assist. Unfortunately, old General Zhang was stubborn and did not listen to my advice. He wanted the army to clash with the Snake Swamp Kingdom, which led to their defeat. And you have already colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom and bewitched old General Zhang, which led to the tragedy of Sky Fragrance. Lin Ling, is your heart cold? Are the millions of citizens of Tianxian Kingdom ants in your eyes? He spoke righteously and even shed tears at the end, as if he was unwilling to accept the fate of the soldiers who had died in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's gazes hardened as they looked at Lin Ling again. Good acting. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. Despicable. Scoundrel. It was Mo Qianji who went to Sky Fragrance and put on airs, ordering the army to clash with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Now, he was slandering Zhang Sanshan. Laughing? Lin Ling, you are really hopeless. 300,000 people died in battle, and the South Sea is about to be plunged into misery and suffering. You can still laugh. Seeing Lin Ling laughing mockingly, Mo Qianji spoke coldly. When he left, Sky Fragrance's entire army was mobilized to fight with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. However, he guessed that Sky Fragrance would definitely lose, so he was extremely confident now. I am laughing at your ignorance and shamelessness. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, you said that Sky Fragrance was defeated. Did you see it? Did you participate in the battle? Did you face it personally? Me? Mo Qianji was speechless. He had already escaped, so how could he have seen it? Since you don't have anything to say, then I'll say it for you. You, Mo Qianji, came here on behalf of the third prince. During the final battle in Tianxiang City, you were afraid of being implicated and ran away in advance. Therefore, you didn't even see the final result. You and General Zhang made a military pledge that if I captured the Snake Swamp Kingdom's military advisor, you would bring your head to me. However, as a general, you violated the military pledge and escaped in advance. Mo Qianji, oh Mo Qianji, the ever-victorious military advisor, how could you be so shameless? Or are you the same as your master, the kind of person who goes back on his words and is afraid of death? Lin Ling's words were like a thunderclap that caused the entire city to fall deathly silent. For a moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. It seemed that things were not as they had imagined. You're talking nonsense. The heavenly fragrance ancient city has been defeated. Mo Qianji's expression changed as he spoke anxiously. Deputy Chen, come out. Lin Ling shouted. Behind him, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. He looked at Mo Qianji with a mocking expression. General Mo, do you still remember me? You are? Mo Qianji asked doubtfully. I am General Zhang Sanshan's deputy. The middle-aged man's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. He then said coldly, defeated? As a member of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, does General Mo wish for the heavenly fragrance ancient city to be defeated? Sorry to disappoint you. The heavenly fragrance ancient city has won a great victory. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000 has been defeated and has fled back to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Sigh. Great victory? Sigh. The people in the distance were all shocked. The result of the battle was actually a great victory? What was going on? You're talking nonsense? How could an army of 300,000 be a match for an army of 500,000? Mo Qianji's heart was a little uneasy. Then may I ask, are you qualified to speak, or am I qualified to speak? You're just a deserter. Did you personally witness the outcome of the battle? The middle-aged man laughed softly. Many people nodded. They mostly believed the middle-aged man because he was General Zhang Sanshan's deputy. Mo Qianji, on the other hand, was a little shameless. He fled before the battle was over. Everything was based on guesses. Who would believe his words? However, how did an army of 300,000 win against an army of 500,000? The middle-aged man seemed to know the doubts of everyone in the city. He looked at Lin Ling with a respectful expression. The heavenly fragrance ancient city's army of 300,000 was in a confrontation with the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000. The heavenly fragrance ancient city was at a disadvantage. After General Lin arrived, he resolved the most crucial battle in the southeast of the ancient city and won the initial battle. He then went to the enemy camp alone and captured the Snake Swamp Kingdom's military advisor alive, causing the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000 to be in a leaderless state. After that, General Lin was pursued by an army of 500,000. He killed the 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom by himself. One man, one sword, and he conquered the world. The morale of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army was in chaos and was finally swallowed by my Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City's army of 300,000. In the entire battle, General Lin was the absolute hero. However, when he returned to the Cloud Sea City, all of you who are just standing there and talking, slandered him for colluding with the enemy. Laughable, lamentable, and shameful. Do you still have any shame? The middle-aged man's voice was getting louder and louder, intimidating everyone into silence. Lin Ling hadn't colluded with the enemy, and he was a true hero. As for the middle-aged man's ridicule, they had no words to object to it. Because he'd protected the border, shed sweat and blood, and fought with his life on the line, yet they'd hidden in the city and enjoyed their lives. So, did they have the face to speak? Most importantly, Lin Ling had rendered meritorious service, but he'd become a sinner upon returning to the city, and he'd even been slandered by the third prince for colluding with the enemy. This kind of treatment was simply a huge mockery. For a time, the entire inner city of the city was deathly silent. Numerous gazes descended onto the handsome young man, and then they gazed at the third prince with gazes of ridicule. How could this have happened? On the other hand, the third prince had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, and then he spoke indifferently, since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. Everyone, disperse. Wait. Right at this moment, Lin Ling's icy cold voice resounded, Your Majesty, do you intend to leave without apologizing? Apologize? Lin Ling, do you know what you're saying? The third prince's face became icy cold. This Lin Ling actually wanted him to apologize in front of countless people. What a joke. I know. But I want to ask you, what did your third prince do during the battle at Sky Fragrant City? Let me ask you again, who did you send to help? I'll ask you one last time, how did you treat the meritorious service of the battle at Sky Fragrant City? Lin Ling spoke word by word with an overbearing aura. Lin Ling, you. The third prince's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was forcing him, the third prince. You have nothing to say, right? Then I'll say it for you. His Majesty, the third prince, sent 100 men to assist in the battle at Sky Fragrant City. And those 100 men were led by a military advisor who only knows how to talk and not do. They're incompetent, cowardly, and a bunch of trash. Lastly, the third prince wants to suppress and kill the meritorious service of the battle at Sky Fragrant City. This is the third prince, who has the aura of an emperor. If he becomes the king of the Cloud Sea in the future, then all the meritorious service under him will become ghosts under his blade. Lin Ling spoke coldly, and his words caused everyone's expression to change. Some of the neutral forces began to hesitate, and some of the forces that had intended to join the third prince's camp felt a chill in their hearts. They would accompany the third prince to conquer the world, but they would become ghosts under his blade in the future? Chapter 284. Chapter 284 Apologies, Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. The third prince roared angrily, his prestige plummeting once again. Not only is he heartless, he's even more incompetent. Lin Ling was fearless. He coldly spoke again, pointing his sword at Yun Yifan. A team of 100? Only you can think of that. Do you think that 100 people can change the battlefield? Do you think that this trash Mo Qianji can win the war? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The military advisor is incompetent, and the master is also incompetent. His voice was thick with ridicule, causing many people to fall silent. However, the third prince's actions were indeed unsightly. Lin Ling. His Majesty the Third Prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people present and Lin Ling was the hero of this great victory, he really would have killed this young man. This young man was humiliating him in front of everyone. However, it's not the first time that I've seen your incompetence, so I'm not surprised. Today, I've come here under General Zhang's order. General Zhang's order has been fulfilled. I ask the Third Prince to hand over Mo Qianji, and also ask the High and Mighty Third Prince to apologize. Lin Ling took a step forward. His slender body exuded a powerful aura as he closed in on the Third Prince. Lin Ling, are you forcing this king's hand? What if I don't hand it over? What if I don't apologize? His Majesty the Third Prince's voice was low. Who was he? That was the Third Prince, a member of the imperial family that was merely inferior to the crown prince in the entire city. And who was Lin Ling? He was just a lowly peasant from the countryside. But now, such a nobody was humiliating the Third Prince over and over again. If I want you to hand it over, you have to hand it over. Lin Ling took another step forward, and his aura became even stronger. That day, he'd gone against the Third Prince in public. Today, he didn't just intend to go against the Third Prince, he even intended to force the Third Prince to admit his mistake. One had to know that the Third Prince had wanted Lin Ling's life 3 times. The first time, when the era changed, the Third Prince ordered Du Nan to lead an army to wipe out the Fire Ancient clan. The second time, he let Jiang Wu control Lin Ling. The third time was not long ago. He had used the crime of colluding with the enemy to wipe out the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. Therefore, even if it was the Third Prince, Lin Ling was not afraid. You've got guts. His Majesty the Third Prince found it difficult to breathe. His eyes were bloodshot. This was the first time in his life that he had been forced into such a difficult situation. Today, if he didn't hand over Mo Qianji, it would be hard for him to convince the public. After all, Lin Ling was the hero who had saved the sky-fragrant city. On the other hand, Mo Qianji had made a military order but ran away halfway, going back on his word. If Yun Yifan wanted to force Mo Qianji to stay, then he would have to bear the infamy of not being able to distinguish right from wrong. Mo Qianji, admit your guilt. His Majesty the Third Prince said coldly. He turned around and left. At this moment, his heart trembled violently. Apologize. Seeing that the Third Prince was about to turn around and leave, Lin Ling shouted once again. His Majesty the Third Prince stopped in his tracks. His face was ferocious. His gaze swept across the densely packed crowd, and his heart was in a daze. Apologize. At the same time, the 50,000 soldiers of the Fire Legion shouted in unison. This intimidated the inner city and caused it to tremble. This was a powerful momentum to force the Third Prince to abdicate. They wanted to force the High and Mighty Third Prince to lower his head. His Majesty the Third Prince's face changed drastically. In the end, he said in a low voice, Commander Lin, I misunderstood your crime of colluding with the enemy and almost caused a huge mistake. Now, I apologize to you in front of Yunhai City. The emperor who commits a crime is punished the same as the people. Your Majesty the Third Prince, your voice is too soft. Lin Ling shouted. Silence. Everyone in Yunhai City had a solemn expression. His Majesty the Third Prince had apologized. In front of everyone in Yunhai City, he had apologized to Lin Ling. Such a thing was extremely surreal. However, Lin Ling did not give up. He still fought for his dignity and fought for the dignity that he had lost. Such courage, such arrogance, made people have no choice but to respect him. It could be said that after today's incident, His Majesty the Third Prince's reputation had been greatly reduced. He was probably even inferior to the Second Prince. His Majesty the Third Prince's face alternated between green and red. He took a deep breath and said, "Commander Lin, I was wrong. I apologize to you." This sentence was brewed with spiritual energy and spread throughout the entire Yunhai city. "Take Mo Qianji and retreat." After the apology was said, Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, the 50,000 soldiers left in a grandiose manner. As for the third prince, he looked at that majestic figure. His heart ached as if it was dripping blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Your Majesty, save me." Mo Qianji was tied up and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, he only received a cold gaze in return. He thought that he had the third prince as his backer, so he could do whatever he wanted. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would force his master to the point that he had difficulty breathing. His backer was simply a joke. At this moment, no one could save him. Even the third prince could not save himself. Everyone in Yunhai City looked at him with ridicule and disdain. This Lin Ling is getting more and more powerful. Wang Hai Wang looked coldly at Lin Ling. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. He knew that the third prince had gone for wool and come home shorn. His reputation had taken a huge hit today. The people in the city also left one after another. However, there was no doubt that huge waves surged in their hearts. Moreover, the hearts of the various inherited families, the four kings, and the various princes were also surging. They knew that the situation in Yunhai City had quietly changed. The second prince, who had always been hopeless, had risen. And the reason was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently the strongest martial artist and force below the four kings. He had stepped into the ranks of the 100 generals in a single step. He had the huge potential to influence the fate of Yunhai King. In the inner city of Yunhai City, the waters were as deep as the ocean. Previously, the four kings ruled the world. Behind them, the various princes were eager to make a move. There were also 3 pillars. At the same time, there was also the backbone, the general of the 100 armies. Lin Ling was now the general of the 100 armies. His status was only below the 4 kings. Some of the princes who were hiding in the dark were jealous of the second prince. With a strong general like Lin Ling, his chances of becoming the king had increased by 30%. Lin Ling, well done. In the mansion, everyone gathered. The second prince looked at Lin Ling and praised. He did not put on the airs of an emperor when facing Lin Ling. He purely addressed him as a brother. "Good job, Commander Lin." Duan Wangye also raised his wine cup and said to the youth in admiration. He sighed in his heart. When he recommended Lin Ling to the second prince, he knew that the youth's future was limitless. However, he had never imagined that the youth's growth would exceed his expectations and be faster than expected. The youth had already gained a firm foothold in Yunhai City. On the other hand, the second prince's reputation had risen greatly because of Lin Ling, and it had surpassed the third prince in one fell swoop. This Lin Ling was really not simple. He was able to accomplish such a feat on his own. Congratulations, Commander Lin. It looks like from today onwards, I should address you as a general. Everyone congratulated the second prince, and their gazes towards the youth were filled with reverence. Chapter 285. The general of an army. Everyone, you're too polite. Lin Ling said with a smile as he held his wine cup. What he did was to avoid being suppressed by the third prince. The third prince had bullied him time and time again. Everything that happened today was his own fault. Moreover, the grudge between him and the third prince had yet to be resolved. He had tried to kill Lin Ling 3 times. How could an apology end all grudges? Lin Ling, you defeated the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, and led an army to defend the heavenly fragrant city. Now, you have enough strength to become a general of 100 armies. The second prince said after drinking a mouthful of wine. General of 100 armies? Lin Ling was slightly puzzled. Right, the current inner city of Ocean of Cloud City is as deep as the ocean. Besides us princes, there are the 4 kings, the 3 pillars, the Empress Dowager, the Grand Preceptor, and so on. Finally, there are the generals of the army. The generals of the army are a force that can't be underestimated in the city. Even Zhang Sanshan is one of them. King Duan continued. To be able to become a general of 100 armies, every single one of them was a top-notch expert. Their status was only below the 4 kings. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that he was only the number 1 expert of the younger generation. However, some great generals had deep foundations and were powerful. Currently, he had only just stepped into the circle of great generals. Ocean of Cloud City really is like an ocean. However, Lin Ling was confident. After all, he had been in the inner city for less than a year, and he had already defeated experts of the same age. Therefore, he could also surpass the general of 100 armies. Third brother has suffered a great loss this time. I think he won't dare to be too arrogant in the future. Come, everyone, let's drink. Today is Lin Ling's celebration banquet. The second prince said again. Everyone raised their glasses. The night was deep like an ocean, and the estate was bustling and clamorous. Compared to this, Ocean of Cloud City seemed to be quite quiet. Third brother has suffered a great loss, and his reputation has fallen. Many forces and generals have lost confidence in him. In a secluded mountain range, a bare-chested young man spoke to himself. His body was tall and sturdy, revealing his well-defined muscles. It was as if he was hiding a true dragon. His long hair was scattered and casually draped over his shoulders, adding a demonic aura to his handsome face. Your Majesty, that Lin Ling has completely risen. I'm afraid he's become the general of 100 armies. A seductive woman stood quietly at the side, holding the young man's golden robe in her hands. Then what is his strength? The young man asked indifferently. It's said that he's at the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. The woman said. With such strength, he can barely become a general of 100 armies. You have to know that even the weakest general of 100 armies is in the mid-earth spirit realm, and many of the geniuses are in the sky spirit realm. As long as his strength takes another step forward, he'll have the qualifications to become one of the 4 kings. This Lin Ling is still far from that. The young man shook his head. However, Lin Ling is only 18 years old now. He's the youngest general of 100 armies in the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The woman continued. He has some potential. His potential is even greater than his father, Lin Chen. He did what his father didn't do back then, but that's all there is to it. As a country kid from the outer city, his current achievements are probably his limit. The young man looked at the mountain range behind him. Rumble. In the mountain range, a terrifying waterfall gushed down. True Dragon Fist. The young man yelled out and blasted out a fist. The giant waterfall was blasted apart, and the water flowed backward. Ocean of Cloud City isn't as simple as it seems. It's difficult for him to rise. However, the members of the Fire Ancient clan are all fated with my Ocean of Clouds empire. His father died from infamy in order to help me succeed, and I established the demeanor of a king. His son is the same, but third brother obviously failed when he wanted to establish the demeanor of a king. Ha ha ha. His laughter shook the heavens. He was the crown prince, a natural ruler who carried the aura of a king since he was young. To him, Lin Ling was like an ant that he couldn't care less about. However, Lin Ling had helped him suppress the third prince, and this made him feel slightly satisfied. Perhaps this was the value of an ant's existence. Lin Ling? I've never heard of this name, but he dared to suppress the third prince. This young man is really formidable. In the bustling streets of Ocean of Cloud City, an old man drank tea and spoke quietly. His eyes flickered like stars, and the passers-by who walked past him completely treated him as an ordinary old man. Lin Ling? Does he have the qualifications to become the general of an army? He's simply a disgrace to us generals. It's said that this kid isn't even 18 years old. Huh, what a mockery to us generals. Back then, I killed millions of people and barely became a general. He's just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. What qualifications does he have to be arrogant? In every corner, the powerful generals snorted coldly in their hearts. Obviously, they were dissatisfied with the rise of an alien star that had entered their ranks. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally didn't care about the thoughts of the outside world. He was already in a state of cultivation. He was currently in the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, had comprehended two great concepts of fire, and possessed the strongest fire art of the generation, prairie blazing flames. According to his guesses, he didn't fear anyone unless they were in the sky spirit realm. However, his goal was too strong, so his current strength wasn't enough for him to be proud of. I wonder if I can open a new page in the blazing flames art? Lin Ling took out the ancient stone book and poured his spirit chi into it. However, the ancient stone book remained unmoved, and a new page still couldn't be opened. It was obvious that Lin Ling wanted to find a new method to rebirth flames, but his strength still hadn't reached the required level. Perhaps only by reaching the peak of the Earth Spirit realm would he be able to easily open a new page. A silent night passed, and Lin Ling opened his eyes at dawn. A night of cultivation hadn't allowed his cultivation to progress much, but the realm he'd just broken through had gradually stabilized. He pushed open the door and walked out. Laughter continuously rang out from the manor's garden. Forefather Taiyan and the others had returned to the outer city, while Yu and the others had stayed behind to take care of Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling's Flame Legion, Tian Xiaoman had taken them away. However, Lin Ling was afraid that something would happen to the Fire Ancient clan again, so he'd let the Flame Legion stay in the Ancient clan. Looking ahead, it seemed that the three girls were discussing how to plant flowers. They'd already made Lin Ling's manor their home. The harmonious and joyful scene made Lin Ling smile faintly. No matter how much he fought outside, he felt relaxed at home. No matter how tired he was, as long as he thought of his family at home, he would resolutely continue to fight and never fall. Sister Xiaolan, this is the night orchid of the Great Prairie. Can we plant it here? Yu, but we can also plant some heavenly red roses here. The flowers you two planted aren't bad, but the formation you set up isn't good. This side should be set up like this, and the other side should set up a 9-palace formation. This way, the layout will be even better. What surprised Lin Ling was that Yu and Qin Xiaolan liked to plant flowers. This was very normal, but the heavenly concubine, the high and mighty strategist, also liked to plant flowers like ordinary girls. Chapter 286. Yi Tianxun of the past, Brother Ling, you're awake? Suddenly, Yu saw Lin Ling and couldn't help smiling in pleasant surprise. Lin Ling also responded with a smile. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the three little beauties. At the same time, he said, with you guys here, it looks even cleaner and tidier. Ha! Yu and Qin Xiaolan looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Seeing the sweat on their delicate faces, Lin Ling took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off the two women. Of these two girls, one was Lin Ling's little sister who grew up with him, and the other was his confidant who saved Lin Ling's life and traveled far and wide to find Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling cherished them very much. The heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why, but the scene in front of her left her in a daze. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful and warm scene in her life. Under the sunlight, the youth revealed a faint smile. His slender body stood there and he gently wiped away the sweat on the two girls' faces. This kind of warmth and sweetness made the heavenly concubine feel a trace of jealousy. "What's with your expression? They are all my family, so I naturally have to care about them. Don't tell me you also want me to wipe your sweat?" Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. "What are you talking about? I don't need your help." The heavenly concubine's pretty face instantly turned cold as she coldly snorted. Lin Ling shrugged. Whatever. For some reason, that indifferent attitude made the heavenly concubine feel very displeased, especially when she thought of the youth's recklessness when he saved her. Her heart burned with anger. He didn't even let her wear clothes and just used a curtain to wrap her up. Could it be that he didn't know how to be a bit protective of the fairer sex? Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled the time when Lin Ling carried her on his back. That feeling of skin on skin made her body go soft and her pretty face blushed. "Big sister heavenly concubine, why are you suddenly blushing?" Yu looked at heavenly concubine and suddenly said. "Ah!" The heavenly concubine exclaimed, and her face turned even redder. Then she changed the topic. "Lin Ling, you said that you would escort me to Cloud Sea City, and you fulfilled your promise. However, I never expected you to be a member of the Fire Ancient clan. Can I make a request of you?" "All right. But as a condition, you have to stay behind and provide guidance to my Flame Corps, and you'll make it a top-rate army in the city. As for Tian Xiaoman, you have to place emphasis on fostering her and allow her to be able to hold her own." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "You profiteer, you never suffer a loss." The heavenly concubine couldn't help but say with disdain. "Thanks for the compliment." Lin Ling shamelessly smiled, causing the heavenly concubine to grit her teeth. However, she then said, "I want to find Lin Chen of the Fire Ancient clan." Yu and Qin Xiaolan's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They fell silent. Lin Ling's expression became serious. "Why are you looking for him?" "That is my business. I just want to ask you to help me find him." The heavenly concubine spoke indifferently, but her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. "I'm sorry, but you can't find him anymore. He has already left." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and spoke softly. "What?" The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes narrowed and was in disbelief. When Lin Ling saw that she wasn't joking, he continued, "He has already been dead for many years. Back then, he fell in love with a foreigner and became a sinner of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. In the end, he was forced to death by the Crown Prince." When he spoke, his entire body was emitting an ice-cold killing intent. That killing intent was so strong that it caused the heavenly concubine to shiver. It was as though she saw a death god from hell. "Lin Ling, he is my father." Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he raised his head to look at the sky. There seemed to be a man he had never seen before, and he was looking at him with doting eyes. That was his father. "You are her son?" The heavenly concubine's heart was in turmoil. She never expected that this youth was actually her senior sister's son. "Can you bring me to see him? Even if I don't know him, I would like to pay my respects to him on behalf of someone else for a certain reason." The heavenly concubine pondered for a moment and spoke. Lin Ling looked at the heavenly concubine quietly and was puzzled. He didn't understand why the heavenly concubine knew his father. After all, the heavenly concubine wasn't even from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. However, when he saw the heavenly concubine's clear eyes that were filled with determination, he finally nodded. "All right, since I haven't paid my respects for a long time, let's go together." After leaving the residence, Lin Ling brought the girls out of the city. "General Lin, please wait." At this moment, a one-armed young man walked over quickly and saluted Lin Ling with his hands cupped together. "You are?" Lin Ling frowned and asked with doubt. That one-armed youth raised his head and smiled bitterly. I am Yi Tianchen. I wonder if General Lin still remembers me? It's you. Lin Ling nodded in realization. He naturally knew this youth. He was a prodigy that was ranked just below the martial scholar. After losing to the martial scholar, he saw Lin Ling because he was enraged and made a move on Lin Ling. In the end, he lost to Lin Ling. That's me. Yi Tianchen smiled bitterly. His arm was severed by Lin Ling. That day, he was so arrogant that he didn't consider anything and thought that only the martial scholar was a match for him among all the prodigies in the Cloud Sea City. After that, he kicked an iron plate as Lin Ling defeated him. In the following days, he was very unresigned. However, when he heard the shocking news in the Cloud Sea City that the martial scholar was also defeated by Lin Ling, how could he still be unresigned? Lin Ling was much stronger than him and had even become the youngest general of 100 armies. He had no choice but to be unresigned. The laughable thing was that he was young and arrogant back then and actually challenged such a legend. Kiki, we can be considered to have become friends after exchanging blows. Oh right, is there anything? Lin Ling smiled and asked. That's great. Yi Tianchen heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Lin Ling had severed his arm, he knew that Lin Ling had spared his life. If it was someone else, perhaps he wouldn't have severed his arm but would have killed him on the spot. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't step on him because he was stronger than him. This made him admire Lin Ling even more. It's like this. The end of the year is coming and Duke Duan has been ordered to inform you that you will be heading to Sovereign King Li's territory in 3 days for a general's trial. Yi Tianchen said respectfully. Lin Ling frowned slightly but still nodded. All right, help me inform Duke Duan that I will be there. After that, they chatted as they walked. Through the conversation, Lin Ling found out that Yi Tianchen was currently serving Sovereign King Li and Sovereign King Li was one of the 4 kings. He was one of the most low-key kings but this time, he seemed to have chosen a side and was serving the second prince. This news surprised Lin Ling. It seemed like there were 2 kings supporting the second prince and his own master, He Yenshan. No wonder the second prince had surpassed the third prince. When did Sovereign King Li become the second prince's man? Lin Ling asked curiously. Chapter 287. General Luomei. Lin Ling froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. It seemed that the suppression of the third prince last time had caused great changes in the inner city. Yi Tianchen smiled. Sovereign King Li has always been a bystander, not joining any faction. But I've heard Sovereign King Li say that he has always been paying attention to you. After you suppressed the third prince, he finally decided to join a faction. Moreover, to be frank, Sovereign King Li did not choose the second prince, but rather you. He thinks that you might be able to change the situation for King Yunhai and decide who will be the next king. Yi Tianchen's final words were extremely serious. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He shook his head and said, I naturally hope that the king of Cloud Sea will eventually belong to the second prince. However, Sovereign King Li has chosen me. He will be disappointed. My ambition is not in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Yi Tianchen's heart shuddered as he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He finally understood why he couldn't compare with Lin Ling. After all, his vision had always been on the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, while Lin Ling's goal had always been to surpass the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The wider your heart is, the further your road will be. Compared to the heart of martial arts, Yi Tianchen found that he was far from it. The few of them passed through several streets. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Yi Tianchen, you can hide for now, but you can't hide forever. Today, I'll see if Sovereign King Li can still protect you. A pitch-black horse was approaching from afar on the street. It was a black dragon horse. According to legend, it possessed the bloodline of a half-dragon, and it was an extremely precious mount that possessed formidable strength. It merely took 5 days for it to travel from Ocean of Cloud City to Northern Ice City. The man on the horse was wearing armor, and under the sunlight, he looked like a god descending to the world. General Luo Mei. Looking at the man, Yi Tianquan's expression changed. Then, he saw Lin Ling's puzzled look. He smiled bitterly and said, "He is the general of the 100 armies, the weakest of the 108 great generals. He was also the martial arts champion 2 years ago." Thump. The black dragon horse stopped, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. The man's physique was tall and sturdy, but his appearance was handsome and full of masculinity. His domineering appearance made many people on the street secretly surprised. General Luo Mei, 25 years old, is the city lord of the Northern Ice Sky Iron City. He has 30,000 men under his command, and his strength is at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. He was already the martial arts champion 2 years ago. 2 years later, his strength will naturally be even stronger. Yi Tianquan. It seems like one of the current generation's geniuses is in trouble. Many people recognized the man and began to discuss among themselves. "Last time, my little brother fought with you and lost to you. Today, I am here to teach you a lesson on his behalf." Luo Mei arrogantly looked down at Yi Tianquan and said. Back then, Yi Tianquan had risen up like a dazzling star. He had defeated countless geniuses, but in the end, he had lost to the martial scholar. Among the geniuses he had defeated was Luo Mei's little brother. "The battle between geniuses is between the two of us. Your little brother lost to me, but you are standing up for him. Isn't this too shameless?" Yi Tianquan frowned and said. "I don't care. Anyway, you have defeated my little brother, so you will have to suffer my anger." Luo Mei coldly snorted. He was the city lord of Sky Iron City and a general of hundreds of troops. How could he allow others to be complacent? Since he dared to defeat his little brother, he would teach him a lesson in a domineering manner. "You have already lost an arm, so I will break another one." He clamped his legs together and jumped up from the black dragon horse. His pitch-black fist smashed towards Yi Tianquan. Pop pop pop. The air was torn apart and the entire street shook. This punch was extraordinarily powerful. It was like a meteorite smashing down, containing the great concept of gold. Yi Tianquan's expression changed, but he did not want to drag Lin Ling and the others down. He pulled out the sword at his waist and threw it towards the fist. Crack! Just as the sword was swung out, it was immediately shattered by the surging power. The huge fist was aimed at Yi Tianquan's face. It seemed like Luo Mei not only wanted to break Yi Tianquan's arm, but also wanted to kill him. A general of hundreds of troops meant that he was the general of an army. He had authority that exceeded ordinary people. Even if he killed an enemy on the street, the Cloud Sea Empire would not punish him. Of course, the enemy's identity could not be very high, but it was clear that Yi Tianquan did not have a powerful identity. This fist will tell you that there are some people that you cannot provoke. In your next life, open your eyes wide. The huge fist was already in front of Yi Tianquan's eyes. At this moment, a fiery red figure appeared with a sword flashing. Third generation flame technique, fire dance bright sun. Cha-cha-cha. Scorching blue flames burst out and sent the huge fist flying. Boom! The ground exploded at the same time, revealing a huge pit. This sword was very fast and very sharp. After it ended, the surroundings were silent. Yi Tianquan's eyes widened. He realized that he had been saved by luck. On the other side, Luo Mei's tall and sturdy figure appeared. His fist was black and there were 5 sword slashes on it. With a light flick of his hand, those sword slashes disappeared. The concept of fire, interesting. It's a pity that your innate spirit body is weak. That blue flame, according to my evaluation, is at most a 6th grade talent. Luo Mei coldly said. His eyes were looking at the youth in front of Yi Tianchen. That youth's strength was not weak. In a battle between geniuses, victory and defeat are common. Why would you want to take someone's life after losing? The youth was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was holding his sword and lightly speaking. Although Yi Tianchen did not have a deep relationship with him, in order to not implicate him, he had fought against General Luo Mei alone. Yi Tianchen treated Lin Ling with sincerity, so if Lin Ling could help, he would not shrink back. Moreover, Yi Tianchen was currently the second prince's man. He could not let anything happen to Yi Tianchen. If your strength is inferior, then you deserve to die. Little brat, you dare to block me. Do you know who I am? Luo Mei's face was even colder. I have no interest in who you are. However, I agree with your words. If your strength is inferior, then you deserve to die. So, if I am stronger than you, then I can kill you? Lin Ling coldly laughed. Luo Mei's face was ferocious. He was a general of hundreds of armies, leading tens of thousands of troops. He was always full of dignity and arrogance. Today was the first time he was bullied. Yes. Luo Mei coldly nodded. He licked his lips and suddenly looked behind Lin Ling. If you die, the 3 girls behind you will belong to me. I will make them wish they were dead. Once these words were said, Lin Ling's face instantly turned cold. Boom! The Brilliance Resurgence sword suddenly erupted with flames. The blue flame disappeared and in its place was a dazzling white flame. Everyone on the street did not dare to look at the flame. It was too dazzling. Dual innate spiritual bodies. Interesting. This way, I am even more interested in killing you. A genius with dual innate spiritual bodies is very rare. Killing a genius is something I am always happy to do. Looking at the sword, Luo Mei's face revealed a bloodthirsty smile. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to have ideas about my family, you can only die. Chapter 288. Dao Meng, 3rd Generation Flame Art, Fire Dance of the Brilliant Sun. The white flames danced like fairies, blooming with dazzling light. Shadowless Golden Fist. Luo Mei's entire body was covered in resplendent golden light. Similarly, it was extremely dazzling. His entire fist turned a black gold color, like an indestructible siege cannon. At the same time, the entire street began to quake. How terrifying! As expected of General Luo Mei. The crowd around him sucked in a breath of cold air and moved away from the street. 2 years ago, during the martial scholar tournament, Luo Mei relied on this martial art to dominate the crowd. Later on, during the bandit extermination at the Haunted House Mountain, General Luo Mei single-handedly killed tens of thousands of bandits and became famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who is that young man? You've got guts to actually choose to fight Luo Mei head-on. Not just anyone can challenge the general of an army. The crowd discussed animatedly. Even though Lin Ling had terrorized Ocean of Cloud City not too long ago, many had heard of his name, but few had seen him. On the other hand, Luo Mei had become famous 2 years ago, so there were naturally even more people who knew him. Clang! At the same time, a deafening sound rang out in the street, and a powerful shockwave rippled out. Everyone looked carefully and saw a golden fist colliding with a white sword. They were evenly matched. You're just SSO. Luo Mei narrowed her eyes and said lightly. On the other hand, Lin Ling's brows were slightly furrowed. The man in front of him was indeed very strong. Although he was only at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he was even stronger than the middle stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators Lin Ling had fought before. It was obvious that the golden innate spirit wasn't weak. It was absolutely at the 9th rank and had comprehended a great concept. However, although Luo Mei was strong, Lin Ling was not weak either. He had just not used his full strength before. "You're just SSO." A faint voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Boom! Flames suddenly erupted from his sword. Those were blue flames, and the two flames gradually merged, causing the sword to turn blue and white. What? The fusion of two innate spirit bodies. Luo Mei's pupils shrank. He could sense that the youth's aura had changed. The temperature of his flames had risen even higher. Moreover, both of his flames had been comprehended to the great concepts, and had even reached perfection. You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. Lin Ling said indifferently, and the sword in his hand slashed down again. Whoosh! The sword beam was like a rainbow as it slashed across Luo Mei's arm. His golden arm was severed, and his powerful concept of metal was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. After he slammed into the ground, his body began to burn with flames. General Luo Mei lost? The crowd was shocked. Previously, they had seen that the youth's flames were unable to burn Luo Mei. However, after the blue and white flames fused together, the power of the flames increased greatly. Luo Mei's concept of gold was unable to withstand the flames. You actually defeated me? Luo Mei fell to the ground and said with difficulty. Is it rare to defeat you? Lin Ling held his great sword at an angle and walked towards Luo Mei like a monarch of swords. To him, he had nothing to fear as long as his opponent wasn't in the sky spirit realm. He hadn't even used his full strength to defeat Luo Mei. No matter what kind of innate spirit body Luo Mei had, or what kind of realm he was at, Lin Ling still had enough trump cards to kill him. Luo Mei is a general of an army, but Lin Ling defeated him. How strong! On the other hand, Yi Tianchen was at the back of the street. His heart was shaken. The reality before his eyes showed the gap between him and Lin Ling. Perhaps after losing to Lin Ling last time, he would never have the chance to kill Lin Ling again. Who the hell are you? Luo Mei roared angrily. When you came, you were high and mighty like an ever-victorious general. But after losing, you can't recognize yourself and instead ask for my name. Lin Ling ignored Luo Mei's words as killing intent surged out from his sword. I have no interest in who you are, so you don't have the right to ask for my name. Lin Ling would never let anyone who dared to plot against his family off the hook. He's a general of an army. If you kill him, you won't be able to leave the city. At this moment, a man with long hair fluttering in the wind walked over from afar. He was drinking wine and carried a broadsword on his back. His body emanated an arrogant and domineering aura. Brother Kuang Dao. Seeing the arrival of the man, Luo Mei instantly yelled out with pleasant surprise. That man was a martial scholar of a higher rank than him and was stronger than him. He was at the late stage of the earth spirit realm, and his weeping ghost saber was able to split a city. It was extremely terrifying. Back then, they fought side by side and made a name for themselves in the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Hence, they had a close relationship. Then why is he able to kill me? Lin Ling lifted his head and looked indifferently at the drinking man. That man gave him the feeling of a saber and seemed to be able to sense the concept of a saber. Furthermore, that man's aura was wild and domineering, which meant that his innate talent wasn't weak either. Because he is a general of an army and the backbone of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He is a general under the four kings and has the privilege to kill trash and lowly commoners. That long-haired man spoke coldly. He was just like his name, wild like a saber. A general of an army sounds very impressive, but what if I must kill him? Lin Ling's expression turned even more indifferent. I am known as Kuang Dao, but I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than me. I haven't returned to the Cloud Sea City for 2 years. Is the Cloud Sea City filled with people as frivolous as you? The long-haired man laughed loudly as though he was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. If you dare to kill him, no matter who is behind you, you will die under my saber. I am a general of an army and the 82nd star. I don't even need to submit a report to kill you. After laughing loudly, the long-haired man's aura rippled out. His long hair fluttered while the saber behind him buzzed as though it wanted to drink blood. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded indifferently. Another general of an army. It seemed like the inner city of the Cloud Sea City was truly as deep as the sea. The circle of prodigies was just a circle of youths while the generals of an army were the backbone. Unfortunately, did Lin Ling need to fear him? Swish! The sword light flashed like the door that announced death. Plop! Luo Mei's head fell off while her entire body was burning with blue-white flames. He really dared to kill him. The entire street was deathly silent when they witnessed this scene, and everyone was shocked. Kuang Dao's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected that young man to be so decisive and attack just like that. Such strength was like a dream to him, and a formidable general of an army had died at the young man's hands. You must die. Rumble. A formidable aura erupted while boundless light swept through the surroundings. The restaurants on both sides of the street were slashed into pieces, layer upon layer, and they were sliced apart like radishes. Moreover, Kuang Dao hadn't even attacked and had merely erupted with his aura. Such an imposing aura. As expected of a general of an army. Kuang Dao, you've returned to the city with the other generals. Why are you causing destruction as soon as you return? Could it be that you've become fearless because King Yunhai has gone missing? Right at this moment, a loud shout resounded. Obviously, the commotion here had drawn the attention of the great powers of the city. A middle-aged man who seemed like a scholar walked over slowly. He had a handsome appearance, long hair that was tied behind his head, and there were white spots on his temples. He seemed like he'd experienced the vicissitudes of life, but his fierce eyes made him seem capable and experienced. Monarch Li. Chapter 289. Get lost. You're considered half a soldier of mine. Do you think that I can't take care of you after you leave my camp? Sovereign King Li's voice turned even colder. I don't dare. Dao Kuang bowed respectfully, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Among the four kings, Sovereign King Li was the most low-profile. He was usually in charge of nurturing the prodigies and generals. Hence, to many of the generals, Sovereign King Li was like half a teacher to them. Of course, training was training, but there weren't many who truly treated Sovereign King Li as a teacher. All the generals groomed by Sovereign King Li had the ambition to surpass the four kings. Hence, after a round of training, they turned their backs on Sovereign King Li and didn't have any gratitude towards him. Of course, Sovereign King Li knew this as well, but he didn't care. He continued to follow the instructions of the previous emperor and continued to nurture the prodigies of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. My lord, that youth killed a general in front of everyone. He violated the laws of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and looked down on the imperial authority. I just couldn't stand it and wanted to protect the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prestige. Dao Kuang bowed and said indifferently. He was a general of 100 armies, but he was also under one of the four kings, Wang Hai Wang. Hence, after calming down, his voice turned cold and wasn't as respectful as before. Sovereign King Li didn't mind and said indifferently, then do you know who he is? In fact, many people on the streets were curious about this question. That youth was so strong that he could kill General Luo Mei. Who was he? Dao Kuang frowned and looked at Lin Ling. He then looked at Sovereign King Li and asked, who is he? The current #1 martial scholar and the hero of the battle in Sky Fragrant City. He was appointed as the new general of the 100 armies by the Cloud Sea Empire, Lin Ling. Sovereign King Li looked at Lin Ling and said, revealing a friendly smile. What? He's Lin Ling? Dao Quang's eyes narrowed in disbelief. As of now, everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom knew of the name Lin Ling. During this period of time, his reputation was like the sun in the midday sky, and the speed of his rise made the older generation of generals jealous. But he, Quang Dao, did not expect that the youth was Lin Ling. He also did not expect that this Lin Ling was even younger than he imagined. He was probably only 18 years old. Crazy Blade, what a crazy name. Do you have anything to say now? Lin Ling looked at Dao Quang and said calmly. Consider yourself lucky. Since Sovereign King Li is here today, I shall spare your life. Dao Quang's face turned ugly, but he sneered, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you dared to go against His Majesty the Third Prince. Humph, that was because His Majesty the Third Prince had scruples about his status and didn't want to attack you. However, us generals don't have such scruples. You've said so much. Why don't you attack? Lin Ling chuckled disdainfully. Didn't you say you would kill me no matter who was behind me? Why was he admitting defeat now? Aren't you a proud general of the army? I am just a trash and a lowly commoner in your mouth. Why don't you dare to kill me now? Don't you dare to uphold the laws of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Sigh. His voice echoed out, causing many people on the street to narrow their eyes. This was also the first time they saw Lin Ling, but he was just like his name. He was as sharp as a sword, frivolous and arrogant. He forced the older generation's general of the army, Dao Quang, to be speechless. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. You are just a newly risen general of the army. Dao Quang gritted his teeth. Lin Ling mocked and humiliated him in front of everyone, causing him to feel extremely humiliated. I am arrogant. What can you do to me? Sigh. Lin Ling spoke coldly again. After Dao Quang arrived, he put on the airs of a general of the army and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Now, he even had the nerve to say that Lin Ling was arrogant. However, there was no need to reason with such a person. Since Dao Quang thought that Lin Ling was arrogant, then Lin Ling would suppress him with arrogance. The general of the army has the privilege to kill trash and trash. I killed Luo Mei. If you are not convinced, you can go to the Cloud Sea Empire and report me. Let the Empire send someone to punish me. A pity that you don't dare to go. Luo Mei is just a trash. If he dies, then he dies. Lin Ling snorted again. He was also a general of the army, and killing Luo Mei wasn't a crime. After all, Luo Mei was the one who started it. Hence, if Luo Mei died, he could only say that he was a trash. You called him trash and trash. Trash. Dao Quang's breathing became heavy. How could he not know that Lin Ling was mocking Luo Mei for being weak? Luo Mei had fought side by side with him in the past and had a deep relationship with him. Today, he died in the hands of this young man, but he couldn't take revenge. He could only be angry. Previously, he thought that his status was high and wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was also a general of the army. His status wasn't lower than his. If His Highness wasn't here, I would have fought with you. A fight to the death. Dao Quang took a deep breath and said with a murderous aura. Swoosh. Lin Ling raised his resurgent sword and pointed it at Dao Quang. I accept your challenge. Come at me now. His aura spread out. It was like fire, ferocious like heavenly fire, and cold like black ice. The billowing murderous aura spread out, causing many people in the distant street to gasp. Cold. They felt their whole bodies turn cold. The young man had been hiding his aura, causing people to think that he was just an ordinary person. However, who knew that the murderous aura would be so strong after he revealed it? He was obviously not a flower in a greenhouse. They didn't know that when Lin Ling killed the army of the Ophidian Kingdom in Sky Fragrant City, he fought Tianya alone with one sword. The murderous aura was not weaker than any general's. In fact, it was stronger than many generals. What a strong battle intent. Dao Kuang's expression changed. The young man's aura made him feel like he was in a volcano. Could it be that the young man had been hiding his strength when he fought Luomei? Was this the young man's full strength? His heart was in a daze. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to accept the challenge. You said that Sovereign King Li didn't kill me because he was here. Am I not the same? Scram. A low voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing a drop of sweat to drip down Dao Kuang's forehead. He was still in shock. He was in the late stage of the earthly spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only in the mid-stage. However, he was shocked by Lin Ling's aura. Could it be that Lin Ling was stronger than him? You're lucky. Dao Kuang only wanted to leave this place, so he said this forcefully. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft and his aura was too weak. Everyone could see that he was trying to show off. In reality, his battle intent and aura were already weak. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he left with a sullen anger. Amazing, Lin Ling. I've nurtured countless rising stars, but this is the first time I've seen someone with your achievements. After Dao Kuang left, Sovereign King Li looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This young man had talent, strength, and accumulated battle achievements. He was so perfect that no one could say anything. Most importantly, this young man was extremely low-key. He never became arrogant because of what he had. He only revealed his terrifying aura when the enemy forced him. This was a good seedling. I'm Lin Ling. Greetings to Sovereign King Li. Chapter 290. No need for such formalities. If you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother Li. Sovereign King Li smiled. Among the four kings, he was the one with the least airs and was extremely approachable. His attitude left a good impression on Lin Ling. He smiled and said, Lin Ling greets Big Brother Li. That's right. We're all in the same camp. No need for formalities. Sovereign King Li laughed and led Lin Ling and the rest down the street. The street remained silent. After a long time, the onlookers sighed. Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. Although he was young, he already had everything that a general of 100 armies should have. No wonder this young man was the most dazzling star in the world. Lin Ling, I won't hide it from you. The reason I joined the second prince is because of you. Along the way, Sovereign King Li smiled and said to Lin Ling, Big Brother Li is too kind to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head politely. Sovereign King Li was sincere to him. Naturally, he would treat him with the same. You are just as humble as King Duan said. Sovereign King Li chuckled again. In fact, I didn't think highly of the second prince at first. I always felt that he didn't have the temperament of an emperor. However, ever since you joined the second prince's camp, the second prince's forces have been rising rapidly like a dark horse. You must know that in the eyes of many of us, you have the temperament of an emperor more than the second prince. Sovereign King Li was calm and said what he thought without hesitation. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Such words couldn't be spouted so casually. Based on his experiences in the previous world, such words could easily lead to conflicts. However, Sovereign King Li was a straightforward person. Evidently, he didn't have any ulterior motives behind his words. As for him having more of the qualities of an emperor than the second prince, if anyone else heard this, they would be happy and proud. But Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't care at all. After all, his target wasn't just the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He didn't even bother about a mere emperor's seat. Big Brother Li's words are too serious. However, my ambition does not lie in this. Although the position of the emperor can be changed with a flip of the hand, in the end, it cannot escape the shackles of heaven and earth. What freedom is there to speak of? Only by transcending the shackles of heaven and earth can one be a true emperor. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Li Junwang stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He had not expected this young man to be able to think so far ahead at such a young age. Good, good, good. I don't know why, but I believe in my foresight more and more. Your future is limitless. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom might not be able to accommodate you, but your decision will definitely affect the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Sovereign King Li laughed out loud. Then, he sighed, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Everyone is drunk, but you are the only one who is sober. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, he remembered a poem he had heard in his previous life. He recited it faintly, the winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. As soon as he entered the Jianghu, time passed quickly. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. Sovereign King Li's eyes narrowed as though he had seen through something in his heart. His body shook as he looked at Lin Ling again. The youth beside him had a calm expression and deep eyes. However, his body was emitting an indescribable aura presence. Behind him, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flashed as well. Her heart was surging with huge waves. She was finally certain that the strange star that she couldn't see through was probably this son of Lin Chen. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. How heroic, how free and easy is that? The heavenly concubine's heart was shocked. This statement clearly stated Lin Ling's martial Dao heart. It also stated Lin Ling's goal. He didn't want to be an emperor or to conquer thousands of people. He wanted to wander around the world freely and surpass this world. The student surpasses the master. Amazing, amazing. Big Brother Li actually benefited greatly from our conversation today. After a long time, Sovereign King Li sighed. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. In a few days, Duke Duan and I will start the path of the General Star on Mount War God. Lin Ling, you should be participating, right? To put it bluntly, it is a form of training to improve one's strength. Basically, every general in Heaven Mystics Nation has once walked this path. Mount War God? Lin Ling pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. His strength was currently stuck at a bottleneck and he wanted to use some bitter cultivation to raise his strength. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lin Ling led the heavenly concubine and the others out of the inner city. The outer city had regained its peace. Lin Ling and the others walked along the streets. Everywhere they passed, many people looked at them with reverence. Not long ago, Lin Ling had led an army to sweep through the Zhang clan and the ancient Zhang clan, and he'd slaughtered his way into the inner city. Now, news of this had spread like wildfire in the outer city, and they had no doubt that Lin Ling was the first person in the history of the outer city to accomplish such a magnificent feat. The reverent gazes on the streets made Lin Ling smile helplessly. He wasn't used to the feeling of being in the spotlight. If he had a choice, he would hope that the people in the outer city would act as usual. General. When they arrived at the Fire Ancient Clan, they shouted respectfully. It was the Flame Corps. They were Lin Ling's subordinates. Therefore, Lin Ling returned a friendly smile and led them into the volcano. At this moment, the entire Fire Ancient Clan was under the protection of the Flame Corps. Not to mention the outer city, even the inner city didn't dare to rashly provoke the Fire Ancient Clan unless they were prepared to send an army over. Soon, Lin Ling met Ancestor Tai Yen and told him his thoughts. Ancestor Tai Yen naturally wouldn't refuse. At this moment, Lin Ling's status in the Fire Ancient Clan wasn't lower than his. The few of them continued down the volcano and soon arrived at the ancestral tomb. The ancient tombstone sat there quietly as if it was telling of the glory and helplessness of the past. On the tombstone, the words Lin Chen's tomb were clearly engraved. Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine fell silent and slowly paid their respects. He is the man that senior sister used her entire life to love. I originally thought that this man deceived senior sister and was indecisive. He didn't have the responsibility that a man should have. But I misunderstood him. The heavenly concubine muttered to herself, "Senior sister, the man that you've always missed. Today, I've come to pay my respects on your behalf." Her senior sister wasn't living well at the moment. The heavenly concubine had grown up with her senior sister and knew how much her senior sister missed her. Therefore, she had always resented that man because he didn't give her a stable harbor. But now, she knew that she had misunderstood. That man also carried a lot of burdens and even sacrificed himself for it. This also showed that he loved her senior sister very much. In order to let her live, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. "Your senior sister knows my father?" "Yes." Lin Ling frowned. The heavenly concubine quietly looked at Lin Ling. From Lin Ling's chiseled features, she wanted to find her senior sister's fairy-like appearance. But after looking for a long time, she finally saw her senior sister's shadow on Lin Ling's face. "I know him, and we're very close. But I don't want to tell you right now because I'm afraid that it will distract you. I only want to say that after everything is over, can you accompany me for a while?" The heavenly concubine's face was solemn. Chapter 291. Insolent and overbearing, thank you, but I can tell you that this trip will not disappoint you. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. Lin Ling smiled. "I believe you. But now that I've brought you to see my father, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? You profiteer, you've always been taking advantage of me." Little Jade heavenly concubine sniffed and said with dissatisfaction, "All right, I'll stay in the Fire Ancient clan and help you train your Fire Legion." "Thank you." Lin Ling rubbed his nose and his smile became even brighter. Behind them, Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan also smiled. They knew Lin Ling very well. Lin Ling was as cold as winter toward his enemies, but he was as warm as spring toward his family. The fact that Lin Ling was conversing with the heavenly concubine indicated that Lin Ling trusted the heavenly concubine and viewed her as his family. "Yu Yu, we might have another sister." Qin Xiaolan smiled. She didn't know why, but she didn't feel any jealousy in her heart. Perhaps that young man was too outstanding, so outstanding that she didn't dare to enjoy him alone. As long as they could live together, she would be satisfied. And, back then, I knew that Brother Ling was definitely very popular with girls. Yu Yu also smiled, feeling happy for Lin Ling. After staying at the Fire Ancient clan for a few days, Lin Ling enjoyed the warmth of a home that was not easy to come by. Then, he left again. He knew very well that in this cruel world, if he wanted his family to live a more stable life, then he had to become stronger, he had to support everything. Not long after he left, several figures appeared at the edge of the huge volcano. "Lin Ling, where are you?" A domineering voice rang out, followed by a ray of saber light. Whoosh! At the mouth of the huge volcano, several soldiers of the Flame Corps were killed, but the blade light did not diminish. When it slashed at the mouth of the volcano, the entire volcano shook violently. The walls of the volcano cracked open, and a bottomless blade light appeared. The entire Fire Ancient clan was in an uproar. Everyone rushed out, and the Fire Legion also appeared. "Aren't you being too arrogant by being so rude?" Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted. At this moment, he was furious. After the other party arrived, they killed without saying a word. He couldn't bear it any longer. "Since your grandson has done such a good deed, the entire clan will be buried with him." In the distance, several men stood quietly. One of them, a long-haired man with a large saber on his back, spoke coldly. He was none other than Dao Quang. Last time, he'd been scared off by Lin Ling to the point of fleeing. It was only after he'd calmed down that he discovered that Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old youth with a cultivation of the mid-earth spirit realm. How could he be afraid of him? Moreover, Lin Ling had humiliated him so much. How could he survive among the 108 generals in the future? Therefore, after he'd calmed down, he'd come here today to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you don't dare to come out? Coward! Dao Quang yelled, causing the entire outer city to be in an uproar. Dao Quang, you're getting worse as you live. You're just a lowly commoner. You think you can be so arrogant after suppressing the third prince after becoming a hero of the Sky Fragrance ancient city? Yet, you're afraid of him. What a joke. You've disgraced us generals. Behind Dao Quang, a man in armor spoke coldly. This man was also a general of the army and was stronger than Dao Quang. He was an expert at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm and had been the martial champion for 5 years. He was known as the general of 10,000 horses in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It meant that he alone represented an army of 10,000, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. Ling has already returned to the inner city. Do you only dare to behave atrociously when Ling isn't here? Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted. Huh, you think too highly of Lin Ling. He's just a so-so. Hearing those words, before Dao Quang could say anything, the armored man let out an arrogant laugh. He stood up, causing the entire ground to shake as though 10,000 horses were galloping. An 18-year-old general of the army. It's really unpleasant to look at. Dao Quang, I'm going to help you eliminate this ant today. He took a step forward, causing cracks to appear on the ground. That tyrannical aura caused Ancestor Extreme Flame to take a deep cold breath. His opponent was too strong. It was precisely because he was strong that he was so tyrannical and arrogant. He wasn't willing to accept Lin Ling as the general of the army and wanted to eliminate him. Once Lin Ling knows about today's matter, all of you will die. But if you want to massacre the Fire Ancient clan, I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong place. Tian Xiaoman, heed my orders. Black Tortoise Army Formation. Right at this moment, a crisp voice echoed. The heavenly concubine walked out and was emitting a pale white light, making her look like a saint. Yes, military advisor. Tian Xiaoman walked out and wore armor. She had a cold expression and waved her jade hand. Bang! 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 The majestic sound of footsteps could be heard as the Endless Fire Army walked out and formed a mysterious army formation. Their aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than Dao Quang and the others. Black Tortoise? The armored man looked around and saw a spiritual chi illusion appearing around the fire army. It was a huge black tortoise. Let me see how strong it is. The armored man took a step forward and thrust out the long spear in his hand. 1,000-horse spear. Rumble. As the spear was thrust out, countless horses galloped and shook the earth. However, when the 10,000 horses collided with the black tortoise illusion, it only caused the black tortoise illusion to shake slightly. The armored man's expression changed. That army formation's defense was so strong. Merciless Saber. Dao Quang also made his move. With the Dao of Saber, a huge saber slashed at the black tortoise army formation, causing cracks to appear on the army formation. However, they quickly recovered. This woman is amazing. She can actually set up such an army formation. Dao Quang and the armored man were shocked. They had been careless. If the army formation hadn't been set up, they were confident that they could kill those soldiers. However, the army formation had been set up. In a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Black Tortoise army formation. The outer city is shaken. Duke Duan's men will soon receive the news. Although we are generals and aren't afraid of Duke Duan, it's not good to have conflicts. Let's go. The armored man looked coldly at the Fire Ancient clan and said. Lin Ling, consider yourself lucky this time. Cowardly trash. Dao Quang's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to come out. As a general, he was one of the top figures in the inner city, not to mention the outer city. However, he didn't get the upper hand today. However, he was also a little afraid of Duke Duan. Hence, he decided to leave. Today's grudge will be avenged in the future. Just you wait. When Lin Ling returns, the two of you will die. Tian Xiaoman's eyes turned red as she looked at the soldiers who had been killed by Dao Quang. The two of them were arrogant as they attacked innocent soldiers. The Flame Legion would definitely take revenge for this. Get lost. Heavenly Concubine shouted. Get lost. The Fire Ancient clan members also shouted. Their aura shook the heavens and earth. You have pride. Good. I'll wait for Lin Ling to come and find me. Dao Quang's expression became even uglier. As a general, he had been humiliated again and again. Killing intent surged in his heart. Chapter 292. War God Mountain. These people are too despicable. After the two of them left, Yu couldn't help but shed tears as she looked at the dead soldiers. These soldiers had died to protect the Fire Ancient clan. In this world, the strong are respected. There will always be some who were treated unfairly when they were young, so they bullied the weak to satisfy their sense of accomplishment. Such people won't live for long. The Heavenly Concubine looked into the distance, and her beautiful eyes were icy cold. Bury these soldiers in our Fire Ancient clan's ancestral tomb. Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted loudly, and it touched the hearts of many in the core. They'd been living in the Fire Ancient clan for a period of time, so they naturally knew what being able to enter the ancestral tomb represented. It represented the supreme honor of the Fire Ancient clan, and ordinary people weren't qualified to enter the ancestral tomb at all. Their general treated them so well, so what if they died following such a benevolent general? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what had happened in the Fire Ancient clan. He'd arrived at Sovereign King Li's territory as promised. This territory wasn't in the inner city, but War God Mountain Range, which wasn't too far away from Ocean of Cloud City. This mountain range was like a paradise, and it belonged to Sovereign King Li alone. No one was allowed to approach it without permission. War God Mountain Range was a famous forbidden area in Ocean of Cloud City. According to legend, experts from other regions were born here. After he got close, Lin Ling saw an endless river that glistened under the sunlight. A mysterious mountain range sat within the vast river, and it faintly emanated a dignified aura that couldn't be underestimated. War God? Lin Ling had a slightly solemn expression on his face. His soul force condensed, and his eye of time silently appeared as he carefully observed the huge mountain in the distance. In the vast river of time, in the beginning, there were no mountains, but a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. But one day, the wind and cloud surged, and two powerful martial artists stepped on the clouds and flew over, their speed as fast as lightning. Then, these two powerful martial artists began to fight each other. The battle caused the heavens and the earth to collapse, and the wind and clouds to surge. Huge craters were blasted open on the ground, and rivers started to appear. One of them moved a giant mountain 10,000 miles away, using the mountain to defeat the enemy, while the other used his fists to fight back. His fists broke the giant mountain, and in the end, he left behind the War God Mountain. Splitting mountains and breaking rivers, what terrifying strength! After a long time, the passing time disappeared, and Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Those experts were the targets he wanted to pursue. Treading on the air, moving as fast as lightning, punching through a giant mountain, Wuxia, this kind of powerful martial strength was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Is this ascetic cultivation on that mountain? Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. With a single step, he flew forward like a swallow. After that, he glided on the surface of the sparkling river and gradually approached War God Mountain. With his current strength, although he couldn't fly, he could still fly for a short period of time. Boom! Under the river, demonic beasts surged, and the waves rose to the sky. 100-meter-long catfish swam out, its huge mouth aiming to swallow Lin Ling. Are the demonic beasts in the vicinity of War God Mountain also so terrifying? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he drew the brilliance resurgent sword from his back and slashed out. Blazing Heaven Cross Slash. Swish. Before that giant catfish could even get close to Lin Ling, it was sliced into two. The flames continued to burn, and then it fell into the river. Lin Ling glided across the surface of the river like a willow leaf. However, his countenance was extremely heavy. Just an ordinary demonic beast was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stronger demonic beasts on the War God Mountain would be. Gradually, War God Mountain got closer and closer. Lin Ling realized that the closer he got, the more majestic the mountain became. It was like a giant fist. General Lin is here. He. Sovereign King Li was afraid that something might happen to you and wanted to send someone to fetch you. However, I stopped him. I knew that a mere War God Mountain wouldn't be able to stop General Lin. At this moment, a loud laughter came from the front, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the river. Lin Ling looked over and realized that a large number of people had gathered at the foot of War God Mountain. The two people at the front were Duke Duan and Sovereign King Li. Other than them, there were many other experts with strong auras. At this moment, those people looked at Lin Ling with a trace of suspicion. A general of 100 armies at such a young age? There must be something fishy going on. When I was 18, I was only a genius. But he stepped into the ranks of our famous experts at 18. General Chen, I agree with your thoughts. Under a great reputation, there will definitely be people fishing for fame. This is the case no matter where you are. One by one, the experts spoke indifferently. They were the stars of the generals of 100 armies. Every one of them was a famous figure and had their own army. Their strength was enough to shock the world. Of course, there were also some commanders. They were like Lin Ling and were famous figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, they were even more jealous of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was originally a commander, but he surpassed them and became a star general of a generation. Everyone looked over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as though he didn't hear anything. He walked over calmly. He also sensed that many people were hostile towards him. Of course, this hostility wasn't a life-and-death battle. It was jealousy and suspicion. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with such hostility. If the other party didn't know what was good for them, he would just teach them a lesson. If a martial artist wanted to become strong, the path wasn't smooth sailing. Naturally, there would be thorns everywhere. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the difficulties and setbacks he would encounter. Lin Ling, over here. At this moment, a bell-like voice was heard. Lin Ling looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was An Yu-er. He didn't expect her to be here to cultivate as well. Lin Ling quickly walked over. After a short conversation, he found out that An Yu-er was in the second prince's camp. She was now a commander and was invited to cultivate as well. Beside An Yu-er was a large number of the second prince's men. They were all smiling and bowing to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He continued to listen to An Yu-er's explanation. He then found out that all the commanders and stars of the Cloud Sea City could come to Mount War God to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Li Junwang was ordered by the late emperor to be in charge of training the stars and commanders. However, not all of these stars were under the second prince. They came from different factions and didn't have a good relationship with each other. Alright, everyone is here now. It's nearing the end of the year and the Battle of the 100 Generals is about to begin. All of you have come to the War God Mountain to cultivate. I hope that you will be able to benefit greatly from it and bring your strength to another level. Sovereign King Li announced. The eyes of the generals flickered. Everyone was here. Li Junwang seemed to be waiting for Lin Ling's arrival. This Lin Ling was so arrogant. They couldn't help but be jealous of Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just become a general and hadn't even obtained one of the 108 great generals. Yet, he was being treated so respectfully. This made them feel indignant. Mount War God has the martial arts left behind by the late emperor. They are divided into the War God Fist, War King's 6 styles, War General Overlord Spear, and other Earth-grade martial arts. If you all want to learn these martial arts, you must pass the test of the late emperor. Li Junwang continued. Chapter 293. Scramble for territory. The late emperor has decreed that no general above the Earth Spirit realm is allowed to come to Mount War God to cultivate. Your cultivation will be suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Everyone will be treated the same, and you will be tested by the late emperor. The middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm was the basic requirement to be a general of 100 armies. In this way, this was a test of one's intent and martial arts. What is the test? Lin Ling was secretly curious. In another day, there will be a large number of demonic beasts coming out of the invisible demon river near the War God Mountain. They will head straight for the peak of the War God Mountain. What you have to do is to kill those demonic beasts. If the demonic beasts are able to reach the peak of the mountain and comprehend the War God intent, they will rush out of the War God Mountain and start a frenzied massacre in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, plunging everyone into misery and suffering. Sovereign King Li continued as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Therefore, the test is to kill all the beasts and record them with battle points. Normal beasts will be recorded with 1 point and high-level beasts will be recorded with 2 points. Battle points can also be exchanged for spiritual ginseng fruits. That's roughly it. Everyone, get ready. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, each of them received a golden jade tablet to record their battle achievements. Lin Ling, the top 10 of the War God list, can go to the War God Mountain and learn the War God martial arts. You must not miss this opportunity, especially the War God Fist. If you can learn it, it will definitely be of great help to you. The crowd dispersed gradually as Sovereign King Li walked towards Lin Ling and asked. The War God Fist is the blood and sweat of the late emperor, comprehended by observing the ancient War God. However, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it because you're still young. As long as you haven't reached the heavenly spirit realm, you can come again next year. Moreover, the other War God martial arts aren't weak either, such as the War King's 6 swords and so on. Duke Duan also walked over and said. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the War God Mountain whose peak couldn't be seen. He nodded. He was very curious about the martial arts of the War God Mountain. Others might not know how impressive the War God martial arts were, but he knew. It was because through the eye of time, he had personally seen how powerful those 2 war gods were. Let's rest tonight and prepare to welcome the river demon tomorrow. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan both left. Because cultivating on Mount War God was the unfulfilled wish of the late emperor, they didn't dare to go easy on Lin Ling. However, they guessed that with Lin Ling's mid-stage earthly spirit realm strength, he would more or less be able to learn a war god's martial art even though he was below average among the generals. Lin Ling, we have to work hard. If we can learn the war god's martial arts, I will definitely be able to become a general of 100 armies, and you will be able to enter the ranks of the 108 general stars. An'Uer and Lin Ling walked side by side. The general of 100 armies didn't mean that there were only 100 great generals. It meant that all the great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were only famous for having 108 general stars. 108 general stars. Lin Ling smiled faintly. It sounded very powerful, but as long as it wasn't the sky spirit realm, he had nothing to fear. Looking from the foot of the mountain, Mount War God was vast and boundless. Looking up, one couldn't even see the peak of the mountain and could only see the misty clouds. All the great generals and commanders had chosen their positions and were quietly waiting for the great demon to climb out of the river tomorrow. Get lost, this place belongs to me. General Zhufei, I came here first. Aren't you too arrogant to be so overbearing? A better place can exterminate more demonic beasts. As one of the 108 general stars, I naturally want a better place. Do you, a useless commander, have the qualifications to speak to me? Alright, I will give way. In the surroundings of Mount War God, some of the great generals were fighting for advantageous positions and driving away the commanders in a domineering manner. In some places, there were even battles between great generals. As of now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's core forces were divided into ranks: genius elites, commanders, great generals, 108-star generals, and 4 kings. In order to rush to a higher rank, strength was undoubtedly the most important. What are you so proud of? Wait until the light from the late Emperor's legacy shrouds Mount War God tomorrow. Humph, you will also be at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm and be on par with me. By then, I won't be afraid of you. Some of the commanders said in silence. They didn't have no chance to compete for Mount War God. After tomorrow, the light from the late Emperor's legacy would be released, and everyone's strength would be suppressed to the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. The light from the late Emperor's legacy would be used to prevent the great demons from escaping from Mount War God and shroud Mount War God with a powerful aura. As for the late Emperor, it was the king of Yunhai. Lin Ling and An Yuer found a flat ground to rest. There were plenty of the second prince's men around them, and they were all commanders and generals. Among them, there was a general star who was ranked at the bottom of the 108-star generals. After a silent night, the next day, the sun shone brightly. Mount War God suddenly released light and shrouded the entire mountain. Everyone was bathed in the light and instantly realized that their cultivation was suppressed. I am already at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. It doesn't affect me much. Lin Ling smiled and looked to the side. An Yuer had also woken up and was looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Last night, she seemed to have slept very soundly beside Lin Ling, and there was still a drop of sparkling perfume hanging from the corner of her mouth. That hazy appearance had a different taste, and Lin Ling couldn't help but fall into a daze for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Senior sister An, it's at your mouth." An Yuer cried out in surprise, and her beautiful face turned red. At this moment, everyone stood up and quietly waited for the great demon to appear in the river. His Majesty the Second Prince only has this much strength? He only has 1 general star and no generals. The rest are all commanders. With such strength, he dares to compete with His Majesty the Crown Prince? At this moment, several figures walked over from the front. Zhao Qingshan, what is the meaning of this? On Lin Ling's side, a 20-something man stood up. He was a general star with 108 stars and was the leader of everyone. Of course, it didn't include Lin Ling. Nangong Yun, ranked 99th among the 108-star generals. How impressive. Among us star generals, you're ranked at the bottom, but in His Majesty the Second Prince's camp, I'm afraid you'll be treated pretty well. Could it be that you can only show off in front of the weak? Ha! The people who came over all had cold smiles on their faces. One of them was a youth in green clothes who spoke indifferently. This person was Zhao Qingshan, a famous general star of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and also the city lord of the Western Desert Ancient Desolate City. What do you want? Nangongyun frowned and asked. Very simple. This place of yours is not bad, and we have taken a liking to it. So, we would like to ask you to leave. Zhao Qingshan placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently. Do you treat Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan as non-existent? You dare to provoke the second prince here? Nangongyun's face turned cold. The other party was too arrogant and wanted to snatch the territory the moment they arrived. Behind him, all the commanders and generals also frowned. They were very unhappy with those people. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled coldly and watched quietly. I have already given face to the two dukes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said so much and would have asked you to leave on your knees. Now, let's not talk nonsense. This place of yours is flat, and there will naturally be great demons coming. How can we let your second prince monopolize such a good place? Zhao Qingshan didn't have any fear, and his voice turned even colder. If you want us to give up our place, then speak with your strength. I, Nangongyun, will see how formidable you, Zhao Qingshan, are. Chapter 294. Banter Boom. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted. Ripples spread out, fog spread, and frost appeared on the ground. This innate spirit body is the 8th grade ice sound turbine, the famous innate spirit body of General Nangong. Behind Nangongyun, the commanders all shouted in unison. The combination of sound waves and ice, interesting. However, a martial artist is a martial artist, and it has something to do with music. Do you think you are a heavenly melody user? You are a general, and a general actually plays with music. You have no dignity. Zhao Shanhe walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and get lost. Nangongyun was unmoved. His long hair fluttered, and circles of white ripples sprayed out, making him look like an ice god. Buzz. 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 The great concept spread out like the sound of a bell, and the ground also shook. Crack. Not far away, Zhao Shanhe was affected by the sound waves, and his whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture. He stood there quietly, completely different from before. He did not even make a move, and he was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. General Nangong is so powerful. That is the combination of sound waves and ice. Those who are affected by the sound waves are frozen into ice sculptures. Under the great concept of ice sound turbine, no one can make a move. The commanders were excited, and they were proud of Nangongyun. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As expected of the general of 100 armies, his comprehension of the great concept was extremely skilled, and he was stronger than the opponents he had met before. However, at the same time, he looked forward and saw that the general behind Zhao Qingshan had a calm expression, and the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Nangongyun turned around and walked back. At the same time, he said indifferently, "You are inferior. I think you have nothing to say. Leave by yourself." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around and his eyes narrowed. The huge ice sculpture behind him cracked, and a large amount of green flames surged out, burning the ice. A man with green flames all over his body walked out. So cold, I almost froze to death. After the man walked out, he laughed mockingly. Who else could it be but Zhao Qingshan? He patted his clothes and said indifferently, "I have a fire elemental spirit body, 9th rank green desert wolf flame. In the barren land of the western sand, it is like the will-o'-the-wisp of the great desert. All this time, I have never experienced the feeling of being cold. I thought that you would satisfy me, but in the end, you are nothing more than this. You've broken through my great concept. Nangong Yun's expression drastically changed. Don't look so surprised. We're both at the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. What matters is whose innate spirit body is stronger and whose comprehension of great concepts is deeper. I'm sorry, but you've lost to me in terms of innate spirit body and great concept. Zhao Qingshan slowly walked forward. The disdain on his face grew even stronger. Previously, you thought that you had won. You were so confident and arrogant. That face of yours really made me feel that it was funny. Great General Nangong turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, "Leave by yourself." Ha ha ha. General Zhao, this move of yours is quite insidious. He has lost all his face. What General Star? He's just trash. General Nangong, I'll say one more time. Leave by yourself. How about that? The generals behind Zhao Qingshan all laughed mockingly, as if they were toying with an ant. General Nangong's face alternated between red and green. He had indeed thought that he had won before, causing him to lose all his face. He had been humiliated to the point of speechlessness by Zhao Qingshan. One had to know that he was a great general with 30,000 men under his command, but he was like an ant in front of him. We are both generals of 100 armies. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you some pointers. Great concepts aren't used like this. Zhao Qingshan's expression instantly turned cold after he smiled. He reached out with one hand and a surging green flame surged out. It was like the will-o'-the-wisp of the great desert as it swept towards Nangong Yun. Woo woo woo. The green will-o'-the-wisp seemed cold on the surface, but its temperature was actually quite high. It was said that it could burn a person's soul. Ice wheel of 8 notes. Nangong Yun's body blossomed with light as icy mist continuously spat out, firmly protecting him. Woo woo. The green will-o'-the-wisp turned into a ghost head and attacked. Hiss. Hiss. A fishy smell arose, and then Nangong Yun's icy mist was incinerated. His countenance turned pale as his figure was blasted flying. After he smashed to the ground, the green flames on his body still didn't extinguish, and they burned incessantly with the intention of burning his soul. Humph. General Nangong, you're nothing much. Zhao Qingshan grunted coldly and looked down upon Nangong Yun. He wasn't on the same side as Nangong Yun, and both of them were 108-star generals. So, he hadn't held back at all. What a terrifying innate spirit physique. That's a type of cold flame. All the other commanders had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they were far away, they still felt cold in their hearts. Out of consideration for the two kings, I won't kill all of you today. Fuck off right now. Remember, you have to leave on your knees. Zhao Qingshan placed his hands behind his back while he spoke with a voice that resounded like the might of the heavens. All the commanders fell silent. Zhao Qingshan was too strong, and the position of great general wasn't something that they could go against. Aren't the subordinates of His Majesty the Crown Prince a little too arrogant and overbearing? You dared to act recklessly on War God Mountain. Wouldn't you slaughter everything in the city? Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. Huh? You have a problem with that? Zhao Qingshan frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He discovered that it was a young man. Lin Ling. As for all the commanders, they were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling was currently a favorite of the second prince. Because he had contributed greatly to the ancient city of Sky Fragrance, he had become a general of the army. This kid was also considered to have outstanding talent and was the current #1 martial scholar. However, Lin Ling wasn't facing the current martial scholar, but an expert who had been famous for a long time. Now that he walked out, could it be that his strength was stronger than Nangong Yun? Lin Ling? So it's you, the junior who has been in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of you in the Western Sand Desert. However, what qualifications do you have to have a problem with that? Zhao Qingshan looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Lin Ling walked out step by step towards Nangong Yun. He stretched out his right hand and absorbed the green flame on Nangong Yun's body. Then, the flame disappeared. Lin Ling, thank you. Nangong Yun said gratefully. Then, he wanted to remind Lin Ling that Zhao Qingshan wasn't weak. However, Lin Ling shook his head at him and walked towards Zhao Qingshan step by step. Zhao Qingshan watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree with this sentence. Strength is qualification. Just like Nangong Yun, without strength, he can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Whether I have the strength or not, we'll know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. Young people nowadays are so frivolous. They think that they can look down on everything just because they have some achievements. Fine, although the crown prince hasn't had any conflicts with the second prince, as your elder brother, I'll give you a few pointers. Zhao Qingshan snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, a wisp of green flame jumped. I won't say any nonsense about letting you have 3 moves because your strength is too weak. It's the same whether you let me have it or not. 1 move will make you understand yourself. Chapter 295. Playing with Fire? Roar. That green flame surged and actually turned into a wolf shape, pouncing at Lin Ling. This was a great concept, and it was a 9th grade spirit body. According to legends, the desert wolf green flame was formed from the wolf's soul. So terrifying. The expressions of all the commanders were solemn as they retreated a few steps. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were all somewhat worried, especially Nangong Yun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew how strange that flame was. It seemed to burn the soul. If you had other spirit bodies, I might have to use more effort, but a fire spirit body? Playing with fire? Can you beat me? Lin Ling had a calm expression and extended his right hand. On his palm, a white flame jumped. The temperature of this flame was very ordinary, and there was nothing extraordinary about it, but it was extremely dazzling. It is said that General Lin also has a fire spirit body. It seems like it is true, but can his flame be compared to Zhao Qingshan's desert wolf green flame? Nangong Yun's eyes were constantly flickering. The generals behind Zhao Qingshan all had mocking expressions. Zhao Qingshan was one of the top few fire spirit bodies in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That Lin Ling actually dared to clash with Zhao Qingshan's flame. This was simply courting death. 2nd generation flame art. 3,000 burning flames, incinerate. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Ling gently waved his right hand and scattered the white flame. It was like stars in the night sky. Boom! The flame didn't look big, but every star had a scorching temperature. Tisk tisk. When that giant fire wolf came into contact with the white star flame, it was immediately corroded with holes. The giant wolf let out a cry of fear and was incinerated. The white flame was like a star that could start a prairie fire. What? Looking at this scene, Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed as though he couldn't believe his eyes. 9th grade spirit body. It is indeed something to be proud of, but the premise is that you have not met a martial artist with a 9th grade spirit body. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and flicked his finger. A wisp of white flame shot towards Zhao Qingshan like a shooting star. When it landed on Zhao Qingshan's body, it instantly set his entire body ablaze. This fire can't be extinguished. Zhao Qingshan was shocked. The white flame on his body wasn't big, but it continued to burn. Terrifying. What kind of flame was this? You haven't even reached perfection in the concept of fire, yet you dare call yourself a fire-controlling expert? Lin Ling looked at Zhao Qingshan indifferently. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't the sky spirit realm, he wasn't afraid at all. His words caused Zhao Qingshan's complexion to drastically change, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He never thought that although Lin Ling looked young, his talent and comprehension of concepts were above his. Puff! Under the continuous burning of the white flames, Zhao Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and the general behind him had an extremely solemn expression. No matter how high the heavens are, there will always be someone better than you. You've only managed to comprehend the concept of fire, and yet you think you can look down on everything. The general of 100 armies is nothing more than this. Lin Ling opened his mouth again, his words filled with disdain. Now, can I say something? Get lost by yourself. Zhao Qingshan's right hand was almost completely burned. When he heard Lin Ling's words, his complexion turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Nangong Yun, making Nangong Yun think that he had won and arrogantly said, "Get lost by yourself." After those words were said, he, Zhao Qingshan, immediately turned defeat into victory. It was for the satisfaction after playing with him. But now, when Lin Ling said these words again, the meaning was obvious. You have the strength, so continue to play with me and see if I have the qualifications to say these words. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, the youth did indeed have the strength to say these words. Don't you understand human language? Lin Ling said again. Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself to say, "Sure, but you have to extinguish the flames on my body first." The white flames on his body continued to burn and wouldn't be extinguished at all. Are you making a bargain? Or is it a request? Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened. He had already humbled himself, but Lin Ling still seemed to be humiliating him, disdaining his tone for being too arrogant. He was a general of hundreds of armies, when had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now, he had no choice but to lower his head. General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body. Zhao Qingshan lowered his head and said. A general under His Majesty the Crown Prince is only a so-so. With such a servant, it seems that the master isn't much either. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His Majesty the Crown Prince was his enemy, so he wouldn't give him any face. What's more, today's matter was because these guys were arrogant and overbearing. They wanted to snatch the territory, so he didn't need to give them any face. He's humiliating His Majesty the Crown Prince, and humiliating us even more. Zhao Qingshan roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to get angry. He said again, General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body. Seeing that you're begging so humbly, I'll spare you today. After all, I still have to give face to the two princes. Lin Ling nodded faintly and waved his right hand, sucking back the flames on Zhao Qingshan's body. Zhao Qingshan finally relaxed when the flames disappeared, but his gaze towards Lin Ling was full of wariness. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've humiliated us today, and even more humiliated His Majesty the Crown Prince. Mountains and rivers will meet again. You've humiliated yourselves. Also, didn't you hear what I said before? Scram yourselves, not leave." Lin Ling's face was cold. Don't go too far, I'm still a general of an army. The fury in Zhao Qingshan's heart erupted like a volcano. If it hadn't been for the previous emperor's decree, causing his cultivation to be suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, he would have killed this youth long ago. I won't say the same thing twice. Lin Ling's attitude was exceedingly forceful. Scram! Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth and left on his knees with the other generals. His miserable appearance made the commanders feel like they were dreaming. They never thought that things would end up like this. Lin Ling, after the War God Mountain ends, I will personally take your life in the 100 Generals battle. Zhao Qingshan's heart was filled with resentment. His strength had been suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, so he couldn't extinguish the white flames from before. However, he was confident that if they were in the outside world, it would be easy for him to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength just now. It was only a small punishment. General Lin, you're amazing. Your realm isn't high among the generals, but your foundation is the most solid. After they left, Nangong Yun said with admiration. She didn't expect this youth to have such a reputation, but his strength wasn't weak either. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's not luck. I've come to War God Mountain a few times, and every time, the advantageous areas have been snatched away. This is the first time we've repelled the enemy. The commanders shook their heads. In War God Mountain, being bullied was a common occurrence. The weak didn't have any right to speak. Chapter 296. Demon beasts leave the river. Lin Ling, I think it's better for you to lead everyone in the War God Mountain training this time. Nangong Yun also had this thought. Perhaps in the outside world, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. But here, Lin Ling's strength was above his. Alright, I'll do my best. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Whoa. Not long after, the War God Mountain began to tremble. The roars of countless demonic beasts came from the front. The originally clear and crystalline river in front of them was now surging with monstrous waves. Terrifying demonic beasts crawled out from the river one after another. The demonic beasts in this river are extremely powerful. Now that they are swarming out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them. Lin Ling said gravely as he stared into the distance. I heard that those demonic beasts are comprehending the battle god intent every day, which allowed them to become stronger. Right now, they only want to rush to the peak of Mount War God and leave Mount War God like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. When that happens, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Anuer nodded solemnly and said, however, the demonic beasts in the early stages aren't very strong, so it's time for us to fight for merits. He's out. Right at this moment, Nangong Yun shouted loudly. A giant silver-armored crab crawled out from the churning waves of the river. This crab was at least 500 meters long and had 4 giant pincers. Moreover, it was extremely fast. With each step it took, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. On the other side, a 1,000-meter-long black water snake crawled out. It opened its mouth and spat out endless poisonous fog. Sure enough, the demonic beasts near War God Mountain were all stronger than usual. Kill. The commanders and generals had all fought on the battlefield before, so their fighting spirit was boiling as they rushed towards the demonic beasts. In that instant, the great earth trembled, as if a great calamity was approaching. Every year at this time, the demonic beasts come out of the river. It is also the time for the generals and commanders to train. However, I wonder how many commanders will die in this massacre. Far in the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan looked into the distance. Duke Duan let out a soft sigh. As the generals and commanders of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, if they aren't at the front lines, are they going to let the commoners go? Moreover, since you've embarked on the path of a martial artist and have a higher status than ordinary people, you should also bear a certain amount of responsibility. Yeah. Sovereign King Li nodded his head. However, his gaze turned cold. Demonic beasts are scary. But for the sake of battle merits, there will be plenty of bloodshed between humans as well. The human heart is unpredictable. Then, both of them fell silent at the same time. Rumble. In all directions of the War God Mountain, demonic beasts rushed out of the river. The various generals and commanders were doing their best to kill the demonic beasts, dyeing the river red. However, the smell of blood only served to make the greater demonic beasts even more violent. An ordinary demonic beast is worth 1 battle point, while a powerful demonic beast is worth 2 battle points. Yes. Lin Ling brandished the Brilliance Resurgence sword as flames spewed out from it. He killed the demonic beasts unceasingly, and his battle merits increased rapidly. In the beginning, the demonic beasts were not very strong. Therefore, the generals were also competing with each other as they fought. This place is flat and there are many demonic beasts. Who's the leader here? Come out. This place belongs to me. In the distance, a general arrived at Lin Ling's territory. Dust billowed as he roared, wanting to take over Lin Ling's territory. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out as well. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. It's chaos now. The 2 dukes can't care so much. Since you're so arrogant, I'll just kill you. That general sneered and shot his spear at Lin Ling. Fire Dance of the Sun. The other party was clearly here to kill. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't hold back. He executed the 3rd generation flame art. Boom! Sword light flashed like a blazing sun in the sky. That general was burned to ashes. Some experts in the War God Mountain were also paying attention to the situation here. They were secretly surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Of course, there were also some who were disdainful. Rumble. Gradually, more and more demonic beasts appeared. The War God Mountain became even more chaotic. This is a catfish beast. It's a powerful demonic beast. It's recorded as 2 points, but its strength isn't strong. I can also deal with it. While the surroundings were in chaos, Yuer was also constantly killing demonic beasts to increase her strength. At the same time, she saw a demonic beast that could be easily dealt with. Catfish beast. It's only a half-grown body. This demonic beast is mine. At this moment, a loud shout came. Another man in red armor walked over. He was like an ancient giant. Every step he took shook the heavens and earth. Obviously, he wanted to snatch Yuer's harvest. Sir, this is the 2nd prince's camp. You've overstepped your boundaries. Moreover, I saw this demonic beast first. Seeing that person running over, Yuer frowned. That person was a bit overbearing. The 2nd prince? He seems very powerful. But I'm sorry, the battle achievements are also very important to me. Don't you know that battle achievements can also be exchanged for the cultivation of spirit ginseng fruits and raise the cultivation of the earth spirit realm? The man in red armor smiled faintly and increased his speed. You're so unruly. Aren't you afraid of offending the 2nd prince? Yuer's beautiful face turned ugly. Although the 2nd prince can't be offended, I'm the Imperial Preceptor's subordinate. Why would the Imperial Preceptor be afraid of the 2nd prince? Of course, I won't offend the 2nd prince for no reason. So as long as you're dead, who will know what happened today? The man in red armor smiled coldly, revealing his killing intent. You're so despicable. Yuer gritted her teeth. A dead person doesn't need to talk so much. A huge palm slapped towards Yuer. Baleful aura surged like a meteor crashing down. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant in my territory? At this moment, a sword light slashed over. The dazzling cross-shaped flame didn't seem big, but when it slashed onto the huge palm, it instantly split it into pieces. So strong. Ah! The man in red armor's expression changed. His palm had been slashed into pieces. He looked at the youth running over from afar with a trace of fear in his heart. His strength was at the late stage of the earth spirit realm. Although it was suppressed to the middle stage of the earth spirit realm, his 8th grade innate spirit body had already cultivated to the realm of great perfection. However, he still couldn't block the youth's sword. It was obvious that the youth's innate spirit body was stronger than his, and also at the realm of great perfection. Sorry, it's just a misunderstanding. I didn't know this was your territory. I'll leave immediately. The man in red armor said and wanted to leave. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Ah. The youth in the distance drifted over like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He coldly stared at the man in red armor. He was naturally Lin Ling. You want me to stay? Do you know who I am? I'm the Imperial Preceptor's man. The man in red armor frowned. Imperial Preceptor? Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. According to his understanding of the Cloud Sea Empire, the 4 princes were the strongest. His Majesty the Crown Prince, the second prince, and the third prince. This was the first time he'd heard of the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor is an important figure that even His Majesty the Crown Prince has to treat with respect. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't make a mistake. The man in red armor saw Lin Ling hesitate and immediately smiled coldly. He could also see that the youth seemed to be a bit afraid. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't afraid, but was deep in thought. Chapter 297. Thunder Ice Golden Dragon. Mistake? You don't have the strength. Kill. Lin Ling raised his sword. A dazzling light bloomed, and a destructive aura rippled out. You want to kill me? Kill. The red-armored man's pupils constricted. He didn't think that the young man would still dare to kill him after knowing about the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor had a deep foundation and was an existence that couldn't be provoked in the Yunhai Empire. Do you think I need to explain? Lin Ling's sword became colder. Let me tell you, I have the Imperial Advisor's bloodline. If you kill me, no one will be able to save you. The red-armored man panicked. The young man in front of him was too strong, too decisive. Even he was in awe of him. Tell that to King Yama when you go to hell. Kill. Swish. A blue-white flame slashed out, turning into a sword ray. The red-armored man couldn't block it at all and was reduced to ashes. Lin Ling, he's the Imperial Advisor's subordinate. Kill. An Yuer quickly walked over and said worriedly. So what if he's the Imperial Advisor? He wanted to kill you before. If he dares to attack you, whether it's the Imperial Advisor or the Yunhai King, I'll do the same. When he came to this world, what he valued the most was kinship. He and Yu had known each other for a long time. How could he watch something happen to Yuer? Looking at the resolute young man, Yuer was dazed for a moment. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in her heart, and a warm feeling flowed out. After the era changed, the Yin family couldn't escape the calamity. She was almost drowned by the era, but at the most critical moment, the young man reached out to her and saved her. Now, the young man had been silently protecting her without any regrets. Thank you, Lin Ling. Yuer said gratefully. Tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Okay, let's go back. The demonic beasts will be even more difficult to deal with. Try not to go too far from me. Don't leave our territory. Lin Ling smiled and wiped away the tears on Yuer's delicate face. Then, the two left side by side. What? My little brother is dead? Who is it? At this moment, on the other side of War God Mountain, a tall and sturdy red-haired man flew into a rage. His hair stood on end and he held a bug in his hand. However, that bug was already dead. These insects were fed with his heart's blood. There were 2 in total, one for him and one for his brother. As long as one of them was in trouble, the other would be able to detect it. Sir Yang fading, perhaps Yang Kongqing died in the mouth of a demon beast. One of the commanders said reverently. In the beginning, the demonic beast couldn't threaten my brother at all. It must have been killed by someone. How bold! I want to see who dares to touch the people of the state preceptor's residence. The red-haired man said murderously. But there are too many people on War God Mountain. There's no way to investigate. However, we can investigate where Sir Yang Kongqing went. The commander said respectfully. Then let's go immediately. After we finish cultivating on Mount War God, I want to know who it is. The red-haired man's killing intent soared to the sky. He took a step forward and punched out. The unparalleled fist light turned countless demonic beasts in front of him into a rain of blood. The state preceptor's residence was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Cloud Sea Empire. They seemed to be low-key, but even the third prince didn't dare to slight them. That was because the state preceptor was a favorite of the previous emperor. Rumble. As time passed, more and more demonic beasts appeared. It was as if they had come from ancient times. Their huge bodies shook the world. At present, the generals of the various factions had about the same amount of battle merits. Only by killing stronger demonic beasts could they stand out and become the generals with the most battle merits. Kill! Kill! The generals of the various factions were all majestic. Here were the Crown Prince's faction, the Second Prince's Majesty, the Third Prince's Majesty, the State Preceptor, the Empress Dowager, the Four Kings, and so on. They all had their own factions. While cultivating, they were also fighting for the glory of their factions. The battle cries continued for an entire day and night. Blood flowed like a river on Mount War God. Many demonic beasts died, but of course, many cultivators died as well. At night, Mount War God was slightly quiet. Everyone was resting, waiting for the next Demon King to come out of the river. The Demon King was the final demonic beast. Victory and defeat would be decided at that moment. The next day, the sun slowly shone down. There was a short moment of silence on Mount War God, but everyone's face was solemn. They knew that the Demon King was about to come out of the river. Facing the Demon King, only the top experts of the various factions had the strength to fight against it. As for the commanders, they could only support from the side. The previous Demon King was the Poison Ghost Mother. I don't know what it is this time. I only hope that the generals won't allow it to ascend Mount War God. Otherwise, the Demon King will escape from the previous emperor's decree and fly out of Mount War God. From afar, Sovereign King Li said solemnly. The previous emperor's decree was a huge light that shrouded Mount War God, preventing the demonic beasts from leaving. However, because the spiritual qi was too strong, it also suppressed the strength of the generals, causing all of them to be at mid-earthly spirit realm. There are many experts among the generals who came for training this time. There's the Crown Prince, Second Prince, Third Prince, Imperial Advisor, Empress Dowager, and the experts under us Four Kings. We should be able to stop the Demon King from reaching the peak. Duke Duan's eyes flickered. That's true. However, compared to the other factions, I hope that our generals can kill the Demon King. If that's the case, we can enter the peak of Mount War God. Sovereign King Li said with anticipation. Duke Duan shook his head. Currently, the generals in their faction weren't strong. They couldn't be compared to the Crown Prince, Imperial Advisor, and Empress Dowager. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook. A murderous aura shot up to the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the river water soared into the sky, and a two-headed flood dragon, its entire body shining with golden light, crawled out. This flood dragon was over 1,000 meters long, and it swallowed the clouds. One of the flood dragon's heads spat out lightning, while the other spat out icy mist. As it slowly emerged from the river, the vast river water seemed to recede, and half of it sank. Roar! The two-headed dragon roared. Behind it, a large number of water demons followed. Then, it looked at the peak of Mount War God and charged towards it. Obviously, it knew that it had to reach the peak of Mount War God in order to break free. Of course, there would be many martial artists stopping it during this process. Thunder Ice Golden Dragon. Looking at the tyrannical demonic beast from afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan sucked in a cold breath. This demonic beast was recorded in the ancient records. It had an ancient bloodline. Although it wasn't fully grown yet, its strength was comparable to an early Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator. Heavenly Spirit Realm. If it wasn't for the previous Emperor's decree, this demonic beast would have left on the clouds long ago. We must stop it. Sovereign King Li roared. This time, the Demon King was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, the eyes of everyone on War God Mountain narrowed. That Demon King made them tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. Two-headed dragon? Try my strength. A general was filled with confidence. He took a big step forward and charged towards the two-headed dragon. With a swing of his saber, he shouted, "Void extermination slash." Chapter 298. Battle Merits Ownership Roar. The two-headed flood dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, and one of its heads swallowed the general as if it was about to swallow the heavens and the earth. The general then disappeared from the world. How terrifying! Its strength has definitely reached the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Everyone was shocked. A Heavenly Spirit Realm demonic beast, not to mention that their cultivation was suppressed, many of them wouldn't be able to move the demonic beast at all. Bang bang bang. The earth shook as the two-headed flood dragon rushed to the top of the mountain. Everywhere it passed, there was a rain of blood. A large number of cultivators were swallowed, and the demonic beast behind the two-headed flood dragon was also violent and bloodthirsty, constantly devouring cultivators. In an instant, the situation on Mount War God changed. At first, it was the generals killing the demonic beast, but now, it was the demonic beast killing the generals. Kill. A large number of experts from the Third Prince's camp charged towards the two-headed flood dragon. Roar. The two-headed flood dragon let out an angry roar, and one of its heads raged with lightning, killing a large number of experts. The path to Mount War God became smooth. The Third Prince's men don't deserve their reputation. Go. The Crown Prince's men also moved out, led by a general ranked 81st among the 108 stars. His body moved, and ghost fog filled the air as he transformed into a headless ghost general. Riding a 9-nether horse, he slashed towards the two-headed flood dragon. General Nether Horse, the Crown Prince's favorite. Unfortunately, his strength is still a bit weak in my eyes. The two-headed flood dragon is mine. The generals from the Imperial Advisor's camp, the Empress Dowager's camp, and the Four Kings' camp all moved out. Roar. A chaotic battle broke out everywhere. The two-headed flood dragon roared again and again. Its two heads intertwined and actually fused together, transforming into an even larger golden flood dragon. Although the top generals of the various great powers had injured it, it seemed to have become even stronger because of its anger. Lightning and ice swept across the entire Mount War God. Its golden scales had an extremely strong defense, and it wasn't afraid of any blade slashes. The Demon King is angry. Retreat. Retreat. A large number of commanders died, and the remaining generals retreated temporarily. However, they all had cold smiles on their faces, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. They were determined to obtain the Demon King's battle merit. Among them, General Yang Fading of the Imperial Advisor's residence. Yi Linyun of the Crown Prince, Zhao Qingshan. Heng Hanyue of the Empress Dowager's camp. The Third Prince's Qian Fengxue, Leng Tianfeng, and the others. These top experts had been eyeing them covetously, quietly waiting for an opportunity. All the commanders waited quietly. They didn't have the strength to kill the Demon King, so they could only wait for the great general behind the scenes. For a time, the cheers of the various camps could be heard. In the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan narrowed their eyes. Even though the giant dragon demon king was getting closer and closer to the peak of the God of War mountain, they knew that the moment the giant dragon demon king successfully reached the peak, there would definitely be experts who would make their move. At that time, it would depend on who would obtain the final battle merit. All of the generals were at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, and it was still unknown who would be the one to receive the prize. At this moment, Lin Ling was also rushing towards the giant dragon demon king. He wouldn't let go of such a huge achievement. Someone's making a move. You're courting death. Not just anyone can touch a demon king. You overestimate yourself. The giant dragon demon king crazily rushed forward, and the experts around it temporarily avoided its attack. Therefore, Lin Ling's appearance was extremely conspicuous. Many people saw him, but all of them smiled disdainfully. If the demon king was so easy to kill, they would have made their move long ago. Why wait for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow? There are always people who want to take advantage of others in this world. Unfortunately, if they want to obtain battle merit without strength, they'll lose their lives. General Yang Fading didn't care about the youth's appearance. He was gathering his aura and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Similarly, the strongest general in the Crown Prince's camp, Yi Linyun, closed his eyes and gathered his aura. It's him, General Yi Linyun. We should make our move. If we're too slow, the youth will steal our battle merit. On the side, Zhao Qingshan frowned. He recognized Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's strength ranked at the top among the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Now that all of the expert strength had been suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, this meant that Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than theirs. Perhaps he would steal their battle merit. General Zhao, it's just a youth. Why are you so flustered? Don't be impatient. Yi Linyun's aura was steady as he smiled faintly. He didn't care about Lin Ling at all. At this moment, no one cared about what Lin Ling would do. They were silently waiting for the generals in their camp to make their move. The Demon King has strength close to the Sky Spirit realm. However, it's not quite there yet. As long as it's not in the Sky Spirit realm, I still have a chance to kill it. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he caught up to the giant dragon Demon King. He gripped his sword even tighter. Roar! The giant dragon Demon King was still running wildly. It had also seen Lin Ling, but didn't pay him any attention. Its enormous head spat out a pillar of lightning and ice at Lin Ling. Flaming Sky Cross Slash. Lin Ling's expression grew serious as the surging power attacked. Blue and white flames rose on the blade of his sword. It was obvious that he didn't dare underestimate the Demon King. He'd used a powerful sword move right off the bat. Whoosh! The enormous flaming sky cross slash slashed out like a hot knife through butter. The flaming sky cross slash split the Demon King's golden scales into 4 pieces. When the flaming sky cross slash landed on the Demon King's golden scales, the Demon King's golden scales began to burn. This unforeseen event caused the generals who were gathering their momentum to narrow their eyes. That young man had actually injured the Demon King. One had to know that up until now, the only ones who could shake the Demon King and injure it were the generals of the various camps. That young man was unfamiliar to them, but he'd succeeded. Who is he? Many great generals shouted coldly. He seems to be Lin Ling, who was in the limelight a while ago. Some people recognized Lin Ling and cried out in surprise. Lin Ling. The great generals of the various camps narrowed their eyes. At the same time, anger rose in their hearts. It must be known that in their hearts, the giant dragon Demon King had long been theirs. But Lin Ling, a junior in name but not in reality, was snatching away their battle merits. Flaming sun dance. On the road ahead, a cold voice rang out once again. Everyone saw a blazing sun dance across the sky, and the giant dragon demon king let out a painful cry. It was obvious that the sword slash had caused even greater damage. His grand concept is definitely at the perfect realm, and his innate spiritual body is definitely not weak. To be able to shake a demon king that's close to the heavenly spirit realm, it's impossible for him to do so without this bit of strength. In the Imperial Advisor's residence, General Yang Fading's previously indifferent expression changed. His eyes narrowed. If this continued, the battle merits would be stolen by Lin Ling. Does this junior know the rules? Yi Linian's expression was also ugly. He couldn't wait any longer. That young man wasn't as weak as he thought. If he didn't make a move now, the Demon King wouldn't belong to him anymore. This brat. Zhao Qingshan's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ling was as dazzling as a star, which made him extremely unwilling. Not long ago, he was humiliated by Lin Ling. Right now, he wanted to see Lin Ling be devoured by the Demon King, not amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. General Lin, General Lin. In the second prince's camp, the generals were all cheering. Nangong Yun, on the other hand, was laughing proudly. He had originally planned to participate in the battle, but the giant dragon demon king wasn't like the previous demon kings, so after assessing its strength, he decided not to participate in the battle. Chapter 299. Slay the demon Qingjin. The distance, Sovereign King Li and the other demon king were equally shocked. They had not expected Lin Ling's base strength to be this strong. If he maintained this state, it wasn't impossible for him to kill the Demon King. Unfortunately, the other Demon Kings would not let Lin Ling have his way. General Yang Fading had made his move. Yi Linyun also made his move. Heng Yinue, Leng Tianfeng, and other top-notch great generals all made their moves. They would never allow Lin Ling to obtain the battle merit. Several generals attacked. All of their attacks were directed at the giant dragon demon king. Moreover, Lin Ling was the closest to the giant dragon demon king. From the looks of it, they wanted to kill Lin Ling as well. How despicable. Lin Ling injured the Yao King, and now they're attacking. They're taking advantage of the situation. An Yuer looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Earlier, the giant flood dragon demon king's aura was the strongest. All the top generals were gathering their auras and didn't attack. It was only when Lin Ling injured the demon king that the generals wanted to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, he wanted to kill both Lin Ling and the monster king. An Yuer's commander behind her also said angrily, "These generals are trying to snatch military merits. Shameless." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As a general, one must learn such tactics. That's right. All is fair in war. What's more, we're saving that young man. That young man definitely won't be able to kill the Demon King by himself. On the contrary, he'll die in the Demon King's mouth. If we attack, the Demon King will be distracted to deal with us, allowing that young man to escape. As if to establish their prestige, General Yang Fading and the others shouted loudly, causing the commanders in their camp to cheer, covering up their shameless methods of taking advantage of others. Rumble. With several generals attacking at the same time, coupled with the fact that the demonic Dragon King had been injured by Lin Ling earlier, it could no longer withstand the generals' attacks. It let out a series of cries and finally fell to the ground. Boom! Dust flew into the air. Many people's hearts trembled violently, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Who killed the Demon King in the end and obtained the battle credit? Moreover, Lin Ling was also implicated in the attack. He was afraid that he would be killed along the way. The Demon King belongs to me, Yang Fading. That might not be the case. As long as I, Yi Linyun, am here, the merit will belong to me. Many great generals spoke with ice-cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. At that moment, on the mountain path, a cloud of dust was spreading out. After a short period of silence, suddenly, a roar filled the air. The gigantic dragon with golden scales stood up again and madly rushed towards the top of the mountain. The demon monarch was still alive. At this moment, everyone's faces froze. This sudden turn of events shocked all the great generals. Wait, look at the giant dragon's head, there's someone there. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. A figure stood quietly on top of the running giant dragon. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. His handsome face revealed a touch of indifference. His hand was raised high, and in his palm, there was a blue and white flame. The flame was constantly dancing, but it emitted a forbidden aura. It's Lin Ling. He's not dead yet. Why is he standing on the archfiend's head? What is he trying to do? Everyone's hearts trembled violently. That slender figure in their hearts gave them a strong sense of pressure. Oh no, he's trying to steal the merit. Yi Linyun's eyes flickered, and he suddenly shouted. He vaguely guessed what was going on. Yang Fading and the other great generals who were ranked 108 stars felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. It was as if they couldn't bear the sudden reversal of events. Lin Ling wasn't dead. Moreover, he appeared on top of the demon monarch's head, as if he was preparing to deal a fatal blow. Junior, how dare you steal my merit? All the great generals rushed forward. They absolutely couldn't accept that Lin Ling stole their merit. If that was the case, they would lose all their face today, and their efforts would be in vain. From the moment I attacked the giant flood dragon archfiend, the merit belonged to me. No matter how you try to steal it, it's useless. But, I still have to thank you. This move of mine takes a long time to prepare. If it weren't for all of you attacking the archfiend and injuring it again, I wouldn't have had time to prepare. A cold voice sounded out from above the archfiend's head. The youth's lips curved up in a mocking smile, causing the faces of Yang Fading and the other great generals to turn even uglier. They thought that Lin Ling was the mantis and they were the oriole, taking advantage of Lin Ling. But they never imagined that Lin Ling was the eagle behind the oriole. Not only did they not take advantage of Lin Ling, but they even helped him. Junior, you're dreaming. Die. The great generals were getting closer and closer to the giant flood dragon archfiend. They all attacked. Too late. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He coldly shook his head. The taboo flame that had been brewing in his palm suddenly slammed down on the archfiend below him. First-generation flame technique, burning heavenly flames. Bang! A wisp of flame could incinerate the sky. The taboo flame blossomed with magnificent radiance and rose up into a giant mushroom cloud. The giant flood dragon archfiend let out a cry. Its golden body was blasted apart and scattered into pieces. The flames were like a tide, pouring down from the mountain path in layers. The entire peak of Mount War God was turned into a sea of fire. Not good. Yang Fading and the others were still rushing forward. When they saw the taboo flame pouring down, their faces changed drastically. They turned around and fled. Among them, Yi Linyun was slightly slower. When he was touched by the flames, his entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. Such terrifying flames. Sigh. Looking at the volcanic eruption in front of them, everyone's eyes narrowed. They quickly retreated. The flames were like the Inferno Emperor's wrath, turning Mount War God into a sea of fire. This. Sigh. From afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan's faces froze. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, he was the #1 martial scholar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. But they didn't expect that this evaluation was still too low. In just a short period of time, Lin Ling's strength was already enough to wipe out more than half of the generals in the army. This lad always surprises me every time we meet. How many tricks does he have up his sleeves? Duke Duan suddenly let out a bitter smile. 2 astral bodies with fire innate talent. Both of them are at the perfected stage of the fire concept. What's more, they are fused together. No wonder no one in the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm is a match for him. Perhaps, he doesn't even fear the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Sovereign King Li sighed. Rumble. Mount War God was like a volcano. The final winner of the battle merit of killing the Archfiend was the youngest general of the army, Lin Ling. Everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Yang Fading and the others. They felt disgusted as if they had just eaten a fly. They were all at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm and had outstanding military achievements. They had defeated many experts from the Ophidian Nation and Stone Saint Nation. Hence, in their hearts, the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm was simply an ant. From the moment the Archfiend appeared, they didn't put any mid-stage Earth Spirit realm martial artists in their eyes. But today, Lin Ling snatched their battle merits and even gave them a resounding slap in the face. Pa! At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the endless sea of fire in front of them. Then, a slender figure slowly walked down. His handsome face was still cold, but his eyes were still as calm as an ancient well as he stared at the crowd. Apologies, I snatched the battle merits. Sorry. Chapter 300. Ares Martial Arts, General Lin, General Lin. After a short moment of silence, the second prince's camp erupted with cheers. Lin Ling was now everyone's idol. Alright, this year's training is over. First place goes to Lin Ling. At this moment, another cheer rang out. It was Sovereign King Li's voice, causing Yang Fading and the others' faces to darken. And those who fought side by side with Lin Ling will also receive 100 battle merits. Sovereign King Li continued. This time, the people in the second prince's camp were excited. Battle merits can be exchanged for the spirit ginseng fruit. That was left behind by the previous emperor. I hope you all remember that this is only a training session to make you stronger and prepare for the upcoming 100 generals battle. Duke Duan's voice rang out. The two of them stepped on the vast river and walked over step by step. Everyone who received battle merits was excited and prepared to exchange for the spirit ginseng fruit. The spirit ginseng fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that this treasure had the corresponding spiritual chi of a spiritual chi seed and was very effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. This was also the reason why Mount War God didn't need heavenly spirit realm cultivators for the training. Because the spirit ginseng fruit was only effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. The top 10 of the battle merits will be able to enter the peak of Mount War God tomorrow. Sovereign King Li said again. Usually, these words would make the great generals even more excited. But today, many great generals had ugly expressions. This was because Lin Ling had snatched first place in terms of battle merits. It was not the first time that many great generals had come to the War God Mountain. They had already begun to comprehend the War God martial arts. As long as they obtained first place this time, they would have the opportunity to enter the highest War God Mountain and cultivate the War God martial arts to perfection. But all of this was interrupted by Lin Ling. If they wanted to learn more powerful Ares martial arts, they would have to wait until next year. Lin Ling, the day I leave Mount War God, I will make you regret stepping on my head. Yang Fading and the others coldly stared at Lin Ling. The anger in their hearts almost burned them to ashes. Because of the late emperor's will, their strength was suppressed to the mid-earthly spirit realm. They couldn't do anything to Lin Ling in the War God Mountain, but that might not be the case once they leave the War God Mountain. Lin Ling ignored the resentful gazes of Yang Fading and the others. He smiled and walked towards An and the others. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, An and the others smiled happily. Lin Ling, amazing. I didn't expect you to become so strong. An said with some surprise. Every time she saw Lin Ling would surprise her. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, "You're exaggerating." In fact, he was already this strong when he was in the heavenly fragrance ancient city, so he wasn't too surprised. No matter what you do, you always have a calm face. But I'm about to break through to the martial spirit realm, you have to give me some pointers. An smiled, revealing a different girly attitude. Lin Ling was slightly stunned, then he nodded and said, "No problem, senior sister." At this moment, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan also walked over. Lin Ling, good job. You've won glory for His Majesty. To be honest, I didn't have high expectations for you at first, but I didn't expect that even I would misjudge you. Sovereign King Li walked over and said with a smile. First place on the War Merit Board, you will receive 10 spiritual ginseng fruits, and the people who follow you will receive 1 spiritual ginseng fruit. Duke Duan looked at Lin Ling with admiration and said. Those words made Lin Ling smile gently, his heart was filled with joy. His current cultivation level mostly came from killing his opponents and extracting their spiritual chi seeds. This was the first time he used treasures to cultivate in the earthly spirit realm. Hearing the words of the two dukes, the eyes of the people from the other factions turned red with jealousy, especially the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the Empress Dowager, and the Crown Prince. They were jealous and angry. Although the second prince wasn't as useless as before, he still couldn't be compared to the deep-rooted major factions like the Imperial Advisor's residence. But now, the second prince was standing above them. When they returned, they wouldn't be able to report back. They might even be scolded. Everyone, disperse. Those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board will stay and head to the peak of War God Mountain tomorrow. Sovereign King Li looked at the crowd and his face returned to its usual cold expression. At this moment, the training on War God Mountain had come to an end. However, many people didn't leave. They had a feeling that after the training on War God Mountain ended, something would happen. So, they were happy to watch the show. The night passed silently. The next morning, those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board were waiting quietly. They were Yang Fading and the others. Lin Ling was the first on the War Merit Board, so he was naturally among them. Brat, how dare you snatch the merit from the Imperial Advisor's residence? When we get out, I will give you an explanation. Yang Fading looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The others also looked at Lin Ling coldly. If this wasn't War God Mountain and Sovereign King Li wasn't here, they would have attacked long ago. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and suddenly found it funny. May I ask, is War God Mountain your home? Has the merit been decided by you? Humph, it's just a fair competition. How can you blame others for your loss? I can only say that you are all trash. Don't be too arrogant. Yi Linian's voice was low. He wasn't in a good mood because he didn't get the merit. But who knew that the young man didn't apologize and instead mocked them from above? Arrogant? You asked for it. Since War God Mountain isn't your home and the merit wasn't decided by you, what right do you have to be unhappy with your loss? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Humph, if we were in the outside world, we could kill you with a single finger. Yang Fading snorted coldly. He was as sullen as Yi Linyun because Lin Ling was like an ant in his eyes. He was just taking advantage of the late emperor's decree. How could they feel good when someone who wasn't as strong as them was standing above them? Crazy. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. These guys thought they could defeat him outside. What a joke. You. Lin Ling's indifferent attitude made Yang Fading and the others even angrier. Those in the top 10, come with me. At this moment, Sovereign King Li's voice rang out. Yang Fading and the others could only suppress their anger for now. Then, the group of them headed towards the peak. At the foot of the mountain, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. That was the advantage of being in the top 10. They could learn the war god's martial arts. The war god's martial arts was an extremely powerful concept. Everyone knew that when a martial artist comprehended a concept, it was mostly related to their innate spirit body. But the war god concept was something that all martial artists could comprehend. It had nothing to do with their innate spirit body. And to have an additional war god concept, that meant having an additional innate spirit body. Who wouldn't want that? As for comprehending the war god mountain, those in the top would be closer to the peak. Those in the bottom would be closer to the middle of the mountain. This was also the reason why Yang Fading and the others were jealous of Lin Ling. The war god's martial arts were created by the late emperor after observing the ancient war god. It is broad and profound, as vast as the sea. Although that kid can comprehend the martial arts at the peak, he might not be able to do so. He might not even be able to learn a single martial art. On the path of martial arts, one's foundation is extremely important. That kid is so young, his foundation must not be solid. General Yang, I agree with your opinion. That kid shouldn't be able to learn anything. Chapter 301. Viewing the ancient battle god Lin Ling naturally didn't know what they were thinking. He arrived at the peak of the mountain alone and saw an ancient boulder. On the boulder, there were many fist marks, sword marks, and spear marks. When he got closer, an illusion appeared in front of him. It was the scene of a man in embroidered clothes practicing martial arts. Similar to the Fire Ancient Clan's Savage Valley, the essence of martial arts is left in the boulder. However, these martial arts are of a higher level, all of them are of the earth rank. Lin Ling thought. Sovereign King Li had said that he only had 3 days to comprehend the war god's martial arts. Once the 3 days were up, everyone had to leave the mountain. This was the previous emperor's order. Therefore, Lin Ling only had 3 days left. As for the earth rank martial arts, 3 days was obviously not enough to comprehend them. Lin Ling had heard from General Nangongyun that many generals came to Mount War God to comprehend martial arts for several years. Every year, they would comprehend some martial arts until they reached the heavenly spirit realm and lost the qualifications to come. This showed how difficult the war god's martial arts were. I don't have that much time to come every year. Lin Ling shook his head and walked around the boulder. War General Overlord Spear, Earth rank 5th grade. Once the Overlord Spear is out, who else can it be but me? In front of him, a huge red spear appeared and pierced towards the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The tip of the spear rippled with thunder and fire. Under the spear, heaven and earth changed. Earth rank 8th grade? Not learning. Lin Ling looked carefully for a while and shook his head. Although the martial arts were not weak, his time was limited. Therefore, if he wanted to learn it, he would learn the strongest one. War King's 6 styles, War Heaven, War Earth, War God. Another powerful martial art appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown slightly. The power of the martial art was not bad. If he could learn it, his invincible strength in the earth spirit realm would be even more stable. However, Lin Ling was still unwilling. After all, it was rare for him to come to Mount War God. If he only learned the War King's 6 styles, it would be too much of a loss. If time allows, I want to learn all the martial arts. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Boom! At this moment, a golden fist appeared in front of them. An ancient aura spread out, and under the golden fist, all living beings were blasted apart by the fighting spirit, obliterating everything. War God Fist. This fist is a martial art that I comprehended from watching the ancient war gods fight. This martial art currently does not have any ranks. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. First style, chant. The golden fist was filled with boundless battle intent, destroying everything in its path. In the illusion, an ancient Qilin that towered between heaven and earth was struck by the fist. Its huge body turned golden, and then it exploded, turning into boundless golden light. So powerful. A martial art that uses the concept of the god of war as its foundation. The stronger the battle intent, the more powerful it is. Looking at the illusion, Lin Ling gasped. Second style, extermination. This time, the golden fist was mixed with a terrifying force. With a punch, heaven and earth split open, and strong winds swept out from the void. This is the combination of battle intent and innate spirit body. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and huge waves surged in his heart. This war god fist was probably the strongest martial art on War God Mountain. One had to know that the war god fist was a great concept, which was equivalent to a type of innate spirit body. However, when the war god fist was combined with one's innate spirit body, the power would increase by several times, or even 10 times. Currently, Lin Ling could combine his two innate spirit bodies to form a new generation of fire technique, blazing heavenly fire. This martial arts power was extremely terrifying, and it could make Lin Ling invincible in the earth spirit realm. However, if it could be combined with the war god fist, its power would be unimaginable. Second style, extermination. If I were to use it, it would be blazing extermination. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He finally decided to learn the war god fist. To learn the war god fist, the first thing to do was to comprehend the concept of the god of war. This was the foundation of all martial arts, but Lin Ling only had 3 days. At that moment, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and looked at the illusion, trying to comprehend the concept of the god of war. The illusion was of the former emperor using the war god fist. It was all-encompassing and profound. Besides that, it was also the former emperor's comprehension of watching the ancient war gods fight. Time quietly passed. Lin Ling frowned. His talent could only be considered above average. If he wanted to comprehend the war god fist in 3 days, it would be a little difficult. Of course, this wasn't him. Currently, none of the generals who came to War God Mountain could comprehend the war god fist in 3 days. Moreover, many generals had given up on learning the war god fist. The reason was simple. This martial art was too difficult. If they spent 3 days to comprehend it, they might only be able to scratch the surface. If that was the case, then it would be better to use 3 days to learn simpler war god martial arts, such as the 6 styles of the War King. Right, I can use my eye of time to observe. Since the former emperor comprehended the concept of the god of war from watching the ancient war gods fight, then why should I watch the former emperor practice martial arts? It would be better to watch the ancient war gods practice. After a long time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Watching the ancient war gods practice was clearly better than watching the Cloud Sea King practice. It was more comprehensive and more perfect. Thinking like this, Lin Ling's soul force condensed in his eyes. Then, his pupils stretched out and a strange green light appeared. Through his eyes, he could clearly see the ancient war gods fighting each other. This feeling was as if he was there. It was as if the ancient war gods were personally instructing Lin Ling. War is a powerful concept. In ancient times, there were powerhouses that could shake the heavens with a single shout. There were even 2 armies that fought. A single great general could intimidate 1,000,000 lions. This is the aura and the will to fight. Lin Ling muttered. In his eyes, the 2 ancient war gods were constantly fighting. Although their fists seemed ordinary, they resonated with the heavens and earth. It was as if they were punches from the heavens and earth. Every movement and action carried with it the rules of the heavens and earth. It was like life and death, like flowers blooming and wilting. So the ancient war gods' martial arts are so mysterious. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but he was also happy. He was grateful to this ancient war god teacher that he had never seen before. This teacher was guiding him step by step. And this opportunity was something that even the late emperor did not have. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling entered a state of enlightenment. His entire body was covered in a faint golden color, giving him the aura of an ancient war god. The current him had the fire attribute spirit body as his foundation. It was also his future path. Using the sword was his habit. However, he was not a sword cultivator. As long as it was a powerful martial art, Lin Ling would not let it go. It was always good to have an extra trump card. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. The war god mountain was still quiet. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was sitting cross-legged. Their expressions were calm as they recalled the insights they gained from killing the demonic beasts. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and look up. When they saw the towering peak of the mysterious war god mountain, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Chapter 302. Crazy. For this empty war god mountain's comprehension, most of the generals are here to fill in their previous gaps. Only Lin Ling is here for the first time. I hope he won't be too greedy and will do his best. He will learn the simpler martial arts like the General Overlord Spear. Among the crowd, Li Junwang was dressed in a long robe and looked into the distance. Beside him, Duke Duan laughed and said, "Don't worry. Lin Ling might be young, but he has a steady temperament. He won't bite off more than he can chew and learn martial arts that are beyond his comprehension. Like the war god Fist, he will naturally not learn such foolish things." That's great. Alright, the training on Empty War God Mountain is over. Ask them to come down. Li Junwang smiled and nodded. As of now, no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was able to comprehend ancient martial arts like the war god Fist. Soon enough, 10 individuals came down from Empty War God Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped cultivating and stood up. They looked up with anticipation and wondered how the 10 individuals were doing in comprehending the war god martial arts. Lin Ling, you have learned the war god martial arts? When An Yu saw Lin Ling's slender figure, she immediately trotted over and asked in anticipation. Lin Ling strolled down and smiled when he saw An Yu. 3 days. If I can't learn a martial art, I will be too embarrassed to continue on the path of martial Dao. You really learned the General Overlord Spear? Incredible. An Yu's beautiful eyes flashed while her delicate face revealed a smear of surprise. According to what she knew, the war god martial arts were extremely difficult. It wasn't as if one would be able to benefit from it just by reaching the peak. In the historical records of Empty War God Mountain, there were many generals who took 2 consecutive years to master the General Overlord Spear. This Lin Ling's innate talent and perception are terrifying. When the crowd at the foot of the mountain heard that, they all exclaimed. To comprehend the General Overlord Spear in 3 days was extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. General Overlord Spear? Lin Ling rubbed his nose and said helplessly, "This martial art doesn't seem to be much." The martial arts of Mount War God were divided into Battle General, Battle Monarch, and War God. Lin Ling naturally looked down on the Battle General martial arts. In the past 3 days, he had already learned the war god Fist through the Eye of Time. Therefore, when An Yu thought that he had learned the Battle General Overlord Spear, he was speechless. Senior sister An, no matter what, we were once from the same sect. You're underestimating me by learning the Overlord Spear. Lin Ling shrugged and smiled helplessly. His smile was as bright as the boy next door. Humph, you're just trying to be mysterious. Do you think it's so easy to learn the General Overlord Spear? I don't think you've learned anything at all. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you've obtained some military merits and become a general of 100 armies. Humph, it's better for young people to be more down to earth. If your vision is too narrow, it's not good for your future. At this time, several mocking voices sounded out from behind him. It was Yang Fading and the other generals. They simply didn't believe that Lin Ling had learned the General Overlord spear. After all, this was a martial art that could only be learned after comprehending the concept of the war god. Moreover, there was only 3 days to learn it. If Lin Ling was a 30-year-old martial artist, they would have a 50% chance of believing that Lin Ling had learned it. But, Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old youth. At such an age, his martial arts foundation naturally wasn't deep, and his vision was likely limited. You're crazy. Lin Ling didn't care about the mocking voices of these people. He had already learned the most difficult war god fist, so he was too lazy to explain anything. As for vision, he had even seen the battles of the ancient war god. In terms of vision, not to mention Yang Fading and the other generals, even King Yunhai couldn't compare with him. After all, the previous emperor King Yunhai had not seen the war god martial arts with his own eyes, but had comprehended them through the spiritual energy of Mount War God. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling wasn't learning the war god martial arts from King Yunhai, but from the ancient war god. Humph, you are the only one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who dares to be so arrogant in front of us. However, you are only relying on Sovereign King Li's protection. It is a pity that the protection of an expert can only last for a while and not forever. You will eventually have to leave Mount War God. When that time comes, I want to see who will be able to protect you. Yi Lingyun sneered coldly. The other generals had cold eyes as well. That's right. I can indeed make decisions for him here. Why? Are you unwilling to accept this? Not far away, Sovereign King Li seemed to have heard their conversation. His calm voice echoed, but it carried an unquestionable prowess. Yang Fading and the other generals' eyes narrowed, and their faces turned even uglier. Right now, Sovereign King Li seemed to have decided to protect Lin Ling together with Duke Duan. They had no choice but to suppress their thoughts of teaching Lin Ling a lesson after leaving Mount War God. Lin Ling didn't bother about Yang Fading and the other generals from start to finish. He smiled and conversed with an Yuer as he slowly left. His calm demeanor made Yang Fading and the other generals even angrier. Lin Ling, the 100 Generals tournament is about to begin. You are the youngest among all the generals. You must work hard. If you can get a good ranking, the second prince will be able to gain some glory because of you. As for this period of time, you don't have to worry. The second prince has already said that Duke Duan and I will support you. Everyone left Mount War God one after another. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan walked side by side with Lin Ling and smiled at the same time. That statement made many people secretly jealous. They might not be in the same camp as Lin Ling, but in their own camps, they had never been so highly regarded by the important figures. Especially by the 4 kings. This was a supreme honor. Yang Fading and the other generals' eyes turned cold. They knew that they wouldn't be able to touch Lin Ling today. What an arrogant junior. He is clearly weak, but he dares to ride on my head. I'm so angry. Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth. The sullenness in his heart was indescribable. Beside him, Zhao Qingshan also stared coldly at Lin Ling's back. Compared to Yi Lingyun and the others, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had once humiliated him. However, with Sovereign King Li and the others here, he couldn't do anything. But soon, his eyes brightened. General Yang, I heard that your younger brother died on Mount War God. Is this true? Zhao Qingshan looked at Yang Fading and asked. His words caused Yang Fading's face to turn cold. Even now, he was still searching for the murderer. Zhao Qingshan, although you are also one of the 108 general stars, your strength is inferior to mine. Do you want to die by mentioning this matter in front of me? Yang Feiding's voice also turned low. Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly and didn't mind. He pointed out, according to what I know, your younger brother walked through the territories of the various camps and finally disappeared into the second prince's camp. At that time, Mount War God was in chaos. Someone took the opportunity to kill your younger brother. This isn't impossible. The second prince's camp? Are you speaking the truth? Yang Feiding's eyes narrowed. Billowing killing intent spread out. Chapter 303. You bunch of trash. Lin Ling currently had the protection of Sovereign King Li, so no one dared to touch him. However, Yang Feiding was different. He came from the Imperial Advisor residence, and the Imperial Advisor residence seemed to be a low-profile faction, but they had a deep foundation. Because of the Imperial Advisor, they didn't dare to stand out and support the various princes as they were afraid of being criticized. However, it was undeniable that no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom dared to underestimate the Imperial Advisor residence. Lin Ling. Yang Feiding strode forward and caught up with Sovereign King Li and the others. He shouted coldly, "Wait, Lin Ling, I have a question for you. In Mount War God, did my younger brother appear in your territory?" Yang Feiding, what is the meaning of this? After being stopped by Yang Feiding, Sovereign King Li was instantly unhappy. My lord, I'm not trying to provoke you. However, my younger brother died in Mount War God. If there isn't an explanation, I won't be able to answer to the Imperial Advisor. Hence, if I have offended you, please forgive me. Yang Feiding spoke indifferently, but his attitude was firm. Sovereign King Li frowned. If Yang Feiding was provoking him for no reason, he would definitely support Lin Ling. However, Yang Feiding's younger brother was dead. That person was from the Imperial Advisor residence's bloodline. It wasn't something to be trifled with. Hence, he couldn't stop Yang Feiding too much. At the very least, he had to give an explanation. Hence, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. And Yuer, who was behind him, started to get nervous. After all, Lin Ling killed Yang Feiding's younger brother because of her. Furthermore, Yang Feiding came from the Imperial Advisor residence. This was a major faction that even the second prince had to treat as an elder. Hence, if this matter wasn't handled properly, there would be huge trouble. Lin Ling, I'm asking you a question. Yang Feiding spoke in a domineering tone. Your younger brother? Sorry, I don't know him. I haven't seen him either. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Someone saw my younger brother going to your place and then going missing. Who would believe you if you say you haven't seen him? No matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Yang Feiding's aura was extremely domineering. Lin Ling frowned and laughed coldly. Am I your nanny? What does your brother's disappearance have to do with me? Furthermore, it's your negligence as an older brother. Don't be too arrogant. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Yang Feiding's eyes were burning with rage. That tyrannical attitude of his had Sovereign King Li displeased as well. Even though he did not know who had killed Yang Feiding's younger brother, Yang Feiding was forcing others to give him an explanation. This was way too tyrannical. What if I don't? The sneer on Lin Ling's face deepened. That's not up to you. After I capture you, the truth will be revealed. Yang Feiding took a step forward. His long red hair stood on end as a tyrannical aura erupted from him. This was the strength of the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. What a powerful aura. Explosions rang out in the air, causing many people in the distance to gasp in shock. Previously, on the War God Mountain, Yang Feiding's strength had been suppressed because of the late Emperor's will. This allowed Lin Ling to be so arrogant. But now that they had left the War God Mountain, how could Lin Ling compare to Yang Fading? If he's arrogant, he's going to kick an iron plate. Today, he's going to learn something new. Yi Linyun and the other generals were laughing coldly at Yang Fading's misfortune. They were waiting for Yang Fading to kill Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that there's always someone better out there. Yang Fading, aren't you being too unreasonable? Lin Ling has already said that he hasn't seen you before. How dare you try to force him? Do you think that I don't exist? Looking at Yang Fading's overbearing attitude, Sovereign King Li couldn't help but roar. Your Highness, I've said it before. If it were any other matter, I would definitely give you face. But regarding my younger brother's death, I won't give you face even if you're the Heavenly Emperor. I won't let anyone related to my younger brother go. If you insist on stopping me, sure. But wait for the questioning of the Imperial Advisor. Yang Fading wasn't afraid at all as he replied coldly. You're really arrogant. Sovereign King Li's face was filled with killing intent. This Yang Fading was too arrogant by using the name of the Imperial Advisor. Your Highness, since he's looking for me by name, I'll accept it. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out step by step. Many people's eyes flickered. Lin Ling didn't seem to want to borrow the protection of Sovereign King Li and wanted to settle this matter alone. But, did Lin Ling have the right to do so? Yang Fading, since you insist on an explanation, then fine. After you defeat me, you'll get all the answers you want. How about that? Lin Ling looked at Yang Fading and said coldly. Hee, that's my intention. But defeat? Humph, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll have you dead. Yang Fading's lips curled into a cold smile. In his heart, if Lin Ling had anything to do with his younger brother's death, he would definitely kill him. But if he had nothing to do with his younger brother's death, he would still kill Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling dared to step out and accept the challenge, Lin Ling would definitely die today. Hee, you must give me an explanation. If you don't, you'll die. Someone like you will only be a scourge in this world. Since that's the case, Sovereign King Li doesn't have to protect me today. And you don't have to put up some bullshit Imperial Advisor's residence. Let's accept the challenge as generals. On Lin Ling's face, his eyes turned even colder. At the same time, he looked at the other generals who were gloating. I know that you guys have always been jealous that I'm the number one in terms of battle merits. You guys think that I've taken advantage of you. Therefore, I'll say the same thing. Today, Sovereign King Li doesn't have to protect me. You guys can come at me anytime. What? What an arrogant lad. The moment the generals heard those words, they were enraged and their hair stood on end. Not only did Lin Ling dare to accept Yang Fading's challenge, he was even treating all of them as trash. This lad usually keeps a low profile. But when he gets aggressive, he's extremely arrogant. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan smiled helplessly. However, since Lin Ling had chosen to accept the challenge, they wouldn't stop him. Otherwise, the others would think that the second prince's subordinates were all trash. However, they were a little worried about whether Lin Ling could defeat Yang Fading. General Yang, kill him. He's just a clown. How dare he be so arrogant when he's only at the mid-earthly spirit realm? The generals roared in disdain. Lin Ling's arrogance made them very uncomfortable. You're really bold. You know that I'm at the peak of the earthly spirit realm and yet you still dare to court death. But before you die, you have to give me an explanation no matter what. Did you kill my brother? Yang Fading pulled out the long spear behind his back. A sharp aura spread out, causing many to back off. Spear of bloody slaughter. With a thrust of the spear, it was as if the wind and clouds were surging. The air was torn apart and a rolling vortex swept towards Lin Ling. This spear carried the power of Yang Fading's 9th grade spirit physique and he had comprehended the great perfection realm. This was the reason why Yang Fading was so arrogant. Being able to be ranked among the 108 generals, his strength was naturally not weak. Lin Ling is dead meat. Many generals sneered as they quietly watched the battle from afar. Explanation? If you're qualified, then come and ask for it. Lin Ling was indifferent. The sword of brilliance resurgence appeared in his hand. White flames burned crazily as he slashed out. Clang! Chapter 304. Overlord Spear. However, Yang Fading didn't gain any advantage from the first move. His pupils constricted, but he quickly sneered, "Not bad, to be able to block my spear of bloody slaughter. Your innate spirit body is indeed powerful. It's also a 9th grade innate spirit body. In the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, you're invincible. Unfortunately, I'm at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm, and my Great Intent Realm has reached perfection. Today, you still have to give me an explanation." Yang Fading's attitude was very arrogant. His tone was like that of a senior as he gave pointers to Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling had robbed him of his merits on War God Mountain, causing him to feel unreconciled. Therefore, today, he wanted to suppress Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know how weak he was. "So much nonsense, dare I ask, have you won?" Lin Ling pointed his sword at Yang Fading, his eyes filled with indifference and ridicule. He couldn't understand where Yang Fading's confidence came from, to be able to give him pointers from a high position. To put it bluntly, in Lin Ling's heart, Yang Fading was like an ant. Lin Ling had seen the battles of the ancient war god. Based on his battle record, Lin Ling could obliterate any Earth Spirit Realm expert. However, because his battle record was in Sky Fragrant City, no one knew about it. "I haven't won against you yet, but what's the difference? The previous spear was just a warm-up. I just wanted to tell you that being number 1 on War God Mountain doesn't mean anything. You had to use your full strength to block my spear." Yang Fading smiled disdainfully and slowly said, "However, I'll make you give me an explanation for my next spear." Bang! The power of that spear just now was already earth-shattering. Many of the generals present assessed that they were confident that they wouldn't be able to block that spear. However, that spear was just for pointers. In the distance, many generals sighed in their hearts. Yang Fading's strength was indeed the strongest among all the generals of War God Mountain. After saying so much nonsense, I'm still fine. If you want an explanation, just relying on your mouth is useless. Use your full strength. Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. His cold voice caused Yang Fading to frown. No matter if it was on War God Mountain or outside, this young man was always so frivolous and arrogant. He didn't place famous experts like him in his eyes at all. "If that's the case, I'll help you. I want you to give me an explanation." With a wave of Yang Fading's blood-red spear, a phantom appeared and transformed into a magnificent army that swept through the earth. The spear seemed to have developed a soul. This was a spear soul that had been formed after killing over 100,000 people on the battlefield. It was also Yang Fading's strongest innate spirit body. Layers of blood shadows, bloody stupa. Rings of blood-colored light blossomed, as if the blood pagoda of Azura Hell had been opened. A spear blossomed with a bloodthirsty aura, shooting straight at Lin Ling. And wherever the spear passed, the expressions of many commanders in the distance changed. They felt as if their souls and blood had been shaken by the spear. That spear was extremely terrifying. "Very weak," Lin Ling said calmly. The sword in his hand glowed brightly. The blue flames continued to swallow and fuse with the white flames. 2 innate spirit bodies appeared on his sword. Of course, compared to the dazzling light of Yang Fading's spear, Lin Ling's sword seemed a little dull. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't attack. He only waved his sword to block. Clang! A loud sound like a bronze bell rang out. The spear and sword collided once again. A terrifying energy burst out, causing many people in the distance to narrow their eyes. This level of battle had probably reached the level of 108 general stars. Pop pop pop. After the energy burst out, the aftermath was vast and mighty. The red spear emitted layers of blood-colored shadows that were like a boiling sea of blood. It was shocking. That spear is so terrifying. Everyone couldn't see the figures of Lin Ling and Yang Fading clearly. They could only see the spreading sea of blood. Without a doubt, that was the aftermath of Yang Fading's blood-colored spear. Once this spear is used, where is the explanation? If you don't tell me where my brother is, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to control the spirit energy and not kill you. Amidst the shock, a proud voice rang out. Everyone could hear that it was Yang Fading's voice. Up until now, the spirit energy had been terrifying, but no one had thought that Yang Fading would still want to force Lin Ling to give an explanation. Such courage and such contempt made the hearts of many generals tremble. Yang Fading was very bold. If you want an explanation, can you use your full strength? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Boom! Flames suddenly burst out. The blue and white flames turned into sword light that came from the horizon and split the boiling sea of blood into two. Then, the sea of blood was cut apart and a world of flames appeared. What? Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. They'd thought that Lin Ling would be heavily suppressed by Yang Fading, but they hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be able to break Yang Fading's spear with a single sword strike after remaining silent at first and not making a move. One had to know that Lin Ling was a mid-earth spirit realm practitioner, and Yang Fading was a practitioner at the peak of the earth spirit realm. How did you break my spear? The blood shadow disappeared and the figure of the youth gradually appeared in front of him. Yang Fading's gaze focused. He'd wanted to see Lin Ling spit out blood from the suppression of his spear and beg for mercy, but this fantasy had been cut apart by a single sword strike. The youth in front of him held a huge flaming sword with an indifferent expression, as if telling him that the peak of the earth spirit realm was nothing more than this. This made his proud spear strike from before seem like a joke. A high realm doesn't represent everything. Your innate spirit body is pretty good, and you've even comprehended a great concept. However, this world is so big that geniuses are like carps crossing a river. You're not the only one with a powerful innate spirit body, and you're not the only one who has comprehended a great concept. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out, causing Yang Fading's expression to become extremely ugly. Then, he heard Lin Ling's mocking words. You've always said that there's always someone better than you, and that I shouldn't be too frivolous and look down on everyone. But in reality, you're the one who doesn't know that there's always someone better than you. When Lin Ling took first place in the War God Mountain, everyone thought that he was too arrogant and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. But today, Lin Ling told everyone that they weren't qualified to say those words. As the center of attention, Yang Fading deeply understood Lin Ling's meaning. The youth was looking down on him, and was also telling him that the world the youth was looking at was bigger than his, and that he, Yang Fading, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, do you still want an explanation? If you continue to play and don't use your true strength, then I'm going to make a move. Lin Ling's cold eyes looked at Yang Fading. Play? Lin Ling actually said that Yang Fading's powerful attack was just playing? And that Lin Ling hadn't made a move yet? The crowd in the distance swallowed their saliva. At this point, they finally understood that the youth was much stronger than they had imagined. If I make a move, only death awaits you. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Lin Ling's voice filled with killing intent drifted out from his mouth. In your dreams. Yang Fading's eyes also turned red, but then he laughed loudly. Good, good, good. I've indeed underestimated you and treated you like an ant in the mid-earth spirit realm. But now, you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength. He raised his spear and golden light shone from the spearhead as an ancient aura spread out. Battle intent gushed out. Overlord Spear. Chapter 305. Clash of battle intents. He has learned the Ares martial arts. Both Li Junwang and Lin Fan narrowed their eyes. The General Overlord Spear was a martial art of the Ares god. From a certain perspective, it was equivalent to a spiritual body. Furthermore, it wasn't a weak spiritual body. It came from the ancient Ares god. You made me lose face just now. How dare you say that I'm playing around? Fine, let's see if you still have the right to say that. Boundless battle intent spread out. Young Fading was like an ancient Ares god, radiating a dazzling golden glow. General Overlord Spear, dominating the heavens and earth. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Young Fading's spear swept out. Rumble. The battle intent of the Ares god shot out. It was as though he was fighting the heavens, the earth, and the Ares god. That invincible aura seemed to be able to suppress all spiritual bodies. Lin Ling, watch out. At this moment, Li Junwang shouted anxiously. As the Wangye in charge of the training of Mount Ares, he naturally knew how terrifying the martial arts of the former Ares god were. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He could tell that Young Fading wanted to kill him. It wasn't just for an explanation. He truly wanted to kill him. Perhaps, the reason he said that he was looking for his younger brother was just an excuse. Whether or not there was an explanation, whether or not he killed Young Fading's younger brother, Young Fading wanted to kill him. However, did Young Fading have the strength to do so? Bang! Lin Ling stabbed the Brilliance Resurgence sword into the ground. His actions shocked many. Was Lin Ling giving up? Facing the top martial arts of Mount Ares, Lin Ling seemed to know that he was powerless. The General Overlord Spear is a martial art that you need to look up to. It's useless to beg for mercy now. Young Fading also noticed Lin Ling's actions, and his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Previously, Lin Ling was so arrogant, but unfortunately, he could only force him to use his strongest state. Once he used his strongest state, Lin Ling was nothing but a joke. Everyone stared at the dazzling golden Overlord Spear. Everyone was filled with anticipation. However, no one noticed that Lin Ling's left hand was gradually turning golden. This wasn't the martial arts of the previous emperor, but rather the martial arts of the ancient war god. Young Fading's war general Overlord Spear came from the late emperor, but Lin Ling's war god fist came from the ancient war god. Unfortunately, no one saw this brilliance. Everyone was attracted by Young Fading's Overlord Spear. It's time for your pride to end. Lin Ling's fist shone even brighter, shining with a golden light. That was an ancient dark gold color. The intensity of the battle intent was still not noticed by the others, but it was noticed by the two kings. Instantly, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What a strong fighting spirit. War God Fist. The dazzling fist blasted out, stirring up the clouds. A huge golden illusion appeared behind Lin Ling. That was the ancient war god. At this moment, everyone noticed the illusion. Their jaws dropped. However, they had no impression of the origin of Lin Ling's fist. No matter what martial arts it is, it can't compare to the war general Overlord Spear. Yi Linyun and the other generals said solemnly. Lin Ling's strength was beyond their knowledge. They didn't want to admit it. Therefore, they could only hope that Young Fading could kill Lin Ling with a single strike. Boom! The golden light came from afar, as if it had crossed the vast space. On one side was a golden spear, and on the other side was a dark gold fist. The two surging battle intents collided in midair. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's breathing stopped as well. First style, chant. Kacha. The dark gold fist swept through everything and collided with the golden spear. However, the battle intent of the dark gold fist was even stronger. Instantly, the golden spear shattered, turning into endless golden light. How is this possible? Yang Feiding's eyes widened. Lin Ling's fist collided with his spear. His spear was destroyed by a single punch. Boom! The fist didn't stop there. It went straight for Yang Feiding. No! Yang Feiding panicked. In his eyes, it wasn't a young man, but a huge war god from ancient times. The war god was about to destroy the world with a punch. Could it be the war god's fist? A shocking thought arose in Yang Feiding's mind. Suddenly, he wanted to retreat. He wanted to escape. He regretted it. There was always someone better than him. He finally understood what it meant. Lin Ling was the mountain that surpassed his world. Boom! The fist hit Yang Feiding. His body trembled and then exploded, turning into endless golden light. One move, defeated. Silence. The surroundings were dead silent. All of the commanders and generals held their breaths as they stared at the golden fist in disbelief. Lin Ling had defeated Yang Feiding from the Grand Tutor's residence with the strength of the mid-earth spirit realm, and Yang Feiding was at the peak of the earth spirit realm. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. It was like a dream. They could only stare at the dark gold fist that was emitting endless battle intent. That is, the war god fist. After a moment of silence, Sovereign King Li gasped. Once he said that, everyone's eyes widened. The war god fist was the most mysterious martial art of War God Mountain. Until now, no one from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had learned it. However, Lin Ling used 3 days. Genius. A dazzling genius like the war god. Yi Linyun and the other generals looked terrible. Previously, they disdainfully thought that Lin Ling didn't learn any martial art in War God Mountain. They thought that he didn't even have the slightest knowledge of the war god overlord spear. But now, Lin Ling used his strength to slap everyone's face. Lin Ling indeed didn't learn the war god overlord spear, but he learned the highest grade of the war god martial art. This made their mockery from before extremely sarcastic. This lad isn't simple at all. At the side of the quiet river, Sovereign King Li's gratified laughter echoed. He thought highly of Lin Ling. Hence, he bet the Heaven Mystics Kingdom on Lin Ling. He hoped that Lin Ling's appearance could pacify King Yunhai's disappearance and bring chaos to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, Lin Ling didn't disappoint him. At this moment, Lin Ling extended his right hand and gently sucked. Yang Feiding's golden light was sucked over and disappeared into Lin Ling's palm. After being turned into dust by the war god fist, the spirit chi seed is also affected. This little bit of spirit chi seed can't increase my cultivation by much. This war god fist is too powerful. It is probably at the 9th grade of the earth tier. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. This was the first time he executed the war god fist, and the power was beyond his imagination. The power of the war god fist was related to the concept of war god. The stronger the concept, the stronger the power. This meant that the earth tier wasn't the limit of the war god fist. Furthermore, this was just the first style of chant. If it was the second style, blazing extermination, Lin Ling didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. With the fusion of the 3 talents, 9 nether heavenly flames, 7 blade heavenly flames, and the concept of war god. If the fusion was successful, it would destroy everything. Your turn. Chapter 306. Disgrace. What are you trying to do? Being stared at by Lin Ling's cold eyes, Zhao Qingshan's heart trembled. He originally thought that Lin Ling was only powerful on Mount War God. Who knew that he was even more terrifying outside? Even Yang Fading lost to Lin Ling. How could he, Zhao Qingshan, be a match for him? What do you think? Lin Ling waved his right hand and the resurgent sword flew over. Holding it in his hand, he walked towards Zhao Qingshan step by step. That surging killing intent caused Zhao Qingshan's face to turn pale. He was afraid and regretful. If he knew that Lin Ling was so strong, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him. How can this Lin Ling be so strong? Many generals and commanders were also affected by Lin Ling's killing intent. They were all frightened. The strength of this young man was beyond their expectations. Sovereign King Li is here. Duke Duan, you can't kill me. Zhao Qingshan took a step back and begged for mercy. He was looking for a straw to clutch at. One must know that he was one of the 108 general stars. He had always been arrogant. When had he ever begged for mercy? So what? Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He was unmoved. Sovereign King Li, save me. Zhao Qingshan suddenly looked at Sovereign King Li. This was the vicinity of Mount War God after all. It was Sovereign King Li's territory. Sovereign King Li couldn't possibly let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. I've already advised you guys to keep a low profile. However, you guys insisted on forcing him to fight. At that time, I chose to watch from the sidelines and not help Lin Ling. Then, I won't help you guys from now on. Sovereign King Li snorted coldly. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong. After Lin Ling obtained the battle merits, they were all unwilling to accept it and tried to provoke him, forcing Sovereign King Li to watch from the sidelines. Now that Lin Ling had displayed his terrifying strength, these people were asking Sovereign King Li for help. Going back on their words and being so shameless, even Sovereign King Li couldn't stand it. No one can save you. You will die without a doubt. Lin Ling's entire body surged with surging flames. Blue and white intersected, constantly swallowing and spitting, causing many people to feel a chill in their hearts. Wait, we don't have much enmity between us. Previously, I was just making a suggestion in front of Yang Fading. At that time, I didn't even think of harming you. You're a magnanimous person, so please spare my life. Plop. Zhao Qingshan was so scared that he fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Lin Ling's current aura was like that of a flame god, coupled with the fact that he had defeated Yang Fading not long ago. Zhao Qingshan no longer had the heart to fight, his aura had already been disintegrated. If I lose to Yang Fading, will you plead for me? Lin Ling raised his sword. Those words caused Zhao Qingshan's expression to freeze. He was speechless, and his expression was actually the answer, absolutely not. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die in Yang Fading's hands, so how could he plead for mercy for Lin Ling? With such an answer, Lin Ling also gave him an answer, which was to kill. Whoosh! The sword flashed, slashing Zhao Qingshan's body, burning him. Zhao Qingshan let out a painful cry. He was even more regretful in his heart. He was a dignified general of a generation, a powerhouse with a great reputation, and yet he had died outside Mount War God. The eyes of the surrounding crowd were filled with panic. The young man in front of them was also proving that he could become a general of 100 armies, not because of the title of a meritorious official in Sky Fragrant City, but because he had the corresponding strength. The young man's strength was already ranked around the 50th among the 108 stars of generals. When I obtained the battle merits, you were all very unwilling, thinking that you were the strongest of the older generation, and that I, a newcomer, was not qualified to obtain the battle merits, so I'll give you a chance now. Who wants to go? Lin Ling pointed his sword at the generals. At first, he only wanted to leave, but these people came out to provoke him because of jealousy, so he wanted to see who had the strength to doubt him. The generals were silent, no one dared to go up. Yi Linyun, is that you? Lin Ling looked at Yi Linyun, his cold words causing Yi Linyun's expression to twitch. If Lin Ling hadn't defeated Yang Fading, he would definitely be the first to go up, but now? He no longer had 100% confidence. He was even lucky that Yang Fading had fought first, allowing him to see Lin Ling's strength clearly and allowing him to keep his life. I admit defeat. Yi Linyan's expression changed, and he finally lowered his head in shame. Yi Linyun is a favorite of the Crown Prince, but he also admitted defeat. The crowd seemed to be unable to react, feeling that the scene in front of them was too surreal. A great general admitting defeat, are the 108 stars of generals a bunch of people fishing for fame? Trash. Lin Ling said coldly, causing Yi Linyun to grit his teeth, his cold eyes looking straight at Lin Ling. He was unwilling to be humiliated like this, but when he looked at Lin Ling, he realized that Lin Ling's eyes were like flames, as if they wanted to burn everything, causing his body to tremble, and he lowered his head again. He actually didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling. A bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Ling didn't pay any more attention to Yi Linyun, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, then he turned and left. Trash? This was a huge humiliation. Unfortunately, everyone was trembling, but no one dared to talk back. They could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Let's go. Lin Ling came to the side of Sovereign King Li and the others, the cold aura from before disappeared quietly, returning to the elegant aura of the past. He looked at the few of them and smiled. Aries Fist, TSK, impressive. Lin Ling, I realize that you are getting more and more perverted. Duke Duan was speechless. Until now, he still hadn't realized that Lin Ling had actually learned the most difficult martial art of the Aries martial arts, the Aries Fist. Duke Duan, are you praising me or insulting me? Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Then, the few of them gradually disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. On the spot, the generals were still in shock, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock. Yang Fading is dead. The Grand Tutor's residence will definitely not let Lin Ling off. You must know that the Grand Tutor's residence is an existence that all the princes regard as their teachers. Even if Lin Ling is in the second prince's camp, as long as the Grand Tutor says the word, the second prince will have to hand over Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, Yi Linyun gloated. Unfortunately, his words were met with disdainful looks from the other generals. Previously, Yi Linyun had bowed his head and admitted defeat when facing Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had left, he dared to say such words. He was too despicable. General Yi Linyun, why didn't you dare to say those words in front of Lin Ling? A similarly strong general said calmly. His words made Yi Linyun's face turn ugly. Obviously, bowing his head and admitting his mistake had made Yi Linyun the laughingstock of all the generals from now on. After bidding farewell to Sovereign King Li, Lin Ling and an Yue returned to Yundale by the Sea City. Lin Ling, you are so powerful. You even learned the Aries martial arts. An Yue said with admiration. Ever since she left the Ancient Face sect, the gap between her and Lin Ling had widened. Now, she had to look up to this young man. Aries martial arts are not the key. The key is the conception of Aries martial arts. If you can comprehend the conception of Aries martial arts, you will be able to use many martial arts with battle intent. As for the conception of Aries martial arts, I will give you some pointers when I have time. Okay. Chapter 307. Inheritance of the Battle Gods. Intent. It didn't take long for them to return to the city. On the other hand, Lin Ling bid farewell to an Yue and headed straight back to the Fire Ancient clan. However, he just approached it when he noticed a strand of an uneasy atmosphere. The Fire Ancient clan was waiting solemnly, and it seemed like they were ready to welcome the arrival of a formidable enemy at any moment. What's going on? Lin Ling walked over swiftly and spoke to the soldiers of the Flame Corps who were standing outside the volcano. General, you're back. All the soldiers bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Ling, and it was heartfelt reverence. One of the soldiers even told him what had occurred not too long ago. Dao Quang. Lin Ling's pupils turned cold while icy cold killing intent swept out from him. In his opinion, the Fire Ancient clan was where all his friends and family gathered, and it was his home as well. If anyone dared to invade it, then he would make that person suffer 10 times the rage he felt. Dao Quang had actually seized the opportunity while he wasn't here to domineeringly kill the members of the Fire Ancient clan. Looks like even though I have quite a reputation in the city and many don't dare to rashly invade it, there are still many generals who don't take me seriously. Ocean of Cloud City was like an ocean, and there were even more hidden experts than Lin Ling had imagined. However, no matter how strong they were, Lin Ling would still protect his home in these chaotic times. Have you buried those people? Lin Ling's gaze became gentle as he gazed at the soldiers. General, Ancestor Tai Yen has buried them in the ancestral tomb. One of the soldiers spoke, but his eyes were completely red. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept this on behalf of his dead brothers. Don't worry. I, Lin Ling, swear that anyone who dares to act against my brothers will be killed no matter how far away they are. Lin Ling spoke word by word. He was giving the Flame Corps an explanation and a promise to his brothers. The Flame Corps was protecting the Fire Ancient clan for him, so how could he, Lin Ling, do nothing? General, we pledge our lives to follow you. All the soldiers roared loudly. After all, there were disputes between the powers of Ocean of Cloud City, and experts were numerous like the clouds in the sky. So, there were probably very few people who dared to speak those words so boldly like Lin Ling. If the subordinates of the other great generals perished, then so long as the enemy was too strong, then those great generals would definitely choose to protect themselves first, and they wouldn't care about the lives of their soldiers at all. But Lin Ling could. Such a leader was worth following for a lifetime. In the following days, Lin Ling did not leave the Fire Ancient clan for the time being. Moreover, out of consideration for the numerous experts in Ocean of Cloud City, he intended to improve the strength of the Flame Corps. In that way, the Fire Ancient clan would be able to deal with the formidable enemies they encountered in the future. As for improving their strength, it was naturally not through the use of natural treasures or medicinal pills. Instead, Lin Ling recorded the martial techniques of the war god that he'd comprehended on a rock. Regardless of whether it was the members of the Fire Ancient clan or the Flame Corps, so long as their strengths and cultivations reached a certain level, then they would be able to comprehend the grand intent of the war god. After all, in Lin Ling's heart, the late emperor was able to observe the war god and leave behind the martial techniques of the war god, so why couldn't he? Moreover, compared to the late emperor, Lin Ling had even watched the battle between the war gods with his own 2 eyes, and the late emperor had merely deduced it. There were many rocks in Wildland Valley that were used to record illusions. After all, the second-generation flame technique of the Fire Ancient clan had been recorded on rocks. 3 days later, an enormous rock sat on the square. It was almost 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and it emanated a dark golden glow that caused others to feel that it couldn't be underestimated. General, what's that? The members of the Flame Corps were curious. Lin Ling, why did you place such a huge rock here? Don't tell me you're playing with it. Lin Aofeng and the other members of the Fire Ancient clan were also curious. What do you mean by playing with a rock? Lin Aofeng, your imagination is too rich. That rock records a type of martial technique that can increase everyone's strength. Lin Ling stared at Lin Aofeng and chuckled. Martial technique, TSK. Lin Ling, the martial technique that you've comprehended is definitely not of a low grade. It's at least of the earth grade. Good. I'm going to learn this martial technique. Lin Aofeng, Lin Changqiang, and the others shouted excitedly. They had grown up together with Lin Ling, so even now, when they were together with Lin Ling, they still had the teasing tone of their youth. Earth-grade martial technique? Lin Aofeng, you're underestimating me. The martial technique that I've taken out is a great concept martial technique, the great concept of the war god. Lin Ling looked at Lin Aofeng and the others and laughed proudly. Chi! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A great concept martial technique? That was a martial technique that surpassed the Earth grade. Moreover, they'd never heard of a martial technique that could allow one to comprehend a great concept. The great concept of the war god? Could it be the martial technique of Mount War God? Ancestor Tai Yen was just as shocked as Lin Aofeng and the others, and his eyes opened wide. He'd been in Ocean of Cloud City for many years, so he'd naturally heard of that legendary place, Mount War God. But could the martial technique of Mount War God be brought out? Mount War God possesses the martial technique of the late emperor. Tian Xiaoman exclaimed. She'd followed King Duan all those years ago, so she possessed a certain level of knowledge. The late emperor? The late emperor is nothing. It's a martial technique that I comprehended from watching the war god battle. Even the late emperor's martial technique probably isn't as formidable as mine. Lin Ling shook his head and chuckled. Shock. Everyone was shocked once more. Lin Ling's martial technique of the war god surpassed the late emperor? In an instant, everyone was excited. Mount War God wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. One had to be a commander or a general. Moreover, only 10 people could enter Mount War God for each training session. But now, Lin Ling had moved Mount War God to the Fire Ancient Clan and allowed them to study the martial technique of the war god at will. How could they not be shocked? Lin Ling, you're bragging, right? I've heard of Mount War God of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It's famous in the Cloud region, but you're able to move the martial technique of Mount War God. Is that even possible? Right at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the military advisor, Heavenly Concubine. It was obvious that the Heavenly Concubine wasn't as confident as the others towards Lin Ling. She didn't really trust Lin Ling. Of course, it wasn't that she was looking down on Lin Ling, but the Mount War God's martial technique of Mount War God came from ancient times. It was extensive and profound, and Lin Ling was only 18 years old. How could he achieve something that the late emperor spent his entire life to achieve in just a few days? Kiki, it seems like Heavenly Concubine has a lot of opinions about me. But it seems like everyone here believes in me. Lin Ling revealed a mocking expression. Only in the Fire Ancient Clan would he reveal his cheerful appearance. He shouted again, does everyone believe me? Yes. Waves of voices echoed like the sea waves. The Heavenly Concubine stomped her feet in anger. This fellow was obviously bullying them with numbers. Forget about the Fire Ancient Clan as they were Lin Ling's family. Everyone naturally supported Lin Ling. However, the Fire Legion didn't give her any face. No one supported her, which made her feel a sense of defeat. Great, now that we have the general, we have forgotten about the military advisor. Tomorrow, everyone will increase their training. The Heavenly Concubine wrinkled her small nose and spoke with a vicious look. She was usually mysterious and noble, but her current actions were like those of a young lady. The military advisor is so ruthless. General, you have to help us. Chapter 308. Imperial Advisor Mansion, how about this? Since our military advisor doesn't believe it, then let her try. If it really is the god of war martial arts, then your training will be cancelled. Of course, if it's fake, then I won't be able to help you. Lin Ling laughed heartily. Then, he raised his chin at the Heavenly Concubine, implying that since she said that his god of war martial arts were fake, then she could go and try. Sure, I'm not scared of you. I've read a lot since I was young and have seen everything. You can fool them, but you can't fool me. The heavenly concubine smiled smugly as she walked toward the giant rock in the plaza. Her little lips curled up with a hint of arrogance. She wanted to see how that stinky brat was going to get off the stage. Big sister heavenly concubine, you can do it. We all believe in you. Yu and Qin Xiaolan both shouted, causing Lin Ling to widen his eyes. During this period of time, these three little girls seemed to have become very close to each other. Now, they were all in the same camp, and he was the only one left out. Humph, if she loses, then you two little girls will each have to be spanked 10 times. Lin Ling pretended to be angry. Yu stuck out her little tongue, and Qin Xiaolan giggled. Then, she said, if you're going to be spanked, then the heavenly concubine will have to be spanked as well. Splat! Those words almost caused the heavenly concubine, who was walking towards the boulder, to stumble and fall. She cursed in her heart. One of you is Lin Ling's childhood friend, and the other is his fiancée who has already been engaged. I am just an outsider. Why should I be spanked as well? She glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Then, she reached out with a soft hand and gently placed it on the giant rock. Boom! Just as her hand came into contact with the giant rock, a wave of heat surged from the giant rock. The illusion before her eyes changed, and a huge dark golden fist with boundless battle intent hurtled toward her. Rumble! Once this fist was unleashed, it was as if it was going to defeat all the powerful enemies in the world. What? The heavenly concubine's face paled. She felt as if she was about to be torn apart by the boundless fighting spirit. But at this moment, a large and warm hand patted her slender waist. Only then did the terrifying illusions disappear. Are you an idiot? Who would open their mind completely when comprehending martial arts? You should be careful and comprehend it bit by bit. Fortunately, I rushed over, otherwise you would have been torn to shreds by the battle intent. The young man's angry roar sounded in her ear, causing the heavenly concubine to be stunned for a moment. Then, her pretty face turned red. From the very beginning, she didn't believe that the giant rock Lin Ling had placed down contained the concept of the war god. Moreover, she was confident in her vast knowledge and experience. In addition to her powerful spirit body, she had pridefully invaded the giant rock without holding back. But in the end, the powerful concept of the war god came crashing down. The fighting spirit nearly tore apart her soul. How would I have known that his fighting spirit would be so strong? The heavenly concubine was like a little girl who had done something wrong. She lowered her head. If it weren't for Lin Ling rushing over to save her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Ling helplessly slapped his forehead. This little girl was good at everything, but she was too self-confident and wise. She thought that everything was under her control, causing her to nearly be injured. Wait a moment, the great concept in the giant rock was real and it nearly tore apart my soul. Lin Ling, did you really move King Yunhai's war god martial arts here? The heavenly concubine recalled what had happened and was shocked once more. She had seen far more things than others, so she didn't believe that Lin Ling could do it. But now, facts spoke louder than words. She had no choice but to believe. Lin Ling shook his head, disdain in his eyes. Didn't I already say these words before? This concept of the war god didn't come from the previous emperor, King Yunhai. Just who is he to have the qualifications to guide me? My concept of the war god came from the ancient war god. Ancient war god? The heavenly concubine sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes sized up Lin Ling. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt that this youth was mysterious. Could this youth have seen the battle of the ancient war god? Don't look so shocked. I did see the battle of the ancient war god. In any case, you've lost. Lin Ling shrugged and said. How is that possible? How can you see things that happened 10,000 years ago? You must be lying to me. The heavenly concubine frowned. There are many things you don't know. Lin Ling gently smiled. The heavenly concubine's innate spirit body seemed to be able to divine. But no matter how she divined, she couldn't divine his origin because he came from another world. Alright, now that the military advisor has tested it for you, the war god martial arts of this giant rock has been confirmed. You can comprehend it as you wish. But remember, you cannot enter the giant rock in one go because the concept of the war god is too strong. If your soul force isn't strong, you will be easily crushed. So, comprehend it bit by bit. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and looked at the surrounding people. The heavenly concubine looked at the youth's slender back as her beautiful eyes flickered. She really couldn't see through this youth. The surrounding people were all exclaiming. The war god mountain had been moved to the Fire Ancient clan. To them, this was something that they had never imagined. Teacher, Brother Yang Fading is dead. In an elegant room, an old man sat quietly with his eyes closed. There was a chessboard in front of him. He was playing two roles, and he was playing a game of chess. Beside him, a youth bowed respectfully and said. But after he finished speaking, the elder still had his eyes closed and didn't have any fluctuation in his emotions. The youth lowered his head and was shocked, but he didn't dare to say a word. This elder was the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi. He had an illustrious reputation and was once the teacher of many princes. Even the crown prince had learned from him. He was once the teacher of countless prodigies. With this reputation, he was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who is it? After a long time, Tian Xuanzi opened his eyes and gently placed a chess piece on the chessboard as he spoke. It's Lin Ling, who is currently at the peak of his power. This person is the martial arts champion and a meritorious official of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. He is in the second prince's camp. The youth said respectfully. Ask him to come and see me. Tian Xuanzi's voice was calm as though he was talking about something very normal. But he is the second prince's man. If we ask him to come, I'm afraid the second prince won't agree. The youth hesitated and said. I said to ask him to come and see me. Ask him to come and see me. As for the second prince, pass this letter to him. Yuni Xuan will give me face. Tian Xuanzi was still playing chess as though he had everything under his control. Beside the chessboard was a letter, which shocked the youth. Could it be that his teacher knew everything beforehand? So he was prepared. Yes. The youth took a step back and left. Tian Xuanzi was too mysterious in his heart. He was like a mountain that he had to look up to forever. Lin Ling's current strength is in the middle of the 108 general stars. Furthermore, he rose up in such a short period of time. Interesting. But it's a pity that he showed off too much and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. This led to his early death. Tian Xuanzi looked at the chessboard and said indifferently. Lin Ling's rise made him pay more attention to him. But that was it. Lin Ling still lacked the foundation to reach the top of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 309. The Sky Spirit Realm Cultivator arrives at this moment. The Fire Ancient clan was bustling with activity. After Lin Ling's return, everyone knew that the youth would support the entire ancient clan. The youth's growth was limitless. They only needed a little more time and they firmly believed that a fifth king would appear in the Tianxian kingdom. When that time came, the throne of the Tianxian kingdom would be decided. No matter what kind of schemes and plots, as long as one had powerful martial strength, then all schemes and overt schemes would be as easy as paper. Lin Ling still needed some time to accumulate strength before he could reach this level of strength. Lin Ling was also well aware of this. Therefore, after dealing with the Fire Ancient clan, he planned to enter closed-door cultivation and break through to the mid-earth spirit realm. Where is Lin Ling? Come out and see me. However, on this day, a loud shout rang out from the crater of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing silently in the sky. This figure was walking through the air, but it was extremely casual, as if it had merged with the heavens and earth. This was truly walking through the air, the symbol of a sky spirit realm cultivator. However, this expert didn't seem to have any elegance. After arriving, he immediately demanded that Lin Ling come out and see him in a domineering manner. Who are you? Lin Ling naturally sensed such a mighty aura. He strode out and arrived at the plaza, looking up at the person in the sky. It was a man around 30 years old. He wore a long blue robe and had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent and he appeared extremely arrogant. I am Wen Bingxian of the 108 General Stars. You are Lin Ling? The man looked down at Lin Ling arrogantly. Lin Ling frowned. This general was very strong and had reached the sky spirit realm. It seemed that the higher the ranking of the 108 General Stars, the stronger they were. That's me. What is the matter? Lin Ling said faintly. Nothing much, just that the imperial tutor wants you to make a trip. Wen Bingxian looked down on Lin Ling. The young man below was very young, but he was ranked in the middle of the 108 star generals. This made him very surprised. One must know that when he was 18 years old, he had only just become a general. Obviously, this young man was a rare genius. Unfortunately, no matter how talented he was, it was useless. After he died, he would only be a pile of bones. Moreover, as a genius of the older generation, he was more or less displeased to see the rise of a genius of the new generation. You want me to go? Lin Ling's eyes flickered unceasingly. He guessed that this person was here for Yang Fading. However, the battle between him and Yang Fading was a fair battle under the watchful eyes of everyone. There shouldn't be any complaints about who died. But now that Yang Fading had lost, the Imperial Preceptor's residence actually stood up for him. Wasn't this too unfair? Moreover, he had only asked him to go. It was as if he could only obey the orders of the Imperial Advisor's residence and could not go against them. If the Imperial Tutor wants to see me, why didn't he come personally? My apologies, the State Preceptor is not being courteous enough, so I refuse to go. Lin Ling coldly replied. That's not up to you. If I want you to go, you have to go. Wen Bingxian sneered, not allowing Lin Ling to refuse at all. His gaze wandered and suddenly saw the huge rock in the square, and he instantly revealed an interested expression. This rock actually hides a great concept. It's mine. He carefully sensed it and couldn't help but be delighted. He completely didn't expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise in a rural area like the outer city. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Ling to reply and strode towards the huge rock. It looked like he wanted to snatch the huge rock that contained the great concept of the god of war and return. This person is so overbearing. That huge rock contains the great concept of the god of war and is priceless. He wants to take it for himself without even saying a word. Many people revealed anger in their eyes. You've taken a fancy to my, Lin Ling's, things? Unfortunately, it's not so easy to take my things. Lin Ling still stood there quietly and smiled coldly as he looked at Wen Bingxian who walked down from the sky. Does a junior who hasn't even reached the heavenly spirit realm have the right to say such words? Not to mention that I've taken a fancy to your things, even if I've taken a fancy to your life, taking it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Wen Bingxian smiled disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, she wasn't afraid that Lin Ling would escape, as if she had everything under control. He slowly walked to the side of the huge rock and walked around it. His expression changed drastically as he said in surprise, This is the great concept of the god of war. One had to know that Wen Bingxian's strength was at the heavenly spirit realm. According to the rules of the god of war mountain, he was no longer qualified to enter the god of war mountain. However, he hadn't learned the great concept of the god of war, so he was still brooding about it. However, he actually encountered it here, which made him wild with joy. He strode forward and wanted to move the huge rock away. Seeing Wen Bingxian arrogantly and overbearingly snatching someone else's item, the people of the Fire Ancient clan were even more furious. These powerful people were unreasonable. Don't be impatient. He'll suffer. Lin Ling's expression was calm as the smile on his face deepened. And at this moment, Wen Bingxian's hand had already touched the huge rock. At this moment, a loud and clear sound like a bell rang out. In front of them, a dark golden fist was hurtling towards Wen Bingxian. This was the great concept of the god of war. Wen Bingxian had been too confident in himself. His cultivation was profound, so he thought he could easily move the huge rock. But, he never imagined that the great concept hidden within the huge rock would come from ancient times. Since he was caught off guard and his soul force leaked out, he would naturally be injured by the great concept. What? Wen Bingxian's complexion changed. He instantly paled and spat out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backwards. In the end, he was stronger than the heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine had been careless and had nearly lost her life. As for him, he hadn't lost his life, but his soul had been severely injured. 108 general stars. That's a very impressive appearance. Why do you look like a stray dog now? At this moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice echoed, which caused Wen Bingxian's eyes to contract. His heart was burning with rage. He was an absolute expert in the inner city and normally sat in a high position. When had he ever revealed such a miserable appearance? Kiki, whatever you fancy belongs to you. But it seems like you can't take it away even if we let you take it. Isn't that so? Tens of thousands of us are watching and waiting for you to proudly move the huge rock away. Unfortunately, we are only able to see you vomit blood. Are all the general stars from the inner city so amusing? Lin Aofeng and the others all laughed while their words were filled with ridicule. You are courting death. Wen Bingxian's expression was like a pig's liver. He was an eagle flying in the sky, but he was being mocked by a bunch of fleas on the ground. Boom! A powerful frost burst out, causing the entire volcano to be frozen and crystallized. Wen Bingxian was infuriated. His strength was extremely horrific. With the heaven spirit realm and his formidable innate talent, it was enough to obliterate all the martial artists below the heaven spirit realm. In the heaven mystics kingdom, the heaven spirit realm was considered a formidable person. This powerful realm was like a watershed with the earth spirit realm. If the earth spirit realm was a general, then the heaven spirit realm was the king. The heaven spirit realm had the absolute aura and strength to suppress the earth spirit realm. Chapter 310. Terrifying Charisma. General 1, isn't it too shameless for someone of your seniority to behave so atrociously? Right at this moment, a red spear shot down from the mouth of the volcano in the sky with boundless thunder. An even stronger aura presence pressed down, causing Wen Bingxian to vomit a mouthful of blood. She looked at the sky with reverence. Duke Duan. Several figures walked down from the sky. Among them was Duke Duan and the second prince. It was obvious that the Fire Ancient clan had been violated time and time again, causing the second prince to feel extremely guilty. Hence, he asked Duke Duan to focus on protecting the Fire Ancient clan. As long as there were any signs of trouble, they would send out all their experts. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the prodigy with the most potential in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Unless the second prince was a fool, how could he not value him? After all, he knew that if given more time, Lin Ling would be able to decide the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling, apologies for being late. Yes. The second prince, Yunixuan, walked over and spoke to Lin Ling with a grave expression. It's fine. We didn't lose anything. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Wen Bingxian coldly. Such a powerful general. You came to my fire ancient clan to behave atrociously. I thought you would wipe us out. In the end, not a single one of us was injured. Instead, you vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. Yes. Those words were like an invisible slap that caused Wen Bingxian's body to tremble. He was toyed with by a group of ants and then pressured by Duke Duan's aura presence. He was a martial expert ranked in the top 30 out of the 108 star generals. At this moment, he was truly humiliated. Lin Ling, you are very arrogant. However, don't think that you can look down on everyone just because someone is here to protect you. Let me tell you. Today, I must take you away. Yes. Wen Bingxian took a deep breath and shouted. She then looked at the second prince. Yunixuan, teacher has a letter for you. Take a look at it yourself. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a letter to the second prince and looked at Lin Ling with a gloating expression. He wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. He might not have read the letter, but he could guess what it was written in it. It was the conditions that the second prince, Yunixuan's status. The marshal's letter. Yes. Yunixuan's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened the letter and read it carefully. There weren't many words in the letter and only a few sentences, but it described the entire situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The marshal's residents didn't announce which faction they were supporting, but if Yunixuan were to hand over Lin Ling, the marshal's residents would consider supporting the second prince. That was the meaning of the letter. He had 2 choices. One was to give up on Lin Ling and get the support of the imperial advisor's residents. 2. The second prince, kings, the second prince's first. This was a huge problem. Lin Ling had fought alongside Yunixuan and made several contributions. Every one of them had shocked the entire Cloud Sea City. Most importantly, Lin Ling's potential was limitless, and many powerful figures thought highly of him. However, the marshal's residence was a famous faction, and the marshal was the teacher of many princes. If the marshal raised his arm and shouted, many princes would support Yunixuan. This is the crucial point. Yunixuan, you have to make a good choice. Do you want Lin Ling or the marshal's residence? Wen Bingxian reminded. After hearing that, many people could roughly guess what was written in the letter. They didn't expect the marshal to value Lin Ling so much that he would use Lin Ling's life to exchange for the entire marshal's residence. Yunixuan's expression was constantly changing. He finally raised his head to look at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. As for Wen Bingxian, she was sneering at the side and waiting for the second prince's answer. Just as she was about to speak, Yunixuan's cold voice echoed. Help me tell teacher that I am sorry. I don't value the marshal's residence. Swish. The letter in Yunixuan's hand was torn apart. Are you crazy? You actually dared to reject the imperial advisor's residence for Lin Ling. You should know that even His Majesty the Crown Prince wants to be favored by Master. But you. Wen Bingxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunixuan sneered. Perhaps, but without Lin Ling, I, Yunixuan, wouldn't be where I am today. Without Lin Ling, I am just a subject. Defeating Cloud Sea City Scholar and Martial Scholar, becoming the #1 Martial Scholar, a meritorious subject of Sky Fragrant City, and a general of the army. Lin Ling allowed me, Yunixuan, to go from a hopeless subject to one of the strongest contenders for the throne. My current reputation is all because of Lin Ling. How can I abandon him? Yes, the second prince is right. Without Lin Ling, I, Sovereign King Li, wouldn't have joined you. At this moment, a figure walked down from the sky. It was Sovereign King Li. If you abandon my disciple, then you don't have the qualifications to be the king of Cloud Sea. Another figure walked down. It was one of the three pillars, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, He Yen Shan. All the respectable experts had arrived, and every single one of them supported Lin Ling. Yunixuan smiled faintly. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who thought highly of Lin Ling. Everyone thought highly of Lin Ling's future. They were betting everything on that young man. Thank you, everyone. Lin Ling looked at all the experts who arrived and felt warmth in his heart. In fact, if all these people didn't support him and the marshal wanted to make a move on him, he wouldn't be able to resist with his current strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling had a good eye for people. The marshal's residence has also rejected you. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, you are the first. However, Yunixuan, you will regret it. When Bingxian flew into a rage out of humiliation. Lin Ling had slapped him in the face again, making him come with pride and leave with disappointment. For Lin Ling alone, I am willing to give up all the factions in the world. Yunixuan said word by word, affirming his determination even more. Currently, Lin Ling was more like the king of all of them. However, Lin Ling didn't have any interest in the throne. What he pursued was the supreme martial Dao. Everyone who supported Lin Ling knew this. Yunixuan knew it too, which was why he was willing to bow down to Lin Ling. Perhaps in his heart, if the king of Yunhai was above everyone and was the sovereign of the 9 and 5, then Lin Ling was the sovereign of all the 9 and 5. Of course, this was a kind of intuition. It was an intuition brought about by Lin Ling's boldness. However, as of now, Lin Ling obviously hadn't matured to that extent. You all. When Bingxian roared with anger. You should worry about your own situation. Coming to my fire ancient clan to behave atrociously isn't something you can come and go as you wish. Lin Ling interrupted Wen Bingxian's words with extremely cold eyes. Wen Bingxian's eyes focused and looked around. He then realized that there were several experts who were stronger than him gathered in the volcano. This Lin Ling's rallying power was terrifying. Lin Ling, he is ultimately a member of the marshal's residence and is just a messenger. Let's not kill him. Yunixuan suggested to Lin Ling while looking at him. Lin Ling nodded. Since Yunixuan came out to support him, he had to give Yunixuan some face. Furthermore, when Bingxian came in such an overbearing and arrogant manner, he wanted to take revenge himself. Chapter 311. The late Emperor's inheritance, what? You dare to slap my face? You dare to make me kneel? Since young, I have never knelt to anyone except the Cloud Sea King and my teacher. When Bingxian roared with rage. This Lin Ling was too overbearing. Making him kneel and even slapping his face was actually worse than killing him. If he kneeled, what face would he have left in the Cloud Sea City? It would definitely be a huge joke. You don't have a choice now. Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. A pitiful person must have a sad side. You think you can look down on everyone just because you have the Imperial Advisor's residence behind you. A pity that you have found the wrong place to display your pride. Duke Duan walked out. Beside him, Sovereign King Li walked out as well. Both dukes made a move on Wen Bingxian. Wen Bingxian's strength wasn't weak, and there weren't many people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who were stronger than him. However, the four dukes weren't among them. Thus, when the two of them made a move, how could Wen Bingxian resist? Slap. 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 He was forced to kneel by the two dukes. Clear slapping sounds echoed, and Wen Bingxian kowtowed 3 times to everyone. The humiliation almost made Wen Bingxian want to commit suicide. He came with arrogance, but he didn't expect the final outcome to be like this. It was extremely dramatic. Lin Ling, today's revenge will be heavily repaid in the future. Slap. After kowtowing 3 times, Wen Bingxian roared with rage. Lin Ling sneered, "When we meet again in the future, it will be your life that will be taken. Get lost. Get lost." Wen Bingxian gritted his teeth and left the volcanic crater like a stray dog. Right now, outside the volcanic crater, there was a huge crowd. Some of them were from the outer city while some were from the inner city. This time, they were naturally here to watch the show. They originally wanted to see Lin Ling being suppressed by an expert, but the result was the complete opposite. Wen Bingxian, ranked 30th among the 108 general stars. He was actually suppressed to the point of kowtowing 3 times and vomiting blood twice. Slap. The informants from the various factions were all astonished and reported back to the inner city at the same time. The people from the various major powers were shocked once again. That Lin Ling was so domineering that he didn't even give the imperial tutor's residence any face and made the imperial tutor's student, Wen Bingxian, lose face and run out of the Fire Ancient clan like a stray dog. Furthermore, Lin Ling seemed to be extremely courageous. Not only did he get the second prince to step in, he even got the 2 dukes and the 3 great pillars to support him. At the mouth of the volcano, everyone was looking at Lin Ling, then they smiled. "Lin Ling, you're now a banner of the second prince. Your reputation is actually greater than mine. Many forces have joined my camp because of you," Yunixuan said with a smile as he walked towards Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling was considered to have made great contributions, but Yunixuan was different from the other princes. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom and wasn't jealous. Furthermore, he knew that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, as long as he could determine the ownership of the King of the Cloud Sea, he would definitely make himself the King of the Cloud Sea. Lin Ling's goal wasn't just the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Right now, our faction is getting stronger and stronger, and our reputation is getting bigger. We have formed a tripartite balance of power with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. In order to become the King of the Cloud Sea, apart from having formidable martial strength, we also need to have the support of the masses. Duan walked over and said. Having the support of the masses meant having the hearts of the people. Obtaining the hearts of the people meant obtaining the world. In the tripartite balance of power, the 3 kingdoms were competing for resources. The various factions and experts were the resources and the hearts of the people. Whoever had the most resources would have the hope of becoming the King of the Cloud Sea. Right now, the second prince had plenty of resources and was only slightly weaker than the Crown Prince. However, he was on par with the third prince and might even have a higher reputation. The factions in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom are the reclusive aristocratic clans, the various city lords, the various generals, and the civil and military officials. If we can recruit them all into our faction, then the second prince will definitely become the King of the Cloud Sea. Sovereign Kingly said. Lin Ling frowned and pondered for a moment. He then said, right now, most of the factions are just watching from the sidelines. Furthermore, it is rather difficult to recruit them. Why don't we recruit the various princes first? They might not have much influence, but they represent the Cloud Sea Empire. Once this statement was out, everyone's eyes lit up. They had nearly forgotten about the various princes' factions. After all, they had treated the various princes' factions as opponents from the start. They didn't expect to pull them into the same faction. Incredible. I always thought that Lin Ling had exceptional talent. I didn't expect him to be so far-sighted. Sovereign Kingly praised. Many people nodded in agreement. Let me handle this. I should be able to persuade the 20 over princes. However, there is one that might be more difficult. It is the 14th prince. He has 7 generals under him. All of them are at the heavenly spirit realm and are extremely loyal. The 14th prince doesn't like power struggles and likes to play around. He was the most pampered child of the king of the Cloud Sea. He is probably the most difficult to recruit. Duke Duan frowned. 14th brother, I have heard of him. It is because he likes to play around that the late emperor especially liked him. It is said that the late emperor even left behind some treasures for him. His Majesty the second prince also recalled. Late emperor's treasures? Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The second prince nodded and said, all the major factions in the Cloud Sea city know about it. However, 14th brother has the golden medallion of immunity. Hence, the royal advisor residence, the Empress Dowager, and other major factions can't do anything about the golden medallion of immunity. Yes. Furthermore, last year, I heard that the crown prince and the third prince also tried to get the treasures, but they all failed. Against 14th brother, they obviously can't use force to plunder. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. Currently, his Flame Legion was still much weaker than the Cloud Sea City's forces. However, if he could get the late emperor's treasures, then everyone's strength would increase greatly. Moreover, if he could subdue the 14th prince, then the second prince's forces would also increase greatly. Alright, let me deal with the 14th prince. Lin Ling smiled. His words caused everyone's expression to change. They found it hard to believe. After all, if the 14th prince was easy to deal with, someone would have gotten the late emperor's treasures. The 14th prince has an eccentric personality. He likes to play around. He has played with all the toys in the world. Subduing him. Yunixuan hesitated. It's just playing around. If I want to satisfy him, it won't be difficult. Lin Ling smiled confidently. With General Lin taking action, you will definitely succeed. Sovereign King Li had great faith in Lin Ling. This disciple of mine is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He is proficient in both literature and martial arts. It shouldn't be a problem for him. He Yenshan also smiled. In his heart, this disciple of his was a perfect genius. After he finished speaking, he added, Disciple, when are you going to draw a painting for me? During this period of time, I have hired a large number of painters, but none of them are as good as you. Hearing this, everyone laughed loudly. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were also laughing. They saw that Lin Ling was getting stronger and stronger. Now, he was already one of the top experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This made them extremely proud. Chapter 312. War God's Great Quintessence, Fiery Annihilation. It was nighttime. Lin Ling sat cross-legged as a faint flame spirit aura emerged from the surface of his body. After witnessing the might of the 108 general stars, Lin Ling knew that he was currently considered a top genius among his peers. However, he was still lacking when compared to the famous experts of the older generation. Therefore, his current goal was to break through the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm and enter the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. At that time, even if he met Wen Bingxian again, he was confident that he could make her kowtow and return. Fortunately, he obtained plenty of spirit-type ginseng fruits on Mount War God. It was said that this natural treasure was obtained by the late emperor outside the Cloud region and was extremely rare. At that time, the late emperor found a spirit-type ginseng fruit tree and planted it. Until now, no one knew where it was planted and could only obtain the spirit-type ginseng fruit. This magical fruit contained the spirit aura of the Earth Spirit Realm spirit aura seed and was very suitable for Earth Spirit Realm martial artists to cultivate. This fruit is just like the ginseng fruit in Journey to the West. Lin Ling took out the spirit-type ginseng fruit and examined it carefully. he couldn't help but smile. All of a sudden, he was even more curious about the world outside the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. According to his master, outside the three kingdoms of the cloud region, there were many ancient divine regions, tombs of experts, and other strange realms of heaven and earth. Apart from that, there were many experts there, and all of them had the power to split the heavens and earth. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom was just the tip of the iceberg. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom wasn't the overlord yet. Therefore, it would take some time to leave the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to experience the world. Lin Ling held the spirit-type ginseng fruit with both hands. That magical fruit was gradually being burned, and streams of spirit aura flowed into his body like dragons. The spirit aura seed in Lin Ling's dantian gradually grew and gradually advanced to the late stage of the earth spirit realm. Time passed quietly. 3 days later, an enormous aura spread out from the volcano. Everyone could faintly hear the roar of flames. Ling has broken through. Ancestor Tai Yen smiled with delight, but he asked his clansmen to seal off the news. Presently, Lin Ling was the center of attention in Ocean of Cloud City. Now that his strength had improved, the various powers would naturally pay attention to him. So, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble if possible. Not only that, other practitioners counted the advancement of the Earth Spirit realm in years, and some were even unable to break through in their entire lives. It was impossible for others not to be curious that Lin Ling had advanced again in such a short period of time. Even Patriarch Extreme Flame was curious as to how his grandson had cultivated and how he had progressed so quickly. In reality, he didn't know that Lin Ling's increase in strength was closely related to the Blazing Flame Arts. Without the Blazing Flame Arts, Lin Ling would only be an ordinary genius. Whoosh! A figure shot straight to the bottom of the volcano, passing through the ancestral grave and then through the Savage Valley. He reached the deepest part of the volcano, where the flames were exuberant. Even the Fire Ancient Clan, the Imperial Fire Clan, didn't dare to rashly come here. The Earth Core Fire is indeed ferocious. Lin Ling stood there quietly. A layer of flames appeared on his body, adding a touch of vigor to his handsome face as he indifferently looked at his surroundings. The reason why he came here was because he had reached the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. His strength had greatly increased, and he wanted to try out the second style of the War God Fist, Blazing Annihilation. Only by reaching the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm would the second style of the War God Fist have enough spirit chi to support it. Only then would the three great concepts be able to perfectly merge together. The 9 Nether Heavenly Flames concept, the 7 Blades Talent concept, and the War God concept. Among them, I'm most familiar with the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames and the 7 Blades Heavenly Flames. They are also my future path of martial Tao. However, the War God concept is not a concept that I created, so it's still not considered a divine transformation realm. Lin Ling murmured. He was still standing there quietly, but the flames outside his body were even more exuberant, as if they were going to burn the Earth Core Fire into nothingness. Those flames were intertwined with blue and white flames, constantly swallowing and spitting, making him look like a flame god. He stretched out his fist, and a dark golden light appeared. That was the battle intent. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. Battle the heavens, battle the earth, battle the god of war. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. His clothes fluttered and danced, and the flames around his body also jumped. It felt like a raging fire being blown by a strong wind. Rumble. The earth shook at this moment, and an endless battle intent spread out. At this moment, Lin Ling's fist was not only dark golden, but it was also wrapped in blue and white flames. The three great concepts had completely merged together. This fist was the War God Fist, but it also looked like the Flame Fist. What a powerful force. After this style was charged, it actually drained all the spirit chi and flames in my body. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and 2 wisps of flames jumped wildly in the depths of his pupils. Although he could barely use the fusion of the 3 great concepts, it was obvious that it wasn't going smoothly. With his current strength, using the second style, Blazing Annihilation was obviously a little overwhelming. War God Fist, Blazing Annihilation. When his aura reached its peak, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. A tyrannical aura erupted, and the flames were like a sea. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. An ancient flaming war god appeared, and his fists were like fire, as if they could destroy all demons. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, and it was as if he could shatter the sun and moon. Rumble! In front of him, an unparalleled force swept out, and the earth cracked open layer by layer. Wherever the fist passed, the stone walls turned into golden light, and everything turned into nothingness. A huge and bottomless hole appeared, and this hole was so big that it could fit a city. In other words, the power of this fist could destroy a city. And around the hole, flames burned wildly, burning the heavens and the earth. Bang! As for Lin Ling, who had used this terrifying fist, he could only look at the shocking destructive power with a bitter smile, and then he fainted. This war god fist was extremely terrifying, but with his current strength, it was still difficult to control. After this punch, he had completely lost the ability to fight. Rumble! Lin Ling didn't know that the might of his punch had caused the entire outer city to tremble. Countless people gasped and thought that the ground had cracked open. This was especially true for the ancient Flame Clan, whose huge volcano had cracked open. What exactly is going on? Ancestor Extreme Flame was in a state of panic. He thought that the end of the world had arrived, and he was completely unaware that it was just the work of his grandson. After an entire 3 days, Lin Ling finally walked out from the depths of the earth. His face was quite pale, and he was shocked when he recalled the might of that punch. However, when he arrived at the surface and saw the Fire Ancient Clan in chaos, the corners of his eyes twitched. The might of that punch seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. At this moment, all the buildings in the Fire Ancient Clan had collapsed, and everyone was in a hurry. They were even wondering if the heavenly tribulation had arrived. Moreover, he found out from the members of the clan that it wasn't just the Fire Ancient Clan that was in chaos, and it was the same throughout the outer city. A large number of restaurants and markets were shaken by the aftershocks and collapsed, causing the streets to be in chaos. Ancestor Extreme Flame's voice resounded, and it was filled with worry. It caused Lin Ling's helpless smile to grow even wider. "Stinking kid, where did you run off to? I was so worried. Hurry up and help us rebuild our home. Alas, the world is too ruthless." Just a single upheaval caused the Fire Ancient Clan to be reduced to nothing. Chapter 313. Heading to the 14th Prince's manor on the next morning, Lin Ling left the Fire Ancient Clan and headed for the 14th Prince's manor. The heavenly concubine was accompanying him. The reason why he brought the heavenly concubine along was that she was the smartest among all of them. She should be of great help to the 14th Prince. As for the 14th Prince, Lin Ling found out from the second prince that this person disliked imperial authority and was cynical. He was the late emperor's most doted son and was also the guardian of the treasures left behind by the late emperor. The 14th prince didn't have any martial strength and was only interested in playing. He wanted to play with all sorts of novel things in the world. Furthermore, he was most interested in chess and was extremely proficient in it. "Heavenly concubine, I said before that once I settle my matters here, I will leave the Heaven Mystic's kingdom with you to meet your old friend. As a condition, you have to help me today. It would be best if you can settle the 14th prince." As they advanced, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Humph, you profiteer. You don't want to suffer any losses and always want to exploit me. The heavenly concubine snorted and was extremely displeased with Lin Ling. This young man was boorish, rude, and crafty like a little fox. She was always at a disadvantage. In fact, she could just flick her sleeves and leave. However, she was exceptionally curious about Lin Ling. Furthermore, Lin Ling was her senior sister's subordinate, and she wanted her senior sister to meet this relative. Hence, she had been following Lin Ling. There isn't much entertainment in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom except chess. My chess skills are considered average, and you are the military advisor. If the 14th prince wants to discuss chess skills, then I will have to rely on you. Lin Ling added. Don't worry. As long as it is about the formation of infantry, I don't fear anyone. The heavenly concubine spoke with extreme confidence and then said, I heard that the 14th prince is cynical. If you want to enter his manor, you must have some novel toys. Are you prepared? Kiki, in front of me, he dares to claim that he can play with everything in the world? Lin Ling smiled confidently. He came from the previous world, where the entertainment industry was developed. There were mobile phones, computers, videos, games, and many other things that could make people forget about leaving. How could the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's entertainment be compared to that place? Not long after, the two of them entered the inner city and walked in one direction. Then, a huge manor appeared before their eyes. There was an endless stream of people going in and out of the gate. Some of these people were holding cricket jars, and some were holding demonic beast chickens in advance. It seemed that they wanted to give the new toy to the 14th prince so that they could get the opportunity to enter the manor. I'm sorry, crickets. His Majesty the 14th prince has said that he's tired of playing with this thing. There's nothing new about it. Anyone who gives him a cricket is not allowed to take a step into the manor. Cockfighting? The 14th prince has already won the Chicken King competition twice. He no longer cares about cockfighting. Scram! The guards at the entrance of the mansion were quite arrogant. Anyone who came would be chased away. Only a few people were allowed to enter. It was obvious that the 14th prince possessed the treasures left behind by the late emperor, and it caused many people in the city to cast covetous gazes towards him. However, the 14th prince possessed the golden token of immunity, so they couldn't use force against him and could only curry favor with him. Unfortunately, the 14th prince had already played with everything in the world. It would be very difficult to please him. This 14th prince is really an interesting person. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In the city, many people thought that the 14th prince was trash, but he didn't think so. Perhaps it was like a poem, the world laughs at me for being crazy, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. The 14th prince had such a personality. He enjoyed a free and easy life and wasn't bound by power. Who are you? State your name. At this moment, a cold voice sounded towards Lin Ling and the heavenly princess. The heavenly concubine quickly looked towards Lin Ling. She knew that if they wanted to enter the manor, they would have to take out rare and novel items. However, she naturally couldn't think of anything suitable. So, she could only look at Lin Ling. I'm Lin Ling. Tell the 14th prince that I've brought 3 strange items. If he wants them, he has to come see me personally. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused many people to stare at him. This young man was really arrogant. He actually wanted the 14th prince to come see him personally. Moreover, they had never heard of the name Lin Yiming. Young man, you're so arrogant. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes said. He was one of the 3rd prince's men and often came to curry favor with the 14th prince. It was because he was a playboy that the 3rd prince had assigned him such a task. It was exactly the right thing to do with the 14th prince. Of course, he had failed every time. Who do you think you are? Scram! Lin Ling had already seen that this young man was one of the 3rd prince's men. Towards an enemy like the third prince, he naturally wouldn't be polite. You. The playboy clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Telling him to scram was equivalent to stepping on the third prince's face. He sneered, I don't know where this country boy came from, but he's so arrogant. However, I want to see if you can take out anything novel. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. He took out a crystal bottle and handed it to the guard. This is the first novel toy. Give it to the 14th prince. After he sees it, he will definitely come to see me. The guard took the bottle and looked at it carefully. His face was filled with doubt because the bottle was filled with a transparent liquid. It looked very ordinary. However, the young man in front of him was very confident. Moreover, the 14th prince wasn't like the other princes. He only cared about novel toys. As long as there was a novel toy, then he had the right to speak. Therefore, after calmly saying that, he turned around and entered the manor. Huh, that's a toy. It's just a bottle of waste water. Just you wait. You dare to tease the 14th prince? You're dead. The playboy young man on the side thought that Lin Ling had something novel. However, when he found out that it was just a bottle of water, he immediately laughed mockingly. If you talk nonsense again, I don't mind smashing you into the street. Lin Ling said coldly. The playboy young man's face suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. He wanted to stay and watch Lin Ling's show. At this moment, in the manor, several figures were sitting, drinking tea and chatting slowly. Yi Lu, you're still so carefree. One of the young men in embroidered clothes said lightly. He sat boldly, wearing a long black robe. His face was resolute, and he had a domineering aura that looked down on everyone. He looked at a young man of about 20 years old opposite him, and a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. That young man was his 14th brother. He had no fighting spirit and was frivolous. He was a disgrace to their prince. If it wasn't for the fact that his 14th brother had the death exemption golden medallion and the late emperor's treasure, he, Yun Tian, wouldn't even bother to come here. Yun Tian was the current first crown prince. Royal brother, I'm not like you. I only want to live a carefree life. I have no interest in the throne. Not far away, the pale-faced young man smiled faintly. He naturally knew the purpose of the crown prince's visit. It was definitely for the late emperor's treasure. However, although he respected the crown prince, he wasn't afraid. Chapter 314. Tempted by three things, Yael, why don't you hand over the things that King Father left behind to me for safekeeping and become a carefree king? The crown prince drank a mouthful of wine and asked. That won't do. King Father is just going out and will be back any time. If he doesn't see the treasures when he returns, he will definitely blame me. The youth smiled and shook his head. He might look like a hedonistic young master who was frivolous, but he was actually very astute. The crown prince Yunitian's eyes turned cold, but he concealed it well and smiled. Your Majesty Yael, someone outside delivered a new toy. He said that if you like it, you can receive it personally. Right at this moment, a guard walked in and handed over the item that Lin Ling sent over. Oh. Yael wasn't dissatisfied and was rather interested. He picked up the bottle and opened it. Instantly, a fresh smell was emitted, causing his eyes to light up. This person is so arrogant. It is just some rouge and powder, and he dares to bring it into the manor? The crown prince Yunitian had a powerful cultivation and naturally smelled the fragrance from the bottle. He immediately laughed with disdain. However, Yael shook his head and said, Imperial brother, you have belittled this bottle. I can say that this is probably the only bottle in the entire Heaven Mystics kingdom. Furthermore, the creator is ingenious and could actually create such a rare and novel item. Once he said this, the Crown Prince Yunitian's eyes turned serious. Yunyao continued, right now, which kind of rouge and powder in the world have I, Yunyao, not seen before? Let's not talk about those that are far away. My residence has 3,000 different kinds of rouge and powder, but this bottle of water in my hand has a refreshing fragrance that lingers for a long time. Most importantly, when this water is sprinkled, mosquitoes won't come near. This is the rouge and powder used by men. He had played with all kinds of things in the world, and so he quickly noticed the uniqueness of this bottle of water. He was extremely tempted. The Crown Prince Yunitian frowned slightly and didn't say anything. This person who delivered the water was rather intelligent and had investigated the 14th brother beforehand. He knew of the 14th brother's preferences and knowledge, and so, he came up with the right medicine. It was obvious that he had won the favor of the 14th brother. Up until now, everyone had been trying to curry favor with the 14th prince in order to obtain the treasures left behind by the late emperor, including him, the crown prince. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a competitor made him very unhappy. This plaything has won my heart. It's worthy of me personally welcoming it. Yunyao took a large step forward and followed the guard. At this moment, outside the manor, Lin Ling was quietly waiting, but there was still no news. This made the heavenly concubine lose hope. Meanwhile, the hedonistic young master, who had been watching the show from the side, was gloating. You want to win the 14th prince's favor with a bottle of water? Are you kidding me? Let me tell you, I've been here 21 times under the orders of the 3rd prince, but I still haven't had the chance to enter the manor even once. Yes. That's because the 3rd prince is a piece of trash, and you are also a piece of trash. Lin Ling said without even looking at him. You've got guts, daring to insult the 3rd prince. But now, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll bear the wrath of the 14th prince. Playing with him isn't something that can be avoided with just a few words. The hedonistic young master said coldly. At this moment, a figure walked out and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Are you Lin Yiming? Please come in. His Majesty the 14th Prince? Looking at that person, everyone outside the door widened their eyes. That young man had actually made the 14th Prince personally come to invite him. Piece of trash. Lin Ling said mockingly to the hedonistic young master. Then, he strode into the manor, causing the hedonistic young master's expression to become extremely ugly. The manor was very big. Lin Ling followed the 14th prince to the garden, where he saw many people sitting, drinking and laughing. Lin Yiming, you've created the first bottle of perfume for men. Moreover, this perfume's effect isn't weak. It can repel insects and mosquitoes. Yunyao didn't put on any airs and smiled at Lin Yiming. Moreover, he didn't expect that the person who created such a novel thing was a young man. Your Majesty is overpraising me. Lin Ling bowed indifferently. The reason why he used a fake name was because he didn't want Yunyao to know which camp he was from. After all, if he revealed his real name, Yunyao would be wary. You don't have to be so courteous with me. That's right, what's the name of this bottle of perfume? Yunyao smiled and waved his hand. Ancient Dragon Water. Lin Ling smiled gently. Yunyao liked novel things. To be honest, Lin Ling could create countless things that Yunyao liked. Therefore, he was very confident that he would be able to meet Yunyao. That's right. Here are 2 more items. Your Majesty, please take your time. Lin Ling took out another novel toy. It was the Rubik's Cube. This? Yunyao was instantly curious. Such a strange item was rarely seen in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This item is called the Rubik's Cube. It has 6 colors and 6 sides. The test of intelligence is to mess up the colors of the 6 sides and then restore the colors. Lin Ling demonstrated and handed it to Yunyail. Interesting. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing. Yunyail was very curious and was a little excited. Everyone in the garden focused their eyes. It was also their first time seeing such a strange item. Even the heavenly concubine was surprised. She didn't know how Lin Ling came up with such a strange item. This is just one of them. I heard that your majesty likes chess. Therefore, I brought a chess set. I hope your majesty will like it. This chess set is called Chinese chess. Lin Ling took out another item. The current chess game in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was mainly Go. There was no Chinese chess. Therefore, when the Chinese chess set was taken out, Yunyail was even more excited. Lin Ling explained the rules of chess to Yunyail. Then, he played a game with Yunyail, which made Yunyail even more excited. This chess set is just like a battlefield. It is like walking in the fields and horses moving in the sun. The rules are so perfect, and there are so many ways to play. Sir Lin Yiming, not bad at all. Yunyail praised. Who exactly is this Lin Yiming? Many people from the major factions in the garden frowned. After that unfamiliar youth arrived, he immediately obtained the recognition of the 14th prince and became their competitor. This youth is rather incredible and is quite shrewd. The crown prince, Yunitian, narrowed his eyes. He had prepared for 2 years and asked his subordinates to constantly search for novel items. Only then did he barely satisfy the 14th prince. However, that youth only used it once. Come, sit. The novel toys made Yunyail's mood very good. He took the initiative to invite Lin Ling to take a seat. Lin Ling cupped his hands politely and sat down with the heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine, who was at the side, was even more shocked. She believed that she was very knowledgeable and had the ability to predict the future. However, when compared to this youth seemed to have surpassed her in every aspect. He was simply perfect. In just a few days, he created a rare chess set. She had seen this chess set before. The rules were perfect, and there were so many ways to play it. It was definitely going to be passed down through the ages. Furthermore, this profound chess set was created by this youth and not an old man who was close to 50 years old. It made her feel like she was in a dream. She even suspected that under this youth's childish face, there might be an ancient heart hidden. You came to my residence to have fun. The more fun you have, the more important it is to abandon your worries. Come, let's drink. Yunyail's voice echoed, but his cup was raised towards Lin Ling. Chapter 3:15. The first meeting of the enemy. Many people were even more jealous. If that youth and the 14th prince were to get closer, the deceased emperor's relic would probably be taken away by that youth. Sir Yiming, where are you working now? Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed. Everyone looked over and realized that it was the crown prince who spoke. Lin Ling also looked over and asked with doubt, "May I know who you are?" His Majesty the Crown Prince took a sip of wine and placed the cup gently on the table. His every action seemed ordinary, but it carried the aura of a great emperor. After a while, he said, "I am His Majesty the Crown Prince, Yunitian." His words were extremely calm as though he was the sun, moon, and stars just by sitting there. He was the emperor who looked forward to the future. He might have concealed that emperor's aura very well, but it would still be emitted inadvertently. Seeing that the crown prince took the initiative to speak, everyone knew that the crown prince thought highly of that youth and wanted to recruit him. Hence, the crown prince proudly spoke of his background. Crown prince? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. In the depths of his eyes, there was a murderous intent that was silently flashing. It was that youth who forced his father to his death. He finally met his enemy. Back then, Lin Chen was the most dazzling star of the outside races. He was fortunate enough to be recognized by the crown prince and brought into the inner city. Who knew that Lin Chen would fall in love with someone from the Stone Saint Kingdom, which caused dissatisfaction in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? At the crucial moment, the crown prince pushed Lin Chen out and forced Lin Chen to his death. From then on, Lin Chen was replaced with a wise and just image. It could be said that the crown prince used Lin Chen as a stepping stone to become famous, and Lin Chen was just a tool for the crown prince to become famous. Furthermore, Lin Chen had to bear the infamy for his entire life. In the crown prince's heart, Lin Chen's death was an honor. Since Lin Chen was able to contribute so much to the crown prince, Lin Chen's death was worth it. If Sir Yiming does not have a job, you can consider coming to my side. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the crown prince, Yunitian, spoke indifferently. He had stated his objective. This was an invitation. Everyone around was envious. Lin Ling quietly sat there. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but the murderous intent in his heart erupted like a volcano. The heavenly concubine beside him also sensed it. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Her soft, boneless hand quietly reached out and gently pressed on the back of Lin Ling's hand. The heavenly concubine also knew the cause of Lin Ling's father's death. Therefore, she knew that Lin Ling wanted nothing more than to kill this young man with the domineering aura of a king. The gentle pat on his hand was like a bucket of water that woke Lin Ling up. The killing intent in his eyes disappeared and he returned to his normal self. He knew that the heavenly concubine was reminding him that the current him was not the crown prince's match. "Are you inviting me?" Lin Ling took a sip of wine and asked. "Yes." Yunitian nodded his head proudly, as if being able to be under him was a great gift. "You think you're qualified to invite me? Are you the Cloud Sea King? Or are you the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? As of now, I don't think you are that impressive. Hence, if you want to invite me, you are too weak." Lin Ling put down his wine cup and spoke with a pause between each word. His words had a hint of disdain. Silence. The garden was dead silent. Everyone had widened their eyes. That young man was invited by the crown prince, and he rejected it. That was fine, but he even dared to mock the crown prince in front of him. It seemed like he was extremely disdainful of the crown prince. Yunitian's expression froze for a moment before it became emotionless. That young man dared to mock him and didn't even have a trace of politeness. He didn't even treat him as the crown prince. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a situation. However, he didn't seem to reveal any anger as he spoke indifferently. "You said that I am not qualified? Do you think that there is someone more qualified than me? There are plenty of people who are more qualified than you. Let's not talk about those far away. Even the second prince is above you. Do you know what you have done during this period of time? Your reputation and strength have improved greatly, right? You're still walking the same old path. I'm afraid it won't be long before you decline. Such a person still has the nerve to invite me. Moreover, you look so arrogant. I don't understand who gave you this arrogance." Lin Ling spoke coldly. The hatred of his father's murder was irreconcilable. So, no matter how strong Yunitian was, Lin Ling would still grit his teeth and face him head-on. However, his words were also true. During this period of time, the second prince was like the sun in the sky. His reputation had almost caught up to the crown prince. Since that was the case, what right did the crown prince have to be arrogant? Most importantly, if I become your subordinate, would I sacrifice myself for you again? I am not that stupid. I would rather become the 14th prince's subordinate than be stupid enough to become your subordinate. Moreover, you don't have the bearing of an emperor. I'm afraid that the position of King Yunhai has nothing to do with you. Lin Ling spoke again, causing the people in the garden to gasp. This young man was so arrogant. He was simply fearless. Especially when he said that the position of King Yunhai had nothing to do with him. This sentence was simply a great offense. What you said is true. However, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It all depends on the final moment. Yunitian's voice became colder and colder. He took the initiative to invite him but was met with ridicule and disdain. It was as if he was begging the young man, but the young man did not even spare him a glance. This young man was so frivolous. Did he want to die? However, Yunitian was very shrewd. Although he was angry, his face remained calm. Perhaps in his heart, although the young man in front of him dared to go against his will, in the end, he was just a restless ant. Ants would make people unhappy, but obviously, they would not be able to make people completely angry. Then let's wait and see. Lin Ling sneered. He picked up his wine cup and drank, no longer paying attention to Yunitian. As for Yunitian, he looked deeply at Lin Ling before he started drinking as well. His kingly demeanor made many people's hearts skip a beat. No wonder he was His Majesty the Crown Prince. No one could see through him. Hee, you're only allowed to have fun here. You're not allowed to talk about other things. Everyone, drink. After drinking, we'll play an exquisite game of chess. At this moment, the 14th prince, Yunyail's voice sounded. He seemed to be reminding His Majesty the Crown Prince that this was his territory. His Majesty the Crown Prince was indifferent. He continued to drink his wine as if nothing had happened. That calmness made people's hearts palpitate. Yunitian is really powerful. Lin Ling also remained silent. He attached great importance to Yunitian, who was rumored to have the domineering aura of an emperor. This opponent was really strong. After drinking, Yunyao brought everyone to a stone chess table in the garden. He smiled and invited everyone to take a seat. I have a rule here. If you can win my exquisite game of chess, then I'll let you take a look at the relic. This rule has been in place for a few years, but no one has been able to break it. Today, I hope there will be an exception. Also, until now, other than one person, no one has won. Chapter 316. Chapter 316 Exquisite Chess Game. Each person has 3 chances. If you fail, you can only try again next time. After Yunyail sat down, his aura quietly changed. He was no longer frivolous. Instead, he was like a god of war who controlled thousands of soldiers and horses, looking down on the world. I represent Sima Zhen Shan Wang to start the first 3 rounds. An old man who was close to 50 years old sat down. He stroked his beard and spoke with great confidence. Then, the black and white chess pieces fell down, and the 2 of them fought on the chessboard. The old man was calm at first, but soon, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he lost all 3 games. The chess saint has also lost. The 14th prince is indeed the real king of the exquisite Go game. Many people secretly sighed. They had studied this chess game for many years, but unfortunately, they still weren't Yunyail's match. Yunyail's chess was unpredictable. Let me. Another person sat down. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he was completely killed, and his face was pale. On the other hand, Yunyail's expression was calm. From beginning to end, he didn't sweat at all. Then, everyone took turns to go up, but the result was the same. This made many people realize that it was not easy to obtain the late emperor's treasures. 14th brother, let me do it. Not long after, the crown prince also sat down. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of arrogance in his expression. Brother, you've already been here 3 times. Although your chess skills have improved each time, you're still a little short of breaking the exquisite chess game. Yunyail said with a faint smile. Soon after, the black and white chess pieces landed. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, His Majesty the Crown Prince was also defeated. This caused the Crown Prince's eyes to continuously flicker. Back then, Yunyail was doted on by the previous emperor. Most likely, he also received a portion of the previous emperor's true teachings. Yunyail shook his head and said, "Imperial brother, you've lost. In this exquisite chess game, the killing intent is intertwined. A single wrong move can cause the entire game to be lost. In this game, I used the black pieces to defend against the enemy. The fastest I could swallow the white pieces was 3 moves, and the slowest was 35 moves. Imperial brother, you're already pretty good to be able to last until 32 moves. 14th brother is the best." His Majesty the Crown Prince praised, but in the depths of his eyes, there was an imperceptible cold light. If it weren't for Yunyail's death exemption medallion, he would have already killed his 14th brother. Who else? Yunyail chuckled and continued. Everyone was silent. They had all lost. They were not Yunyail's match at all. Heavenly concubine, how is it? Lin Ling looked at the ancient stone chessboard. It was crisscrossed like a 1,000-year-old battlefield, and there was a line of words carved on the side of the stone, the pact of the late emperor, the exquisite chessboard, laughing at all living beings, who can break it? If this was the case, then it would be extremely heroic, looking down on all outstanding heroes. If it was any other chess game, I would have 100% confidence. However, the exquisite chess game is a unique chess game. Other than the person who set it up, it would be very difficult for others to solve it. I only have 30% confidence. The heavenly concubine frowned. 30% was already very strong. The others only had 10%. Alright, you try. It's best if you can beat him within 3 rounds. Lin Ling said in a low voice. Then, the heavenly concubine also sat down. Yunyail looked at the heavenly concubine indifferently, smiled, and then started the game. Everyone was watching. The Crown Prince frowned. He had lost earlier and was very unwilling. However, now that he thought about it, it seemed that other than him, no one else had a chance of winning. So, when he thought about it, he felt a lot better. At least, if he wanted to obtain the late emperor's will, he still had the greatest hope. However, this thought changed after the heavenly concubine sat down. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes kept flickering, blooming with light of wisdom. This made Yunyail's expression become serious. This is the first time I've seen the 14th prince's serious expression. It seems that he has met his match. When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not dare to underestimate the girl. However, although the heavenly concubine was strong, Yunyail was the local snake. The game was set up by him, so the heavenly concubine was only slightly stronger than the others. She only lost after 50 moves. Amazing. The first person to reach 50 moves has surpassed my brother. Yunyail said with admiration. There are 2 more rounds. Again. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from the heavenly concubine's forehead and encouraged her. The heavenly concubine nodded and continued to calculate. The 2 entered the game again. The Crown Prince's expression did not change, but he was clearly unhappy. This youth called Lin Yiming was very mysterious. The girl's chess skills were terrifying. In this way, she had surpassed the Crown Prince. Who is this Lin Yiming? The Crown Prince's heart was filled with doubts. As for Lin Ling, he quietly watched the game. Although his chess skills were very ordinary, he wanted to do his best. Gradually, his eyes lit up. His soul force condensed and the eye of time quietly appeared. The 1,000-year chess game had been going on since ancient times. In the long river of history, there were many powerful cultivators sitting in it. They seemed to be playing chess, but they were actually tempering their hearts of martial arts. Every single one of them had returned in defeat. No one had ever won. If they lost, they would lose everything. In the long river of history, the chess game was created by the previous emperor. However, there was one person who won and gained the previous emperor's favor. That person was the 10-year-old Yunyile. In the 49 moves, she admitted defeat at every move. On the 49th move, she made an unremarkable move and won on the 50th move. Father, at the beginning of this game, we have to take a loss as a defense. We have to persist for 49 moves before we can swallow the white pieces in one fell swoop. No matter how the black pieces are played, the white pieces will win the game. A childish voice sounded. It was Yunyile. Huh, Yile is amazing. You are the first person to solve the game. Everyone fights for benefits. Who would be willing to give up benefits and give up 48 moves in a row? The previous emperor's voice sounded, making Lin Ling's eyes light up. His chess skills were not as good as the heavenly concubines, but he saw the process of the game and remembered how the white piece moved. This meant that the game was not difficult. You have lost, but your potential is not bad. At this moment, Yunyile's voice sounded. The heavenly concubine lost the second game again. She only made it to the 52nd move. A loss is a loss. What's the difference between one move and 52 moves? The crown prince's calm voice sounded. Clearly, he was unhappy that the heavenly concubine had made more moves than him. You made the most moves before, but I didn't see you say that. Now that someone has surpassed you, are you jealous? Lin Ling had already retreated from the eye of time and sneered at the crown prince. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? If you have the ability, why don't you go? The crown prince said calmly. His expression was still calm as if he was playing a game with a child. Clearly, Lin Ling was still not enough to enter his eyes. Alright, since the crown prince invited me, I will go for the third game. However, it is too boring to just talk about winning and losing. Why don't we make some bets? Lin Ling said slowly, you're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.